Part 1. The Perfect Warrior. That which causes us trials shall yield us triumph, and that which makes our hearts ache shall fill us with gladness. For the only true happiness is to learn, to advance, and to improve. None of this could happen without rejecting error, ignorance, and imperfection. We must pass out of the darkness to reach the light.
The Primarch Fulgrim attainment of perfection. Perfection is achieved not when there is nothing more to add, but when there is nothing left to take away. Ostian Delafor, man of stone, the only true paradises are those that are lost to us. Pandora's Jeng, philosopher designate to the autarch of the 9th Indonesic block. 1 recital, see it through Leran, the danger for most of us. Ostian Delafor would say on those rare occasions when he was coaxed to speak of his gift is not that our aim is too high and we miss it, but that it is too low and we hit it. He would then smile modestly and attempt to recede into the background of whatever conversation was underway, feeling exposed under the spotlight of adulation, and uncomfortable with the attention only here in his chaotic studio, surrounded by scattered piles of chisels, hammers, and rasps, chipping away at the marble with deft strokes to create wonders. Did he feel comfortable? He stepped away from the block of stone that stood in the center of his studio and ran a hand across his high forehead and through his short, tightly curled, black hair as he took in the measure of this latest session. The marble column was a gleaming white rectangle, some 4 meters tall, its surfaces as yet unblemished by chisel or rasp. Ostian circled the marble, running his silver hands across its smooth surface, feeling the structure within and picturing where he would make the first cut into the stone. Servitors had brought the block up from the Pride of the Emperor's loading bays a week ago, but he had yet to complete his visualization of how he would bring forth his masterpiece from the block. The marble had come to the Emperor's children's flagship from the quarries at Proconnesus on the Anatolian Peninsula, where much of the stonework that comprised the Emperor's palace had been sourced. The block had been hand-quarried from Mount Ararat, a rugged and inaccessible peak, but one known to contain rich deposits of pure white marble. Its value was incalculable, and only the influence of the Primarch of the Emperor's children had secured its shipping out to the 28th expedition. He knew others called him a genius, but Ostian knew that his hands were but the means of freeing what already lived within the marble. His skill modesty forbade him from calling his talent genius, lay in seeing what the finished product would be before he laid so much as the first subbier upon the stone. The marble not yet carved could hold the form of every thought the artist could conceive. Ostian Delafor was a slight man, with a thin, earnest face, and narrow, long-fingered hands sheathed in silver metal that gleamed like mercury, and which constantly fidgeted with whatever came to hand, as though the digits had a life beyond that dictated to them by their master. He wore a long white smock over a finely cut suit of black silk and cream shirt, the formal nature of his clothes at odds with the untidy workshop in which he spent most of his time.
"Now I'm ready,"
he whispered. "I should hope so," said a woman's voice behind him. "Bekwa will have a conniption if we're late for her recital. You know how she gets." Ostian smiled and said, "No, Serena. I meant I'm ready to begin sculpting." He turned and undid the ties holding his smock, lifting it over his head as Serena de Angelis swept into his studio like one of the terrible matriarchs played so well by Coraline Aseneka. She tutted in distaste at the scattered tools, ladders, and scaffolds. Ostian knew that her own studio was as neat and immaculate as his was disordered, the paints stacked neatly by color and tone to one side, and her brushes and palette knives as spotless and sharp as the day she had first acquired them, on the other short, and with the kind of attractiveness that completely eluded her as to why men found her desirable. Serena de Angelis was perhaps the greatest painter of the Remembrancer order. Others favored the landscapes of Kellan Roget, who traveled with the 12th expedition of Robut Kiliman, but Ostian felt that Serena's skill was the greater. Even if she doesn't think so, he thought, stealing a glance at the long sleeves of her dress. For Bekwa Kinska's recital, Serena had chosen a long, formal gown of cerulean silk with an unfeasibly tight gold basque that accentuated the swell of her breasts. As always, she wore her hair unbound, the long, raven-dark tresses reaching to her waist and framing her long, oval face and dark, almond-shaped eyes perfectly.
"You look beautiful, Serena,"
he said.
"Thank you, Ostian,"
said Serena, standing before him and fussing with his collar. You, however, look as though you've just woken up in that suit,
It's fine.
protested Ostian as she undid his necktie and painstakingly retied it. Fine, darling, is not good enough, said Serena. As well you know, Bequois will want to preen once this damn recital is over, and I won't have her saying we artists embarrassed her by looking shabby and bohemian. Ostian grinned. Yes, she does have rather a dim view of the practical arts. It comes of a pampered upbringing in the hives of Europa, said Serena. And did I hear you say that you were ready to begin sculpting? Yes, nodded Ostian. I am. I can see what's inside now. I only have to set it free. Well, I'm sure Lord Fulgrim will be glad to hear that, said Serena. I hear he had to ask the Emperor personally to have that stone shipped all the way from Terra. Oh, well, no pressure then, said Ostian, as Serena turned away from him, satisfied that he was as presentable as he was going to get. You'll be fine, darling. You and your hands will soon have that marble singing. And your work? Asked Ostian. How are you getting on with the portrait? Serena sighed. It's getting there, but with the pace Lord Fulgrim is setting for the fighting, it's a rare day I get him to sit for me. Ostian watched as Serena unconsciously scratched at her arms as she continued. Every day it sits unfinished. I see more and more I hate about it. I think I may start again. No, said Ostian, prizing her hands away from her arms. You're exaggerating. It's fine, and once the Lair are defeated, I'm sure Lord Fulgrim will sit for you as much as you need him to. She smiled, but Ostian could see the lie behind it. He wished he knew how to lift her from the melancholy that weighed upon her soul and undo the harm she was doing to herself. Instead, he said, Come on, we shouldn't keep Bequois waiting. Ostian had to admit that Bequois Kinska, former child prodigy of the Europa Heaves, was now a beautiful woman. Her wild blue hair was the color of the sky on a clear day, and her features were sculpted by good breeding and discreet surgery, though she wore an overabundance of facial cosmetics that, to Ostian's mind, only detracted from her natural beauty. Just beneath her hair he could make out oral enhancers and a number of fine wires trailing from her scalp. Bequois had been educated at the finest academies of Terra and trained at the newly established Conservatoire de Musique, though, in truth, the time she had spent at the latter institution had largely been wasted, as there had been little the tutors there could teach her that she did not already know. People the length and breadth of the galaxy listened to her operas and harmonious ensembles, and her skill in creating music that could lift the soul and raise the rafters with its energy was second to none. Ostian had met Bequois twice before aboard the Pride of the Emperor, and each time had been repulsed by her monstrous ego and intolerably high opinion of herself. But for some unknown reason, Bequois Kinska seemed to adore him. Dressed in a layered gown the color of her hair, Bequois sat alone on a raised stage at the far end of the recital hall, head down and perched before a multi-symphonic harpsichord linked to a number of sonic projectors spaced at regular intervals around the hall. The recital hall itself was a wide chamber of dark wood paneling and porphyry columns illuminated by subdued lumen globes bobbing on floating gravitic generators. Stained glass windows depicting purple-armored Astartes of the Emperor's children ran the length of one wall, and a row of marble busts, said to have been carved by the Primarch himself, lined the other. Ostian made a mental note to examine them later. Perhaps 1,000 people filled the hall, some clad in the beige robes of remembrancers, others in the sober black robes of Terran adepts. Others still wore classically fashioned brocaded jackets, striped trousers, and high black boots that marked them as imperial nobility, many of whom had joined the 28th expedition specifically to hear Bequois play. Amongst the crowd were soldiers of the imperial army, senior officers bearing feathered helmets, cavalry lancers in golden breastplates, and discipline masters in red greatcoats. A profusion of different-colored uniforms circulated through the recital hall, the click of sabers and spurs loud on the polished wooden floor. Surprised at the sheer number of uniforms he saw, Ostian said, "How can all these army officers afford the time to attend events like this? Aren't we at war with an alien species?" "There's always time for art, my dear Ostian," said Serena, procuring 2 crystal flutes of sparkling wine from one of the liveried pages that passed quietly to and fro among the crowd. War may be a harsh mistress, but she's got nothing on Bekwa Kinska. I don't see why I have to be here, said Ostian, sipping the wine and enjoying the refreshing crispness of the beverage, because she has invited you, and one does not refuse such an invite. But I don't even like her, protested Ostian. Why would she bother to invite me? Because she likes you, you silly goose, said Serena, nudging him playfully in the ribs with her elbow. If you know what I mean? Ostian sighed. I can't imagine why I've barely spoken to the woman. Not that she let me get a word in edgeways anyway. Trust me, said Serena, placing a delicate hand on his arm. You want to be here, really. Enlighten me as to why. You haven't heard Bekwa play, have you? Asked Serena with a smile. I've heard her phonocasts. My boy, said Serena, theatrically pretending to swoon, if one has not heard Bekwa Kinska with one's own ears, one has heard nothing. You will need lots of handkerchiefs, for you will cry a great deal, or failing that, take a sedative, because you will be exalted to the point of delirium. Fine, said Ostian, already wishing he was back in his studio with the marble. I'll stay. Trust me, chuckled Serena, it will be worth your while. Eventually the hubbub of conversation in the hall began to subside. Serena took hold of his arm and placed a finger to her lips. He looked for the source of the gathering silence, then saw that a vast figure in white robes with long flowing blonde hair had entered the recital hall. Astartes, breathed Ostian. I had no idea they were so huge. That is First Captain Julius Caesaron, said Serena, and Ostian caught the smug tone to her voice. You know him. He has asked me to create a likeness of him. Yes, beamed Serena. It transpires that he's quite the patron of the arts. Pleasant fellow, and he has promised to keep me informed of opportunities that might arise. Opportunities? Asked Ostian. What kind of opportunities? Serena did not reply, and an expectant hush fell upon the privileged assembly as the lumen globes dimmed yet further. Ostian looked towards the stage as Bekwa moved her hands across the keyboard of the harpsichord. A sudden, energetic and romantic feeling overcame him as the sonic projectors precisely magnified the intensity of her overture. Then the performance began, and Ostian found his dislike of Bekwa swept away as he heard the sound of a storm take shape in the music. At first he heard raindrops, then the symphonic wind picked up, and suddenly there was a downpour. He heard torrents of rain, lashing wind, and the throb of thunder. He looked up, half expecting to see dark clouds. Trombones, a shrill piccolo, and thundering timpani swelled and danced in the air as the music grew bolder, transforming into a passionate symphony that told its epic story in the tones and moods created, though Ostian would later remember nothing of its substance. Vocal soloists combined with an orchestra, though he could see no trace of either. The soaring music yearning for peace, joy, and the brotherhood of man. Ostian felt tears pouring down his face as his soul was given flight, then plunged into despair before rising towards a majestic, exultant climax by the power of the music. He looked over at Serena, and seeing that she was similarly moved, wanted to pull her close and share in the joyous expression of his feeling. Ostian looked back to the stage where Bekwa swayed like a madwoman, her sapphire blue hair whipping around her face as she played, her hands moving like dervishes across the keyboard. Movement drew Ostian's eyes to the front of the enraptured audience, where he saw a nobleman in a silver breastplate and high-collared jacket of navy blue lean over to his consort and whisper something in her ear. Instantly the music ceased, and Ostian cried out as the beautiful concerto came to a crashing halt. Its absence left an aching emptiness in his heart, and he felt an unreasoning hatred towards this boorish noble who had caused its premature end. Bekwa stood from her instrument, her chest heaving with exertion and an expression of fury plastered across her face. She stared thunderously at the nobleman and said, "I do not play for such pigs." The man stood angrily from his seat, his features flushed. "You insult me, woman. I am Paljor Dorji, 6th Marquis of the Terrawat clan and a patrician of Terra. You will show me some damned respect." Bekwa spat on the wooden floor and said, "You are what you are by an accident of birth. What I am, I created myself. There are thousands of nobles of Terra, but there is only one Bekwa Kinska." "I demand you play on, woman," shouted Paljor Dorji. "Do you have any idea how many strings I had to pull to have myself assigned to this expedition in order to hear you play? "I neither know nor care," snapped Becquois. "Genius such as mine is worth any price. Double it, triple it, you have not even begun to place a value on what you have heard tonight. But it is irrelevant, for I shall play no more this day." A chorus of denials filled the air as the audience begged for her to resume playing. Ostian found his voice joined with that of the audience. It appeared, however, that Bekwa Kinska was not to be swayed until a powerful voice at the door to the recital chamber cut through the clamor and said, "Mistress Kinska." All heads turned at the commanding sound of the voice, and Ostian felt his pulse quicken as he saw who had stilled the crowd. Fulgrim, the Phoenician. The Primarch of the Emperor's children was the most magnificent being Ostian Delafour had ever laid eyes upon. His amethyst-colored armor shone as though fresh from the armorer's hand, its golden trims gleaming like the sun, and exquisite carvings twisted in spiral patterns on every plate of his armor. A long, scaled cloak of emerald green hung from his shoulders, a high collar of purple, and the great eagle's wings sweeping over his left shoulder, perfectly framing his pale features. Ostian longed to render Fulgrim's face in marble, knowing that the coolness of the stone was perfect for capturing the luminosity of the Primarch's skin. The wide, friendly eyes, the hint of a smile playing around his lips, and the shimmering white of his shoulder-length hair. Ostian and the remainder of the audience dropped to their knees in awe of Fulgrim's majesty. Humbled by perfection they would never come close to achieving. "If you will not play for the Marquis, would you consent to do so for me?" asked Fulgrim. Bekwa Kinska nodded, and the music began anew. The battle on Atoll 19 would later be described as a minor, opening skirmish in the cleansing of Leran, a footnote to the fighting that was yet to come. But to the warriors in the spear-tip of Solomon Demeter's second company of Emperor's children, it felt considerably more intense than a skirmish. Shrieking bolts of hot green energy flashed down the curving thoroughfare, melting portions of the angled walls and dissolving Astartes' battle plate whenever they struck one of the advancing space marines. The hungry crackle of fires and the whoosh of missiles mingled with the hard bangs of bolter fire and the shrieking horns from the coral towers as Solomon's Astartes fought their way up the Serpentine Street to link with Marius Phyrozian's squads. Coiled towers of glittering crystal coral reared above him like the gnarled conch shells of some great sea creature, with smooth-rimmed burrow holes piercing the spires like the touch holes of a musical instrument. The entire atoll was formed from the same lightweight but incredibly tough material, though how these structures floated above the vast oceans was a mystery the Mechanicum adepts were eager to solve. Screeching cries echoed from the disturbingly alien architecture, as though the spires themselves were screaming, and the damnable metallic slither of the aliens' movement seemed to come from all around them. He ducked back behind a sinuous column of pink-veined coral and slammed another magazine into his customized bolter, its every surface and internal working hand-finished by his own artifice. Its rate of fire was only marginally faster than a regular-issue bolter, but it had never once jammed. And Solomon Demeter wasn't the kind of man to trust his life to anything he hadn't worked towards perfection.
Gaius.
He shouted to his second in command, Gaius Caphan. "Where, in the name of the Phoenician, is Tantaran Squadron?" His lieutenant shook his head, and Solomon cursed, knowing that the lair had probably intercepted the land speeder squadron en route to them. Damn, these aliens were clever, he thought, remembering the grievous loss of Captain Eason's flanking force, which had revealed that the lair had somehow managed to compromise their Voxnet. The idea of a xeno-species with the ability to wreak such a violation on a legion of the Astartes was unthinkable, and had only spurred Fulgrim's warriors to greater heights of wrath in their extermination. Solomon Demeter was the very image of an Astartes. His short, dark hair kept shaved close to his scalp, his skin tanned from the light of a score of suns, and his animated features rounded and widespread on thick cheekbones. He disdained the wearing of a helmet to prevent the lair from deciphering his orders over the Vox network, and because he knew that if he were hit in the head by one of the lair weapons, he was as good as dead, helmet or not. Knowing he could not expect any immediate help from the aerial units, he knew they were going to have to do this the hard way. Though it railed against his sense of order and perfection to undertake this assault without the proper support in place. He couldn't deny that there was something exhilarating about making things up as he went along. Some commanders said that it was an inevitable fact that they would often fight without the forces they wanted, but such a belief was anathema to most of the Emperor's children. "Gaius, we're going to have to do this ourselves," he shouted. "Make sure we've plenty of fire keeping those Xenos' heads down." Caffin nodded and began issuing curt, concise orders with sharp chops of his hand to the squads spread through the rabble of what could laughingly be called their landing zone. Behind them, the wrecked Stormbird still burned from where the alien missile had blown off its wing. And Solomon knew that it was a miracle the pilot had managed to coax the stricken aircraft to stay in the air long enough to reach the floating atoll. He shuddered to imagine their fate had they plunged to the vast planetary ocean below, lost forever amid the sunken ruins of the Lair's ancient civilization. The Lair had been waiting for them, and now at least 7 warriors were down and would never fight again. Solomon had no idea how the other assault units had fared, but couldn't imagine they had suffered any less. He risked a glance around the column, its height oddly distorted by the eye-watering curves and subtly wrong dimensions. Everything on this atoll jarred upon his sensibilities. A riotous excess of color, form, and noise that offended the senses with their sheer frenzy. He could see a wide plaza ahead, in which a flaring plume of searing energy was enclosed by a ring of bright coral that shone with a dazzling light. Dozens of such strange plumes were spread throughout the atolls, and the Mechanicum adepts believed that it was these peculiar devices that prevented the atolls from falling from the sky. With no major land masses on Lairen, capturing the atolls intact was deemed integral to the success of the coming campaign. The atolls would serve as bridgeheads and staging areas for all further assaults, and Fulgrim himself had declared that the energy plumes keeping the atolls in the air were to be captured at any cost. Solomon caught glimpses of Lair warriors slithering around the base of the energy plume, their movements sinuous and inhumanly quick. First, Captain Quesaron had personally tasked the second with securing the plaza, and Solomon had sworn an oath in the fire that he would not fail. "Gaius, take your men right and work your way through cover towards the plaza. Keep your head down. They're sure to have warriors positioned to stop you. Send Thelonious on the left." "What about you?" Caefin shouted back over the din of gunfire. "Where are you going?" Solomon smiled. "Where else but the center? I'm going to take Charosian's lot, but make sure Goldawara are in position before I move. I don't want anyone moving before we've set down a weight of fire so heavy I could walk on it." "Sir," said Caffin, without wishing to appear impertinent, "are you sure that's the right choice?" Solomon racked the slide on his bolter and said, "You fuss too much over making the right choice, Gaius. All we need do is make a good choice, see it through, and accept the consequences." "If you say so, sir," said Caffin. "I do," shouted Solomon. "We may not be able to do it by the book this time, but by Chemos. We'll do it well. Now pass the word." Solomon waited as his orders were issued to the warriors under his command, and felt the familiar thrill of excitement as he prepared to take the fight to the enemy once more. He knew that Caffin disapproved of his cavalier attitude, but Solomon firmly believed that only through such testing circumstances could warriors better themselves, and so more closely approach the perfection embodied by their Primarch. Sergeant Charosian edged up behind him. His veteran warriors gathered around him in the shadow of a lair burrow complex. "Ready, Sergeant?" asked Solomon. "Indeed, sir," replied Charosian. "Then let's go," shouted Solomon as he heard Goldawara's squad open up with their support weapons. The bark and thump of heavy-caliber shells thundering up the road was the sound he'd been waiting for, and he slid from the cover of the pillar and charged up the center of the street towards the crackling energy tower. Bolts of deadly green energy flashed past him, but he could tell they were not aimed. The weight of suppressing fire keeping the aliens from showing themselves. He heard gunfire from either side of him and knew that Caffin and Thelonious were having to fight their way towards the tower. The veteran space marines of Charosian followed him, firing from the hip and adding to the weight of fire provided by Goldawara. Just as he thought they might reach the spire unmolested, the lair attacked. Gathered together in a single system, the lair had been one of the first species encountered by the Emperor's children after taking their leave from the lunar wolves in the great triumph on Ulanor. The cheers of that momentous day still rang in their ears, and the sight of so many Primarchs gathered together remained a vivid, joyous memory in the minds of the Emperor's children. As Horus had said when he and Fulgrim had shared a heartfelt farewell, It was an end of things and a beginning of things. For Horus was now the Emperor's regent, war master of all the Imperium's armies. Now that the Emperor had returned to Terra, entire fleets, billions of warriors, and the power to destroy worlds were his to command. War Master? The title was a new one, created for Horus, and its unveiling had yet to find its fit in the minds of the Primarchs, who found themselves subject to the command of one who had, until then, been their equal. The Emperor's children had welcomed the appointment, for they counted the warriors of the Lunar Wolves as their closest brothers. A terrible accident at the inception of the Emperor's children had almost destroyed them. But Fulgrim and his legion had risen, phoenix-like, from the disaster with greater resolve and strength. In the process, Fulgrim had earned the affectionate sobriquet of the Phoenician. During this time, while Fulgrim rebuilt his shattered legion, he and his few warriors had fought alongside the Lunar Wolves for almost a century. With a stream of fresh recruits drawn from Terra and Fulgrim's home of Chimos, the Legion had grown rapidly, and under the aegis of the War Master, become one of the deadliest fighting forces in the galaxy. Horus himself had praised Fulgrim's Legion as one of the best he had fought alongside. Now, with decades of war behind them, the Emperor's children had the numbers to embark on crusades of their own, to make their own way in the galaxy, battling alone for the first time in over a century. The Legion was hungry to prove itself, and Fulgrim had thrown his all into making up for the time lost, while he had rebuilt his legion, seeking to push the boundaries of the Imperium yet further, and prove the courage and worth of his legion. First contact with the lair had come about, when one of the 28th Expedition's forward scout ships had discovered evidence of civilization in a nearby binary cluster and determined that it was a culture of some sophistication. Though initially not hostile to the Imperial forces, this alien race had reacted violently when one of the 28th Expedition's scout forces had been sent towards their home world. A small but powerful alien war fleet had attacked the Imperial vessels as they approached the system's core world, destroying every one of them without the loss of a single vessel. From what little information had been gathered before the scout force's destruction, the Mechanicum adepts had discovered that the aliens called themselves the Lair, and that their technology was capable of matching and, in many cases, exceeding that of the Imperium. The bulk of Lair society appeared to exist on numerous city-sized atolls of floating coral that plied the skies of Lairan, an oceanic planet that bore all the hallmarks of a world submerged by the melting of its ice caps. Only the peaks of what had once been its tallest mountains and structures protruded from the mighty seas that covered its entire surface. Administrators from the Council of Terra had postulated that perhaps the Lair could be made a protectorate of the Imperium, since conquering such an advanced race could prove a long and costly endeavor. Fulgrim had rejected such a notion out of hand, famously saying, "Only humanity is perfect, and for an alien race to hold its own ideals and technology as comparable to ours is profane." No, the Lair deserve only extinction. And so the cleansing of Lairan was begun, too. The Phoenix Gate, the Eagle, will rule in the fire of all the ships in the 28th Expedition. The pride of the Emperor was the most magnificent, its armored length inlaid with gold and armored plates the color of rich wine. It orbited the sapphire-blue world of Lairan like the regal flagship of some ancient king, surrounded by an entourage of escorts, battleships, transports, supply vessels, and army mass conveyors. The shipwrights of Jupiter had laid its keel 160 years ago, the design and creation overseen by the fabricator general of Mars himself, and its every component crafted by hand to unimaginably exacting specifications. The construction process had taken twice as long as any other vessel of comparable displacement, but such was only to be expected for the flagship of the Primarch of the Third Legion, the Emperor's Children. The formation of 28th Expedition was a thing of martial beauty, perfectly anchored above Lairan in a textbook pattern of patrol and compliance that ensured nothing hostile could reach or leave the planet without being intercepted by the raptors of the Imperial fleet. The vessels of the Lair that had proven so deadly to the expedition's scout fleet were now wreckage, drifting around the rings of the system's 6th planet, destroyed by the precise use of overwhelming force and Fulgrim's mastery of naval warfare. Though the world below was known as Lairan, its official designation was 28-3, being the third world the 28th Expedition had brought to compliance. though such an appellation was somewhat premature, given the ferocity of the opening battle attesting to its non-compliance. Its usage was considered appropriate, since compliance was deemed a certainty, the Andronius and Fulgrim's virtue, liveried in the purple and gold of the Emperor's children, stood sentinel over the Primarch's flagship, each with an exemplary legacy of victory behind them. Flocks of raptors darted back and forth as they escorted the great and the good of the 28th expedition to the pride of the Emperor. For with the Lair fleet eliminated, the Primarch was to unveil his plans to prosecute the war. First, Captain Jollius Caesoron was a man not used to conflicting emotions, which made his current situation deeply uncomfortable. Dressed in the triumphal purple of his toga picta and the martial red of his Lacerna cloak, he cut an imposing figure as he marched swiftly to the Heliopolis, followed by his equerry, Lycaon, and a retinue of bearers who carried his helmet, sword, and trailing cloak. A pendant of fiery amber hung around his neck and nestled between the carved pectorals of his golden breastplate. Nothing of his discomfort showed on his patrician features, for to display such emotion would suggest that he doubted the course his Primarch had set, and that was unthinkable. They marched along a wide processional way with pale walls of cool marble and towering onyx columns, their surfaces inlaid with gold lettering that spoke of battles won and glories gained during the Great Crusade. The pride of the Emperor was to be Fulgrim's legacy to the future, and its walls bore the history of the Imperium carved into its very bones. Statues of the Legion's heroes lined the processional way, and gilt-framed artworks commissioned from the expedition's remembrances brought some much-needed color to the cold space. "Are we in a hurry?" asked Lycaon, his armor shining and polished, though much less ostentatious than that of the first captain. "I thought the Lord Fulgrim said he would await your arrival before presenting his course to the expedition." "He did," snapped Julius, though he quickened his pace, much to the consternation of his bearers. "But if we are to do what he demands, then the sooner I am down on 28-3 the better. A month, Lycaon. He wants Lairon compliant. In a month." "The men are ready," promised Lycaon. "We can do it." "I don't doubt we can do it, Lycaon, but the butcher's bill will be high, perhaps too high. The Stormbirds are prepped on their launch rails, and we await only your word to unleash them on the Lair." "I know," nodded Julius, "but we must await the Primarch's order to launch, even though Captain Demeter's spear tip has already launched," asked Lycaon, as they passed Emperor's children, armed with golden pilum spears at regular intervals along the triumphal way. Though they stood as immobile as the statues, the fierce potential for violence that beat within the breast of every Astartes warrior was evident in each of them. "Even so," agreed Julius, "it would be impolitic to begin the campaign proper without consulting the other officers of the expedition, so the spear tip will be presented as reconnaissance in force rather than as the opening strike of a campaign." Lycaon shrugged and shook his head. "What do we care for the feelings of the expedition? The Primarch commands, and they are his to order as he sees fit. Such is only right and proper." Though he agreed with Lycaon, Julius didn't answer, chafing at not leading the warriors on the planet below. He had listened to the initial Vox reports of Solomon and Marius, who were, even now, involved in heavy fighting to secure the floating land mass known as Atoll 19, with growing anger as the casualty reports flooded in. But his Primarch had ordered his presence at the Council of War that would announce the manner in which the 28th expedition would make war upon this alien species, and such orders were not to be denied. Julius already knew what the Lord Fulgrim was to present to the senior commanders of the fleet, and the audacity and scale of it still took his breath away. You didn't need to be first captain of the Emperor's children to know what their reaction would be. "Enough talking, Lycaon. We're here," he said as he saw the great Phoenix Gate before them, a towering bronze portal that depicted the Emperor symbolically presenting Fulgrim with the imperial eagle. The eagle was the Emperor's own symbol, and he had commanded that Fulgrim's legion alone bear it upon their armor as a mark of the regard in which they were held. The honor done to the Emperor's children was immeasurable. As he saw the gate, Julius felt fierce pride swell within his breast, and he reached up to touch the carved eagle on his armor. More guards stood before the Phoenix Gate, and they bowed deeply as he approached, clashing their spears into the ground as the great leaves of bronze smoothly parted before him, a slice of white light and the hubbub of voices drifting through from beyond. He nodded respectfully to the warriors at the gate and passed through into the Heliopolis. Solomon spun his bolter to face the creature that slashed through the air towards him, its claws outstretched to tear him in two. His finger squeezed the trigger, and a hail of bolts spat from the barrel of his gun. Sparks and yellow blood spattered his purple and gold armor as the creature burst apart and collapsed in a torn heap beside him. More followed it, and soon the plaza was alive with whipping, sinuous bodies and struggling Astartes. In appearance, each lair could be wildly diverse, their bioforms differing between war zones and apparently engineered for each particular theater of war in his short time on the oceanic world of Leran. Solomon had seen winged, aquatic, and all manner of variations on the basic lair form, whether they were divergent strands of genetic mutation or deliberately engineered warrior creatures. Solomon didn't know, nor did he care. These particular beasts were tall, sinuous monsters with the snake-like lower body common to all lair, and muscular thoraxes sheathed in silver armor, from which sprouted 2 pairs of limbs. The upper arms each bore long, lightning-wreathed blades. Their elegant forms curved like scimitars, while the lower arms each wielded crackling gauntlets that fired the lethal green energy bolts. Their heads were insect-like and bulbous, with glossy, multifaceted eyes and jutting mandibles that produced a grating screech when the lair attacked. Solomon spun on the spot, firing his bolter at every slithering body that emerged from the alien structures carved from the hard coral of the atoll. The veterans who accompanied him formed a curving line with him at its center, each warrior moving smoothly into his allotted place to push the lair back towards the crackling plume of energy in the middle of the plaza with every marching step they took. Bolter rounds filled the air, and explosions sent chunks of coral flying as the unstoppable advance of the Emperor's children pushed deeper into the screaming ruins of the floating city. With no intersuit vox, Solomon had no idea how Caphan or Thelonious were doing, but trusted their expertise and courage to see them through. Solomon had personally approved both their commands, and whatever fate befell them was his responsibility. Green fire washed from a previously unseen burrow entrance, and a trio of Astartes warriors went down, their armor and flesh disintegrating beneath the electrochemical energies. Enemy to the flank, shouted Solomon, and his warriors reacted with smooth precision to meet the threat. As the lair emerged from their hiding place, they were met by disciplined volleys of bolter fire, the first Emperor's children to meet the threat-shifting position to allow their comrades to fire while they reloaded. Solomon watched with pride as they fought with a flawless martial discipline unmatched by any other legion. The berserk rages of Russ's wolves or the wild showmanship of the Khan's riders were not the way of the Emperor's children. Fulgrim's legion fought with a cold, clinical application of perfect force and discipline. A huge explosion mushroomed skyward from Solomon's right, and he heard the crash of falling coral as a conch tower collapsed in a billowing cloud of dust and fire, its damnable horns silenced as it smashed to pieces. The Emperor's children had pushed some 40 meters into the plaza, their curving line of advance carrying them into the center of its crater and rubble-strewn openness. The plume of energy was close enough for him to feel its heat, and as he gave the order to surround it, the lair renewed their assault, their writhing bodies slipping around the ruins of their homes with unnatural speed. Whipping bolts of green light and bolter rounds crisscrossed the plaza, flaring explosions rippling the air as the occasional pair of shots impacted on one another. A boiling tide of aliens slid towards the Emperor's children, their snake-like lower bodies powering them across the uneven ground with unnatural speed, and Solomon knew that the time for guns was over. He placed his bolter on the ground with reverent care and drew his chain-blade from its sheath across his back. Like his bolter, he had extensively modified his sword in the pride of the Emperor's armories under the stern gaze of Marius Varosean. The blade and grip of the weapon had been lengthened to increase his reach and to allow him to wield the blade two-handed. The quillons were fashioned in the form of upswept wings, and the pommel bore a majestic eagle's head. He thumbed the activation stud and shouted, "Unsheath!" 100 blades glittered in the sunlight as the circle of Emperor's children drew their swords in one smooth motion. The lair hit the Emperor's children in a blur of silver armor and crackling blades, the Astartes stepping in to meet their enemies head to head. Mars-forged steel met alien blades in a clash of fire that echoed throughout the city. Solomon ducked a blow aimed at his head and spun inside the stroke of the alien's second blade, driving his sword into the gap between his foe's armored thorax and lower body. The teeth of his blade ground on its thick spine, but he forced the blade onwards, dropping the creature into two flopping halves. His warriors fought with calm serenity, confident in their superiority and knowing that their leader was among them. Solomon tore his blade free from the alien he had killed and stepped onwards, his warriors following his example and grimly fighting with killing strokes. The first warning of something amiss was when a violent tremor shook the ground with a rumbling vibration. Then suddenly the world shifted as the ground violently canted to the side. Solomon was pitched to the ground, rolling on the slanted plaza and tumbling into one of the many deep craters that dotted the battlefield. He quickly righted himself and scanned his immediate area for threats, but could see nothing, hearing the sound of battle from above him and gunfire closing on the plaza from either side. If the suspicions of the Mechanicum were correct and the energy coils were what kept the atolls afloat in the sky, it seemed likely that one or more elsewhere on the atoll must have been destroyed. Solomon rolled to his feet and sheathed his sword as he began clambering up the rocky slopes of the crater. As he neared the top, he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand to attention and looked up in time to see the silhouette of a Lair warrior over the lip of the crater. He reached for his sword, but the Lair was on him before he could draw the weapon. Though Julius Caesaron had stood in the Heliopolis many hundreds of times, its beauty and majesty still had the power to render him speechless, with its towering walls of pale stone and rank upon rank of marble statues on golden plinths that supported the vast domed room. Intricate mosaics, too high to make out the details, filled the coffers of the dome, and long silk banners of purple and gold hung between fluted pilasters of green marble. A lustrous beam of focused starlight shone down from the center of the dome, reflecting dazzlingly from the black terrazzo floor of the Heliopolis. Marble and quartz chips laid into the mortar and ground to a polished sheen turned the floor into a glittering, dark mirror that shone like the heavens beyond. Dust motes danced in the brightness, and the smoky aroma of scented oils filled the air. Rows of marble benches ran around the circumference of Fulgrim's council chamber, rising in stepped tiers towards the walls in serried ranks, enough to seat 2,000 men, though barely a quarter of that number were present for this council of war. A chair of polished black marble sat in the center of the pillar of starlight, and it was from here that Lord Fulgrim heard the petitions of his warriors and granted audiences. Though the Primarch had not yet graced this assemblage with his arrival, the empty chair was a potent presence in the chamber. Julius saw officers drawn from all the military arms of the 28th expedition, seated in the marble benches, and moved to take his place on the bench nearest the floor, nodding to men whose faces he knew and noticing wary glances at his red Lacerna cloak. Those who had served with the Emperor's children for any length of time knew that the wearing of such a cloak signified a warrior about to go into battle. Julius ignored their stares and retrieved his sword and helmet from his bearers before taking his seat. He cast his eyes around the chamber, seeing silver and scarlet officers of the Imperial army filling the lower tiers of the Heliopolis, their closeness to the floor indicative of their higher ranks. Lord Commander Fail sat at the center of a gaggle of flunkies and aides. He was a stern man with a horribly scarred face, augmented with a steel plate that obscured the left side of his head. Julius had never spoken to the man, but knew him by reputation. A skilled general, a blunt speaker, and a ruthless, unforgiving soldier behind the officers of the army occupying the mid-level of seating were the adepts of the Mechanicum looking uncomfortable in the bright light of the Heliopolis. Their hooded robes hid much of their features, and Julius could not remember if he had ever seen one with his hood down. He shook his head at the foolish veils of secrecy and ritual they surrounded themselves with. Alongside the Mechanicum were the remembrancers, earnest men and women in beige robes that scrawled in battered notepads and data slates or sketched on cartridge paper with charcoals. The greatest artists, writers, and poets of the Imperium had spread through the expedition fleets in their thousands to document the monumental achievements of the Great Crusade, meeting varying degrees of welcome. Precious few of the legions appreciated their efforts, but Fulgrim had declared their presence to be a great boon and had granted them unprecedented access to his most intimate and guarded ceremonies. Following his gaze, Lycaon spat remembrancers. What purpose do scriveners and their ilk serve at a council of war? Look, one of them has even brought an easel. Julius smiled and said, Perhaps he is attempting to capture the glory of the Heliopolis for future generations, my friend. Russ has the truth of it, said Lycaon. We are warriors, not subjects for poetry or portraits. The pursuit of perfection extends beyond the martial disciplines, Lycaon. It encompasses fine arts, literary works, and music. Only recently I was privileged to hear Bekwa Kinska's recital, and my heart soared to hear such sweet music. You've been reading poetry again, haven't you? Asked Lycaon, shaking his head. When I have the chance, I delve into one of Ignis Kakasi's imperial cantos, admitted Julius. You should try it sometime. A little culture would be no bad thing for you. Fulgrim himself has a sculpture in his chambers that he commissioned from Ostian Delafour, and it's said that Eidolon has a landscape of Chimos, painted by Quilan Roget, hanging above his bed. Never Eidolon? So they say, nodded Julius. Who'd have thought it, mused Lycaon. Anyway, I'll stick to achieving perfection in war if it's all the same to you. Your loss, said Julius, as the benches in the upper reaches of the Heliopolis filled with people, the scribes, notaries, and functionaries who served those nearer the center of power. Big turnout, noted Lycaon. The Primarch is going to speak, said Julius. That always brings the adorers out, as though speaking his name was the key to summoning him. The Phoenix Gate opened, and the Primarch of the 3 Legion entered the Heliopolis. Fulgrim was flanked by his senior lord commanders, and the assembled warriors, adepts, and scribes immediately rose to their feet and bowed their heads in wonder at the magnificent, perfect warrior before them. Julius rose with them. His earlier discomfort washed away in the rush of excitement at seeing his beloved Primarch once again. A swell of rippling applause and cries of Phoenician filled the Heliopolis, a roaring gesture of affirmation that only halted when Fulgrim raised his palms to quiet his reverent followers. The Primarch wore a long, flowing toga of pale cream, and the dark iron hilt of his sword, Fireblade, was visible at his hip. The blade itself sheathed in a scabbard of gleaming purple leather. The flaring wings of an eagle were embroidered in gold thread across his chest, and a slender band of lapis lazuli kept his silver hair from his face. 2 of the Legion's greatest warriors, Lord Commander Vespasian and Lord Commander Eidolon, came in behind the Primarch. Both warriors were dressed in plain, white togas, unadorned save for a small eagle motif over the right breast. Their stern martial bearing was an inspiration for Julius, who held himself a little straighter at their presence. Eidolon looked unimpressed at the gathered warriors, while Vespasian's humors were unreadable behind his flawless classical features. Both Lord Commanders were armed, Vespasian's sword held sheathed at his side, and Eidolon's hammer carried upon his shoulder. Julius could feel the tension in the air as the expedition awaited Fulgrim's words. My friends, began Fulgrim, taking his seat before the assembled warriors, his pale skin radiant in the glow from above. It gladdens my heart to see you gathered so. It has been too long since last we made war, but what a chance we have now to remedy that. Though he knew what was coming, Julius felt an unreasoning excitement build within him, and saw that the normally sardonic Lycaon smiled broadly when he heard the Primarch speak. We orbit the world of a fearsome species that calls itself the Lair, continued Fulgrim, his voice having lost the thonic harshness he had picked up while the Emperor's children had fought alongside the War Master's lunar wolves. The cultured accent of Old Terror again flavored every syllable, and Julius found himself beguiled by the timbre and cadence of the Primarch's words, and such a world it is. One that the honored representatives from the Mechanicum tell me would be of immeasurable value to the crusade of the Emperor. He who is beloved by all, echoed the chamber. Fulgrim nodded and said, Though a world such as this would be of immense value to us, its alien inhabitants do not wish to share what blind fortune has blessed them with. They refuse to see the manifest destiny that guides us through the stars, and have made it abundantly clear that they hold us in nothing but contempt. Our peaceable advances have been rebuffed with violence, and honor demands we answer in kind. Angry shouts of threatened violence filled the Heliopolis. Fulgrim smiled, clasping his hands to his chest in thanks for their devotion. As the cheering and shouts died away, Julius saw Lord Commander Fail stand and bow deeply to the Primarch. If I may, ventured the soldier, his voice deep and laden with experience. "Of course, Thaddeus. You are my most favored ally," said Fulgrim, and Fael's stern mask twitched in pleasure at being addressed by his first name. Julius smiled as he remembered the skill with which Fulgrim flattered those he spoke to, knowing full well that he was soon to blindside Fael with hard facts and uncomfortable truths. "Thank you, my lord," began Fael, placing his gnarled hands on the wall that separated him from the dark floor of the Heliopolis. As Thaddeus Fael spoke, microscopic motes of crystal floating in the column of light focused on the army commander, wreathing him in a diffuse glow. "Perhaps you can enlighten me as to something?" Fulgrim smiled, and his dark eyes were alive with mirth. "I shall endeavor to bring illumination to your ignorance." Fael bristled at the implied insult, but pressed on. "You have called us here for a council of war regarding what is to be done with 28-3? "Yes, indeed I have," replied Fulgrim, "for I could not conceive of undertaking such a decision without your counsel." "Then why have you already sent warriors to the planet's surface?" asked Fael with impressive force of will. Most mortals were rendered imbecilic simply by standing in the presence of a Primarch, but Thaddeus Fael spoke as though to a member of his own staff, and Julius felt his choler rise at such boorish behavior. "I heard word that the Council of Terra had decided that subjugating the lair would cost too many lives and would take too long." 10 years was the figure I heard," continued Fael without pause. "Wasn't there even talk of making them a protectorate of the Imperium?" Julius saw the faint but unmistakable signs of Fulgrim's annoyance at being so questioned, though he must surely have known that virtually the entire expedition was aware of the assault on Atoll 19 and that he would face such interrogation. Such was the price of cultivating openness within the expedition, Julius realized. "There was indeed such talk," said Fulgrim, "but it was ill-founded and singularly failed to appreciate the value of this planet to the Imperium. The attack underway is an attempt to gather a more thorough appreciation of the war capability of the lair. Surely the destruction of our scout ships demonstrated that amply." "My lord," said Fael, "it seems to me that you already have your course set on war without consulting us. And what of it, Lord Commander?" asked Fulgrim, his eyes flashing with dangerous anger. "Would you back down from the effrontery of a Xenos species? Would you have me compromise my honor by meekly avoiding this fight, because it might be dangerous?" Lord Commander Fael blanched at Fulgrim's tone, realizing that he had pushed too far, and said, "No, my lord. My forces are at your disposal, as always." Fulgrim's features settled from annoyance to conciliation in a moment, and Julius knew that his outburst had been carefully orchestrated to manipulate Fael into ceasing his questions. Fulgrim had already drawn up his perfect plans for war, and was not about to be dissuaded from his course by the doubts of mortals. "My thanks, Lord Commander," said Fulgrim, "and I apologize for my abruptness." "You are right to ask such things, for it is said that a man's character can be judged by his questions rather than by his answers." "There's no need to apologize to me," protested Fael, uncomfortable at the suggestion he had angered the Primarch. "I spoke out of turn." Fulgrim inclined his head in the direction of the Lord Commander, accepting his apology, and said, "You are gracious, Thaddeus, and the matter is already forgotten. But we are here to discuss matters of war, are we not? I have devised a campaign that will see Leran delivered to us, and while I appreciate the counsel you all give me, this is the kind of war for which the Astartes were forged. I will outline its particulars to you in a moment, but as time is critical, I hope you will forgive me if I unleash my war dogs first." The Primarch turned his gaze towards him, and despite himself, Julius felt his pulse quicken as Fulgrim's inky black eyes bored into him. He knew what question would be asked, and only hoped his men could deliver on what Fulgrim was to demand of them. "First Captain Caesseron, are your warriors ready to take the Imperial truth to 28-3? Julius stood to attention, feeling the light from the dome's room bathe him in radiance. "I swear by the fire they are, my lord. We await only your word." "Then the word is given, Captain Caesseron," said Fulgrim, casting off his robes to reveal his magnificently polished battle plate. "In 1 month's time, the eagle will rule Leran." The El's arms tore at Solomon's armor, dragging great gouges from its immaculate surfaces, the talons tearing through the gold eagle on his breastplate. The 2 warriors fell to the base of the crater as the ground shifted again and Solomon found himself pinned beneath the weight of the creature. Its mandibles opened wide, and it screeched deafeningly in his face, spraying him with hot spittle and mucus. Solomon shook his vision clear and punched upwards, his fist cracking bone beneath the ruddy red flesh of the alien warrior. It screeched once more, and a burst of green light exploded from its fists as it stabbed one of its lower arms towards him. He rolled aside as the silver gauntlet sheared through the rock, as though it were no more solid than sand. Solomon scrambled away from the creature, his back against the walls of the crater. The lair howled, the power of its scream, a physical force that sent Solomon staggering backwards, his ears ringing and his vision blurred. He tried to draw his sword, but the lair was on him again before the weapon was halfway from its sheath. The combatants crashed to the ground in a maelstrom of thrashing armored limbs and segmented claws. The horrific eyes of the lair reflected his contorted face, and he felt his anger and frustration rise at the thought of being trapped down in this crater while his men fought on above without him. Hot pain lanced into his side as the lair scored its glowing green weapon across his flank, but he twisted away before it could drive the weapon up into his guts. He had nowhere to move, and his back was still to the wall. A string of unintelligible screeches emerged from its mandibles, and though its language was utterly alien to Solomon, he could have sworn that the monster was taking pleasure in this struggle.
Come on, then,
he snarled, bracing himself against the rocky side of the crater. The lair coiled its serpentine form beneath it and leapt for him. Its arms and claws extended towards him. He leapt to engage it, and the two met with a clash of armored plate, tumbling to the ground once more. As they fell, Solomon seized one of the lair's glowing arms and smashed his elbow down hard on the junction of the limb and the creature's body. The arm sheared from its body in a spray of stinking blood, and Solomon spun on his heel, driving the energy-sheathed weapon up into its middle. The glowing edge easily tore through the silver armor, and the lair collapsed in a coil of ruptured flesh. A howling shriek burst from its throat as it died, and again Solomon was repulsed by the pleasure he heard in its cry. Disgusted, Solomon threw the lair's severed arm down, the dim glow already fading from the foul weapon. Once again he scrambled up the side of the crater, hauling himself over the lip in time to see his warriors struggling against yet more of the lair as they poured into the plaza. Isolated from the fighting for a moment, Solomon saw that his warriors were trapped, desperately defending against this tide of aliens. His practiced eyes saw that without reinforcements there could be no holding it against such numbers. Dozens of Astartes were already down, their bodies twitching as the alien weapons triggered involuntary nerve spasms in their wounded flesh. His sense for the shape of a battle told him that his warriors knew they were on the verge of being overwhelmed, and his choler rose at the thought of these aliens, defiling the bodies of the second children of the Emperor. He bellowed, marching from the crater into the lines of fighting Astartes. "Hold the line," I swore in the fire to first Captain Caesaron, that we would capture this place, and we will not be shamed by failing in that oath. He saw an almost invisible stiffening of backs, and knew that his warriors would not shame him. The second had never yet shown their backs to an enemy, and he did not expect them to now. In ancient times, when warriors had run from battle, their ranks had been decimated, 1 in every 10 warriors beaten to death by their former battle brothers as a bitter warning to the survivors. Such a punishment was, in Solomon's opinion, too lenient. Warriors that ran once would run again, and he was proud that none of his squads had ever needed such a brutal lesson in courage. They took their lead in all things from him, and he would rather die than dishonor his legion with cowardice. The clamor of battle was deafening, and though the line of Emperor's children bent backwards under the onslaught of the lair, it did not break. Solomon retrieved his bolter from the uneven ground and slid a fresh magazine into the weapon. He moved to the center of the line and took his place in the thick of the fighting, killing with methodical precision until he ran out of ammunition and switched back to his sword. He fought two-handed, cleaving his blade through alien flesh and bellowing at his warriors to stand firm as a seething tide of lair surrounded them. 3, the cost of victory, up the center, Predator, striding through the shredded carcasses of the lair. Marius Vyrosian watched impassively as the warriors of 3rd Company gathered up their dead and wounded as they prepared to continue their advance. His stern face was lined with displeasure, though at who or what he couldn't say, for his men had fought as bravely as he would expect them to, and Lord Fulgrim's plan had been followed to the letter. With the landing zones and objectives secured, all that remained was to link his forces with those of Solomon Demeter's second company, and Atoll 19 would be theirs. The cost of winning this victory had been damnably high. 9 of his warriors would never fight again, their gene seed harvested by apothecary Fabius, and many others would require extensive augmetic surgery upon their return to the fleet. The flaring pillar of energy that had been their objective was secure, and he had split a detachment to hold it while they sought out Solomon's warriors. A hunt that might prove easier said than done. Explosions, gunfire, and the blaring howls of the towers echoed strangely through the twisting coral streets of Atoll 19, and with the Vox network scrambled, it was difficult to pinpoint exactly where the fighting was coming from. "Solomon," he said into the Vox bead at his throat. "Solomon, can you hear me?" Crackling static was his only answer, and he swore silently to himself. It would be just like Solomon Demeter to have removed his helmet in the heat of battle to better experience the sensations of combat. Marius shook his head. What manner of fool would go into a firefight without all the protection he could muster? The sounds of battle seemed to be coming from the west, though how to get there was going to be problematic, as the streets, if they could even be called that, snaked through the atoll in meandering paths that might take them kilometers out of their way. The idea of setting off without a detailed plan rankled at Marius, a warrior for whom each advance and maneuver was planned with meticulous perfection and enacted without deviation. Julius Caesaron had once joked that he should have been selected to join the Ultramarines, meaning it as a friendly jibe, but Marius had taken it as a compliment. The Emperor's children strove for perfection in all things, and Marius Virozean prized this striving above all things. The idea of not being the best made him feel physically sick. To be less than the best was unacceptable, and Marius had long ago decided that nothing was going to stop him from achieving his goal. "Third company," he shouted, "move out on me!" Instantly his warriors were ready to move and formed up on him with parade ground precision, their weapons held at the ready. Marius led his men off with a ground-eating stride that Astarte's warriors could maintain for days on end and still be ready to fight at the end of it. The glistening coral walls of the city twisted and turned, fragments of crystal and stone crunching under their armored boots as they made their way through the city. Marius kept following the path he thought best led to the sounds of fighting, encountering scattered bands of lair warriors that fought with the desperation of a cornered foe. Each of these fights was easily won, for nothing could stand before the warriors of the Third on the advance and live. He kept checking the Vox for any word from Solomon, but eventually gave up on his fellow captain and switched channels. "Caphan, can you hear me? This is Virozean, answer. If you can hear me." More static spat from the earpiece in his helmet, but it was swiftly followed by the sound of a voice, chopped and garbled, but a voice nonetheless. "Caphan? Is that you?" asked Marius. "Yes, Captain," said Gaius Caphan, his voice surging in the earpiece as Marius turned a corner into yet another twisting street of burrows and corpses. "Where are you?" he demanded. "We're trying to reach you, but these damned streets keep turning us around all over the place. The main arterial route towards our objective was strongly held, so Captain Demeter sent us and Thelonious to flank their position." "While he went up the center, no doubt," said Marius.
"Yes, sir," said Caphan. "We shall home in on your signal. But if there's something else you can do to mark your position, then do it. Virozean out."
Marius followed the blue dot, projected onto the internal surface of his visor that represented Gaius Caphan's Vox signal, though it faded with each turn they took through the maze of coral. "Damn this place! No!" snarled Marius as the signal faded completely. He raised his hand and called a halt, but as he did so a huge explosion erupted from nearby, and a tall, curling tower of coral collapsed in flames, not more than 30 meters to their left. "That has to be it," he said, and searched for a way around the bristling lumps of coral. The streets wound away from the explosion, and he knew they would never reach Caphan by taking any of them. He looked over at the billowing black clouds and said, "We're going over. Move out." Marius scrabbled up the face of a lair burrow, easily finding hand and footholds in the gnarled coral. He pulled himself higher and higher, the ground rapidly receding beneath him as he and the warriors of the Third made their way over the roofs of Atoll 19. Ostian watched the first assault craft launch from the Pride of the Emperor with a mixture of awe and irritation. Awe, for it was a truly magnificent thing to watch the martial power of the Legion unleashed on an enemy world, and irritation because it had taken him away from the unblemished marble in his studio. First Captain Julius Caesaron had sent advance word of the launch to Serena, and she had immediately come to fetch him from his studio to a prime spot on the observation deck. He'd tried to refuse, saying he was busy, but Serena had been adamant, claiming that all he was doing was sitting looking at the marble, and nothing he could say would persuade her otherwise. Now, standing before the armored glass of the observation deck, he was heartily glad she had dragged him away. "It's rather wonderful, don't you think?" asked Serena, glancing up from her sketchbook as her hand dashed across its surface, capturing the moment with astounding skill. "It's amazing," agreed Ostian, staring at her profile as a second wave of ships wreathed in the blue fire of their launch caught the sunlight on their steel flanks. The observation deck was hundreds of meters above the launch rails, but Ostian fancied he could still feel the vibrations of their release in his bones. A final wave of stormbirds launched from the other vessels of the Emperor's children, and he turned from Serena to watch them fly, birds of prey shooting into space like great darts of fire. Caesaron had said that this was to be a full-scale assault, and seeing the sheer number of craft being launched, Ostian could well believe it. "I wonder what it would be like," said Ostian, "the entire surface of a world covered by one enormous ocean. I can barely conceive of such a thing. Who knows?" replied Serena, flicking a tendril of dark hair from her eyes as she continued furiously sketching. "I imagine it would be like any other sea. It looks wonderful from here." Serena gave him a sidelong glance and said, "Did you not see 28 too?" Ostian shook his head. "I got here just as the fleet left for Leran. This is the first world other than Terra I've seen from space." "Then you've never seen the sea?" "I've never seen the sea," agreed Ostian, feeling foolish for admitting such a thing. "Oh, my dear boy," said Serena, looking up from her sketchpad. "We shall have to see about getting you down to the surface once the fighting is done. Do you think that would be allowed?" "I should bloody well hope so," said Serena, ripping the page from her sketchpad and throwing it angrily to the floor. "A very select few of us were allowed down to the surface of 28-2, and it was a magnificent place. Snow-covered mountains, continents of forests, and lakes the color of a summer's morning, and the sky, oh, the sky. It was a wondrous shade of cerulean blue. I think I loved it so much because it was how I imagined old Earth might once have looked. I took some pics, but they didn't really capture it."
Shame, really, as I'd have loved to have been able to mix it, but I couldn't manage it. As Serena spoke of her failure to mix the color, Ostian saw her surreptitiously pressing the tip of her quill into the flesh of her wrist, leaving a tiny wheal of ink and blood on her pale skin. "I just couldn't get it to work," she said absently, and Ostian wished he knew how to stop Serena from hurting herself, and to see the value in what she did.
"I'd like you to show me the surface of the planet if possible," he said. She blinked and smiled at him, reaching up to press her fingertips against his cheek. Gaius Capon ducked below the screeching attack of a lair warrior, and drove his chainsword into its guts, ripping the weapon free in a spray of blood and bone. Fire billowed around them from the shattered remains of a pair of stormbirds that lay smoldering in the ruins of a lair burrow complex. The crew and passengers had died in the crash, and the violence of the impact had almost toppled a rearing spire of twisted coral. It had only taken a handful of grenades lobbed into the shattered base of the tower to complete its destruction and bring it thundering to the ground. Marius Virogian wanted them to mark their position, and if he couldn't see that, then they were as good as dead. He and his squad had fought through the lair burrow complexes as Captain Demeter had ordered, but the aliens had anticipated the flanking maneuver. Every burrow held a pair of monstrous alien warriors, poised to slither from hiding to kill in a frenzy of flashing blades and energy bolts. The fighting had been close and brutal, no room for skill or artistry, and each screeching snake-like warrior had pounced into their midst, where all that separated the living from the dead was luck. Caphan bled from a score of wounds, his breathing ragged and uneven, though he was determined not to let his captain down. Sounds of desperate fighting came from all around him, and even as he watched, more lair warriors spat from their burrows like coiled springs, deadly bolts of energy slicing through the air towards them. Coral and fragments of armor ricocheted around him. "Squad, make ready," he shouted as another trio of lair appeared behind them, weapons spitting fire and light. Screams sounded from nearby, and he raised his bolter to fire on this new threat, when the ground shifted violently underfoot and the entire atoll took a sickening lurch downwards. Gaius dropped to one knee, grabbing onto a nearby spur of coral as more lair emerged from burrow holes. A spray of bolter fire from above him cut one practically in two, and it thrashed in pain as it fell. Deafening reports echoed, and the lair that had been set to overrun them were obliterated in volleys of precisely aimed gunfire. He looked up to see where the shots had come from, and laughed in relief as he saw a host of Astartes dropping from above, the trims of their shoulder guards marking them as warriors of Marius Vairosian's third company. The captain himself dropped down next to Caphan, the muzzle of his bolter flaring as he gunned down a lair warrior that had somehow survived the initial volleys. "On your feet, Sergeant!" shouted Vairosian. "Which way is Captain Demeter?" Caphan pushed himself erect and pointed towards the end of the street. "That way!" Vairosian nodded as his warriors cut down the last of the lair defenders, with grim efficiency. "Then let's go and link up with him as ordered," said Vairosian. Caphan nodded and followed the captain of the third. Another 6 of his warriors were down, torn apart by the energized blades of the lair, or with whole segments of their bodies rendered molten in the furnace heat of their ranged weapons. Solomon was beginning to regret casting off his helmet with such a cavalier disregard for communication, knowing that now more than ever he needed to know what was happening elsewhere on the atoll. He had seen no sign of Sergeant Thelonius or Gaius Caphan's flanking forces, and though the warriors of Goldoara had attempted to punch through to them, they were not equipped with the weapons to fight in such brutal close quarters, and had been forced back by the lair. They were on their own. Solomon drove his sword through the stretched mandibles of a lair warrior, the blade punching out through the back of its skull, and felt himself being dragged down by its weight. He fought to withdraw the blade, but its madly whirring teeth were lodged in the dense bone of the alien's skull. A screeching cry of pleasure sounded nearby, and he dropped flat as a searing bolt of light flashed over him and gouged a furrow in the ground. Solomon rolled as the lair slithered over the bodies of its fellows with horrifying speed and launched itself towards him. He rolled onto his back and hammered his feet into its face, feeling his mandibles snap with the impact. The alien reeled, its whipping tail thrashing on the ground and a cry of pain gurgling from its ruined mouth. The sound of bolter fire echoed through the plaza as Solomon scrambled over the uneven ground and smashed his fist into the lair's face. The force of the blow burst one of its eyeballs and drew another screech of pain from it. His other fist slammed into its armored chest, the blood-stained metal buckling under the assault. It spat a froth of hot blood and mucus into his face, and he roared in anger, a red mist of fury descending on him as he grabbed its glistening flesh in both hands and slammed its head into the ground. The creature kept up its keening screech, and Solomon slammed its head into the ground again and again. Even when he was sure the creature was dead, he kept pounding its skull until there was nothing left but a ragged mess of sodden skull and brain matter. He laughed with savage joy as he picked himself up from the ground, his armor covered from head to toe in the dark blood of the lair. He staggered over to the first alien he'd killed and wrenched his sword clear as the noise of bolter fire intensified. It took a moment before the fact that he and his warriors had run out of ammunition could penetrate the red fog that had engulfed him as he fought the lair. He turned to the source of the gunfire and punched the air as he saw the unmistakable form of Marius Vairosian leading the warriors of the Third into the plaza with merciless perfection. Gaius Caphan fought alongside him, and the lair reeled from this fresh assault, their ranks thrown into disarray as Marius's warriors cut them down. Seeing their fellows, the second redoubled their efforts, and tired limbs fought on with fresh strength. The lair attack faltered, and even though their features were utterly alien, Solomon could see the paralysis of indecision tear at them as they realized that they were surrounded. "Second with me," he shouted, and set off in the direction of his fellow captain. His Astartes needed no further encouragement or orders falling in behind him to form a fighting wedge that carved through the stunned lair like a bloody knife. None of the Emperor's children were in the mood to offer mercy, and within minutes it was all over. As the last of the alien warriors was slain by the overwhelming force of Vairosian's veterans, the atonal howling of the rearing coral towers finally ceased, and a blessed silence fell over the battlefield. Cries of welcome passed between the Astartes who had survived as Solomon sheathed his sword and bent to retrieve his bolter from the carnage of the plaza. His limbs were stiff and aching from numerous wounds he didn't remember receiving. "You went up the center again, didn't you?" asked a familiar voice as he straightened. "I did, Marius," replied Solomon, without turning around. "Are you going to tell me that was wrong?" "Maybe. I don't know yet." Solomon turned as Marius Varrosian removed his helmet and shook his head to clear the momentary disorientation of returning to the employment of his own senses, as opposed to those of his Markthor plate. His friend wore a stern expression, but then he always did, and his salt-and-pepper hair was slick with oily sweat. Unlike many of the Astartes, Marius Varrosian had a narrow face, its features sharp and inquisitive, his skin dark and lined like old wood. "Well met, brother," said Solomon, reaching out and gripping his battle brother's hand. Marius nodded and said, "A hard fight by the looks of it." "Aye, it was that," agreed Solomon, wiping some blood from the fascia plates of his bolter. "They're tough bastards, these Lair." "Indeed they are," said Marius. "Maybe you should have thought of that before you went up the center." "If there was another way to have done it, I would have tried it, Marius. Don't think I wouldn't have. They plugged the middle, and I sent men around the flanks. I couldn't have let someone else lead the attack up the center. It had to be me. Luckily for you, Sergeant Caffin seems to agree with your assessment of the battle. He's got a good eye on him, that one," said Solomon. "He'll go far, maybe even make captain someday. Maybe, though he has the look of a line officer about him. We need good line officers," noted Solomon. "Maybe so. But a line officer does not seek to better himself. He will never attain perfection by simply doing his job and no more. Not everyone can be captain, Marius," said Solomon. "We need warriors as well as leaders, men like you. Julius and I will lead this legion to greatness. We take our strength and honor from the Primarch and the Lord Commanders, and it is up to us to pass on what we learn from them to those below us. Line officers are part of that. They take their lead from us and communicate our will to the men." Marius stopped and placed his hand on Solomon's shoulder guard. "Even though I have known you for decades, you still have the power to surprise me, my friend. Just when I think I need to reprimand you for cavalier tactics, you give me a lesson on how it behooves us to lead our warriors. What can I say? Julius and his books must be having an effect on me." "Speaking of Julius," said Marius, pointing into the sky, "it looks as if he has secured the order to commence the campaign." Solomon looked up into the crystal sky and saw hundreds of gunships descending from the upper atmosphere. With the capture of Atoll 19, the opening stage of the campaign had been won, though the ferocity of the fighting and the brittle knife edge upon which it had been won would never be known except by those whose words would one day be reviled. Interceptors descended alongside the gunships and circled in figure of 8 patrol circuits above Atoll 19 in case the Lair counterattacked, while fat army transporters brought anti-aircraft guns and detachments of Lord Commander Fail's Archide Palatines, who spread through the atoll in their crimson tunics and silver breastplates. Wide-bodied Mechanicum loaders landed in screaming clouds of grit, disgorging silent, red-robed adepts who hurried to study the blazing energy plumes that kept the atoll aloft. Massive earth-moving machines and teams of cutters and drillers rumbled onto the atoll, their sole purpose to level entire swathes of it before laying honeycombed sheets of metal to serve as runways for assault and supply craft. Atoll 19 would be the first of many bridgeheads established before the Emperor's children were finished with Leran. Serena had returned to her quarters claiming tiredness, but Ostian had decided to remain on the observation deck to watch the planet below. The beauty of Leran was enhancing, and Serena's talk of the landscapes of alien worlds had kindled a desire in him he had not known existed. To stand on the surface of an alien world beneath a strange sun and feel the wind blown from far-off continents, never before seen by man, would be an intoxicating thrill, and he longed, ached, eked even to see the surface of Leran. He tried to imagine the sweep of its horizon, a featureless curve of endless blue that swelled with enormous tides and clung to the surface of the world by the slenderest of margins. What manner of life might thrive in the depths of its oceans? What calamity had befallen its lost civilization that had seen it submerged beneath thousands of meters of dark water? As a native of Terra, a world whose oceans had long since boiled away in ancient wars or environmental catastrophes. Ostian found the idea of a world without land hard to picture. "What are you looking at?" asked a voice at his ear. Ostian hid his surprise and turned to see Bekwa Kinska standing behind him, her blue hair pulled tight in an elaborate weave on the top of her head that Ostian guessed must have taken many hours to achieve. She smiled at him with a predator's grin. Ostian guessed that her scarlet corset gown was supposed to be more casual than her recital dress, but the overall effect suggested that she had just stepped from one of the American ballrooms. "Hello, Miss Kinska," he said as neutrally as he could. "Oh, please, call me Beak. All my dear friends do," said Bekwa, linking her arm through his and turning him back to face the thick glass of the observation deck. The fragrance of her scent was overpowering, and the cloying aroma of apples caught in the back of his throat. The front of her dress was scandalously low, and Ostian found himself sweating as he felt his eyes drawn to the barely contained curve of her breasts. He looked up and saw Bekwa staring right at him, and a fierce heat built in his cheeks as he knew she must have noticed exactly where he was looking. "I'm sorry I was. Hush, my dear, it's quite all right," soothed Bekwa, with a playful grin that reassured him not at all. "No harm in it, is there? We're all grown-ups." He fixed his gaze on the gently spinning world below, trying to keep his mind on the swirls of ocean and atmospheric storms as she leaned close to him and said, "I must admit that I find the prospect of war quite stirring, don't you? Gets the blood pounding and sets the loins afire with the sheer maleness of it all. Don't you find that, Ostian?" I can't say I'd thought of it that way." "Nonsense, of course you have," scolded Bekwa. "You're not a man if the thought of war doesn't wake the animal within you. What kind of person doesn't feel the blood fill their extremities at the thought of such things? I'm not ashamed to admit that the thought of the thunder of guns and the crash of fighting gets me all hot and bothered, if you know what I mean." "I'm not sure I do," whispered Ostian, though he had a very good idea of exactly what she meant. Bekwa playfully punched his arm with her free hand and said, "Don't be obtuse, Ostian. I shan't stand for it. You're a dreadful boy to tease me so." "Tease you?" he said. "I don't know. You know exactly what I mean," said Bekwa, releasing his arm and turning on her heel to face him. "I want you right here, right now." "What?" "Oh, don't be so prudish. Have you no sense for the sensual? Haven't you heard my music?" "Yes, but nothing, Ostian," said Bekwa, jabbing him in the chest with a long, painted fingernail and pushing him back against the glass. "The body is the soul's prison, unless all 5 senses are fully developed and open. Open your senses and the windows to your soul fly open. I've always found that when sex involves all 5 senses, it's a quite mystical experience." "No," cried Ostian, squirming free of her grip. Bekwa took a step towards him, but he backed away with his hands held out before him. His body palpitated at the thought of being Bekwa Kinska's plaything, and he shook his head as she advanced towards him. "Oh, stop being such a silly boy, Ostian," she said. "It's not as if I'm going to hurt you." "Well, not unless you want me to." "No, it's not that," gasped Ostian. "It's just what?" asked Bekwa, and he could see she was genuinely confused. Perhaps no one had ever refused her advances before, and he struggled to think of an answer to her question that wouldn't offend her. But his mind was as blank as the marble in his studio. "It's just that I have to go," he said, inwardly cringing at such a pathetic answer and hating the wretched, sniveling creature he was. "I have to meet Serena. She and I have an appointment." "The painter woman. You and she are lovers." "No, no, no," said Ostian hurriedly. "I mean, yes, we're very much in love." Bekwa pouted and folded her arms, her entire body telling him that he was now less than sump scum to her. He started to say something else, but she cut him off, saying, "No, you can go away now. I'm quite finished talking to you." Not knowing what else to say, he meekly obeyed her and all but fled from the observation deck. For the speed of war, a longer road brotherhood of the Phoenix. In many ways, the cleansing of Leiran represented the epitome of Fulgrim's quest for perfection. The battles waged on the ocean planet were savage and merciless, each victory won only after fighting that was as bloody as any in the Legion's history, but won with a speed of war that bordered on the miraculous. The extermination of the lair and the bringing to its knees of their entire world was being bought with the dead of the Emperor's children. Each atoll that was captured was swiftly transformed into a base of operations to be held by the Archaite Palatines, while the Space Marines prosecuted their Primarch's relentless campaign. Though the Lair were a technologically advanced species, they had never fought a foe as dedicated to their utter destruction as Fulgrim's Legion. Such was the Primarch's exquisite planning and prescient thoroughness that nothing the Lair could do was enough to halt or even delay their inevitable fate. Living and dead specimens of Lair warriors were brought aboard the Pride of the Emperor for study under strict quarantine protocols, and were dissected by Legion apothecaries to glean as much information about the foe as was possible. Specimens varied from the warrior breed that had defended Atoll 19 to avian creatures with barbed wings and poisonous bites, and aquatic monsters with genetically modified lungs and harpoon-like barbs instead of tails. To see such varieties in one species was fascinating, and more were brought on board for study. With each victory, the renown earned by the Legion's captains and warriors grew, and Fulgrim commissioned hundreds of new works of art in their honor. The vessels of the fleet soon resembled immense galleries, with exquisite paintings hanging on their walls and sculpted marbles sitting on pedestals of gleaming onyx libraries' worth of poetry, and entire symphonies were written, and it was even whispered that Bekwakinska had begun a new opera to commemorate the imminent victory. First Captain Julius Casseron, denied a place in the initial assaults of Atoll 19, was granted the honor of leading the frontline troops under the overall command of Lord Commander Vespasian. Though Eidolon held seniority of rank, he had led the forces that had rendered 28-2 compliant, and thus the honor fell to Vespasian. The war for Lairan was fought across many varied battlefields. The warriors of the Emperor's children fighting on floating atolls and through the ruins of ancient structures that reared from the oceans, while foaming breakers crashed against walls that had once stood thousands of meters in the air. Underwater sites were discovered within days of the campaign's opening, and detachments of Astartes took the fight to the abyssal darkness of undersea trenches, smashing into structures that had never known the touch of sunlight in specially modified boarding torpedoes fired from cruisers hovering above the sea. Solomon Demeter led the second against the first of these cities, subjugating it within 6 hours, his plan of attack garnering praise from the Primarch. Marius Virazian fought numerous actions against Lair orbitals that had previously escaped detection, fighting boarding actions on alien vessels, controlled by pilots telepathically linked to their ships in a loathsome parasitic manner. Julius Caesarion coordinated the attacks on the Lair atolls, discerning a pattern in their movements that had hitherto been perceived as random. At first, the atolls had been thought of as independent entities that forged their own destinies through the skies of the planet. But, as he analyzed the patterns, Julius had seen that each traveled within the orbit of one particular atoll. It was neither the biggest nor most impressive of the atolls that had been identified, but the more the pattern was studied, the more obvious its importance became. Strategic advisors theorized that it was perhaps a seat of what passed for government on Lairan. But when the pattern was revealed to the Primarch, he immediately saw its true purpose. It was not a place of governance. It was a place of worship. Ice-wee, fluorescent lights bathed the apothecarion of the Pride of the Emperor in a bright glare that reflected dazzlingly from glass cabinets and gleaming steel bowls containing surgical instruments or bloody organs. Apothecary Fabius directed his menials as they wheeled a heavy gurney bearing the corpse of a Lair warrior from the chill of the temperature-controlled mortuary cabinets. Fabius kept his long white hair, the mirror of the Primarch's, tied in a severe scalp lock, accentuating the sharpness of his features and the coldness of his dark eyes. His movements were curt, their exactness reflecting his intensity and the precision of his methodology. His armor stood upon a rack in his arming chamber, and thus he was dressed in his red surgical robes and a heavy rubberized apron smeared with dark alien blood. Wisps of cold air rose from the body, and he nodded in satisfaction as the menials halted the gurney next to the stone autopsy slab, upon which lay another Lair warrior, fresh from the battlefield. This specimen had been killed by a shot to the head, and so the majority of its body was largely undamaged, at least from the fighting. Its flesh was still warm to the touch, and it stank with the oily stench of its secretions. Reams of data scrolled on hololithic panes, suspended on thin cables from the ceiling, projecting ghostly, crawling images around the bare, antiseptic walls. Fabius had been working on this warm body for the last few hours, and the fruits of his labors had been singular. He had removed the alien's innards, its organs displayed like trophies on silver trays that surrounded the mortuary slab. The suspicion that had been forming in his mind since the assault on Atoll 19 had been confirmed, and armed with this information, he had sent word to Lord Fulgrim of his findings. The Primarch stood at the entrance to the Apothecarian, the halberd-armed Phoenix Guard standing a respectful distance behind the Lord of the Emperor's Children. Though the white-tiled Apothecarian was spacious and high-ceilinged, it felt cramped with the Primarch here. Such was his presence. Fulgrim had come directly from the fighting. Still clad in his purple battle plate, the blood still singing in his veins from the fierce melee. The war was entering its third week, and there had been no let-up in the fighting, each battle pushing the lair from their various atolls towards the one the Primarch had identified as a place of worship. This had better be good. Apothecary, said Fulgrim. I have a world to win. Fabius nodded and leaned over the cooled corpse, a scalpel blade sliding from his Narthetium gauntlet and slicing through the stitching that held the incisions on its chest closed. He pulled the thick flaps of skin and muscle back to reveal its interior, affixing clamps to hold them open. Fabius smiled as he saw the insides of the lair warrior, again admiring the perfect arrangement of organs that had made it such a fearsome killing machine. It is, my lord, promised Fabius. I've never imagined anything like it, and nor, I suspect, has anyone else for that matter, save the more extreme genetic theorists of Terra. Anything like what? Demanded Fulgrim. Do not try my patience with riddles, Apothecary. It's fascinating, my lord, quite fascinating, said Fabius, standing between the two lair corpses. I have performed genetic analyses of both these specimens and have found much that may be of interest. All that interests me about these creatures is how they die, said Fulgrim, and Fabius knew that he had better reach his point quickly. The pressures of leading such an intensive campaign personally were demanding, even for a Primarch. Indeed, my lord, indeed, said Fabius, but I believe you may be interested in how these specimens lived, from the researches I have undertaken. It appears that the lair are not so dissimilar to us in their approaches to perfection. Fabius indicated the opened chest cavities of the lair warriors and said, Take these two specimens. They are genetically identical in the sense that they are from the same gene strand, but their internal workings have been modified. Modified, asked Fulgrim. For what purpose? To better adapt them for the role they were to fulfill in lair society, I should imagine, replied Fabius. They are quite marvelous specimens, genetically and chemically altered from birth to perfectly fulfill a predetermined role. This one, for example, is clearly a warrior, its central nervous system designed to operate at a much higher level of functionality than the envoys we captured at the outset of the war. And do you see these glands here? Fulgrim leaned close to the corpse, his nose wrinkling in disgust at the alien stench of it. What do they do? These are designed to release a compound onto the lair's carapace, which forms a toughened scab over areas damaged in combat. In effect, these organs are a biological self-repairing function that can patch up damage within moments of it occurring. We are lucky that Captain Demeter was able to kill it so cleanly with a headshot. Do all the lair have these organs? Asked Fulgrim. Fabius shook his head, indicating the scrolling data on the hololithic plates. Images of dissected lair flashed up, and flickering projections of various alien organs rotated in the air above the corpses. No, they do not, explained Fabius. And that is what makes them so fascinating. Each lair is altered from birth to perfectly achieve the purpose for which it is designed, be it a warrior, a scout, a diplomat, or even an artist. Some of the earliest envoys we apprehended had enlarged ocular cavities to better capture light. Others had enhanced speech centers of the brain, while yet others had been designed for strength and endurance, perhaps to better function as laborers. Fulgrim watched the data on the plates, absorbing the information at a speed beyond that of any mortal man. They moved towards their own perfection. Indeed, my lord, said Fabius. To the lair, altering their physical makeup is simply the first step on the road to perfection. You believe the lair to be perfect, Fabius? Asked Fulgrim, a note of warning in his voice. Be careful what you say. To compare these xeno creatures to the work of the Emperor would be unwise. No, no, said Fabius hurriedly. What the Emperor has made of us is incredible, but what if it was but the first step on a longer road? We are the Emperor's children, and like children, we must learn to walk on our own and take our own steps forward. What if we were to look upon our flesh and find new ways to improve upon it and bring it closer to perfection? Improve upon it, said Fulgrim, towering over Fabius. I could have you killed for saying such things, apothecary. My lord, said Fabius quickly, our purpose for living is to find perfection in all things, and that means we must put aside any notions of squeamishness or reverence that limit us in finding it. What the Emperor crafted in us is perfect, stated Fulgrim. Is it really? Asked Fabius, amazed at his own hubris in questioning the miraculous work that had gone into his own enhancement. Our beloved legion was almost destroyed at its very birth, remember? An accident destroyed nearly all the gene seed that went into our creation. But what if it was imperfection rather than an accident that brought about such a terrible thing? I remember my own history, snapped Fulgrim. By the time my father first brought me to Terra, barely 200 warriors were all the Legion could muster. And do you remember what the Emperor told you when you learned of the accident? I do, apothecary, said Fulgrim. My father said that it was best to have failure happen early in life, for it would awake the phoenix bird within me, so that I would rise from the ashes. Fulgrim stared at him, and he felt the power and anger in his lord's eyes as he remembered the anguish of those long-ago days, knowing that he played a dangerous game. He may very well have signed his death warrant by speaking so frankly, but the possibilities that might be opened up were worth any risk. To attempt to unlock the secrets of the Emperor's work in creating the Astartes would be the greatest undertaking of his life. If such a thing was not worth a little risk, then what was? Fulgrim turned to the warriors of the Phoenix Guard and said, "Leave us. Wait outside for me, and do not return until I summon you." Even though their master was aboard his flagship, Fabius could see that the Primarch's bodyguards were uneasy about leaving their charge without their protection, but they nodded and made their way from the apothecarian. When they had gone and the door had shut behind them, Fulgrim turned to Fabius. The Primarch's eyes were thoughtful, and he glanced between the corpses and Fabius, though what thoughts filled his head were as alien to Fabius as those of the lair. "You believe you can enhance the gene seed of the Astartes?" asked Fulgrim. "I do not know for certain," said Fabius, struggling to contain his elation, "but I believe we have to at least try. It may be that it will prove to be fruitless, but if it is not, we would move closer to perfection," said Fulgrim. "And only by imperfection can we fail the Emperor," said Fabius. Fulgrim nodded and said, "You may proceed. Apothecary, do what must be done." The Brotherhood of the Phoenix met by firelight in the Heliopolis, arriving in ones and twos as they passed through the great bronze portal and took their seats around a wide circular table placed at the center of the dark floor. Reflected light from the ceiling bathed the table in light, and crackling orange flames burned in a brazier set into the surface of the table's center. The high-backed chairs of black wood were equally spaced around the table, half of them occupied by cloaked warriors of the Emperor's children. Their armor shone, but each plate was battered and had clearly seen better days. Solomon Demeter watched Julius Caesarion and Marius Varazeon pass the Phoenix Gate, and the remainder of the legion's captains that were not currently in battle filed in after them. Solomon could feel their weariness and nodded to them as they sat to either side of him, grateful to see that his friends had returned safely from yet another grueling tour of duty on the planet below. The cleansing of Lairan had been tough on them all. Fully 3/4 of the legion's strength was in the field at any one time, and there was little chance for respite in such a demanding war. No sooner had each company's warriors returned to the fleet for resupply than they were sent into battle once more. Lord Fulgrim's plan was audacious and brilliant, but left little room for rest and recuperation. Even the normally indefatigable Marius looked exhausted. "How many?" asked Solomon, already fearing the answer. 11 dead, said Marius, "though I fear another may die before the day is out." 7, sighed Julius. "What about you?" 8, said Solomon. "By the fire, this is brutal, and the others will have suffered a similar fate. If not worse," said Julius. "Our companies are the best." Solomon nodded, knowing that Julius was not boasting, for such a thing was unknown to him, but simply stating a fact. "New blood too," he said, seeing 2 faces around the table that were new to the Brotherhood of the Phoenix. They bore the rank insignia of captain on their shoulder guards, the paint probably not even dry yet. "Casualties are not confined to the rank-and-file warriors of the Legion," said Marius. Good leaders must necessarily put themselves in harm's way to inspire the men they lead. You don't need to quote the book to me, Marius, said Solomon. I was there when they wrote that part. I practically invented going up the center. Did you also invent the concept of being the luckiest bastard alive? Cut in Julius? I've lost count of the number of times you ought to have been killed. Solomon smiled, pleased to see that the war on Laeron had not crushed everyone's spirits. Ah, Julius, the gods of battle love me, and they wouldn't see me dead on this piss-poor excuse for a planet. Don't say such things, cautioned Marius. What things?
Talking of gods and the like, said the captain of the third. It is not seemly. Ah, don't get upset, Marius, smiled Solomon, clapping a hand on his friend's shoulder guard. There's only one god of battle around this table, and I'm sitting next to him. Marius shrugged off his hand and said, Don't mock me, Solomon. I'm serious. Don't I know it, said Solomon, a hurt look on his face. You need to lighten up a little, my friend.
We can't go around with grim faces all the time, can we? War is a grim business, Solomon, said Marius. Good men die, and we are responsible for bringing them back alive. Each death lessens us, and you would make jokes about it. I don't think that's what Solomon meant, began Julius, but Marius cut him off. Don't defend him, Julius. He knows what he said, and I'm heartsick of hearing him run his mouth while brave warriors are dying. Solomon was stung by Marius's words, and he felt his choler rising at the insult in his friend's words. He leaned close to Marius and said, I would never dream of making light of the fact that men are dying, but I know that a great many more would not come back alive if not for me. We all deal with war in different ways, and if my way offends you, then I'm sorry. But I am who I am, and I will change for no man. Solomon stared at Marius, practically daring him to prolong the unexpected argument. But his fellow captain shook his head and said, I'm sorry, my friend. All this fighting has left me bellicose, and I seek to find cause to vent my anger. It's fine, said Solomon, his anger draining away in an instant. You're so by the book that I can't help needling you from time to time, even when I know I shouldn't. I'm sorry. Marius offered his hand, which Solomon took, and said, War makes fools of us all when never more are we required to maintain our standards. Solomon nodded and said, You're right, but I don't know any other way to be. I let Julius take care of the culture side of things. Speaking of which, how is that little stable of remembrances you've been cultivating? Any new busts or portraits of you yet? I swear, Marius, soon you won't be able to turn a corner without seeing his face in a painting or carved in marble. Just because you're too ugly to be immortalized in art doesn't mean that I shouldn't be, grinned Julius, well used to Solomon's friendly barbs, and it's hardly a stable. Mistress Kinska's music is wondrous, and yes, I hope to be the subject of a painting by Serena de Angelis. Perfection exists in all things, my friends, not just war. Ego this big. Chuckled Solomon, spreading his arms wide as the Phoenix Gate opened once more, and Fulgrim entered, fully armored and robed in a great cloak of feathers the color of fire. The effect was magnificent, all conversation around the table ceasing in an instant as the Astartes gazed in awe at their beloved leader. The assembled warriors stood and bowed their heads as the Primarch of the Emperor's children took his place at the table. As always, Eidolon and Vespasian flanked the Primarch, their armors similarly wreathed in cloaks of feathers. Each carried a staff topped with a small brazier of black iron that burned with a red flame. Though the circular table was, in theory, supposed to do away with rank and position, there was no doubting who the master of this gathering was. Other legions might have a more informal setting for their warrior lodges. But the Emperor's children thrived on tradition and ritual, for in repetition came perfection. Brothers of the Phoenix, said Fulgrim, in the fire I welcome you. Bequark Ska sat at the wide desk of her stateroom aboard the Pride of the Emperor and stared at the blue world below her through the brass-rimmed viewport. Though the scene was beautiful, she hardly saw it, still fuming over the blank pages of music before her and the rejection of Ostian Delafour. Though the boy was plain and unassuming, with no great physical attributes to recommend him over the lovers she had taken over the years, he was young, and Bequar craved the adoration of the young above all else. They had such innocence, and to corrupt that with the bitterness of age and experience was one of the few pleasures left to her. Since her earliest years, Bequar had been able to have any man or woman she desired. Nothing had been beyond her. To be denied something now, when she had the opportunity to achieve the incredible, was supremely frustrating. Her anger at Ostian's refusal of her advances gnawed at her, and she swore a silent oath that he would pay for such effrontery. No one rejected Bekwa Kinska. She placed her fingertips on her temple and gently circled them in an attempt to ease the headache she could feel building behind her eyes. The smooth, artificial texture of the skin felt cold to her, and she dropped her hands to the desk. Surgical augmentations had kept the worst effects of her age from becoming visible. But although she was still considered beautiful, it was only a matter of time before human artifice would not be able to disguise the ravages of aging. She picked up the quill from the desk, and her hand hovered over the page of musical staves, though each line was infuriatingly blank. She had spread the word that she was to compose a new triumphal symphony for the Lord Fulgrim, but thus far she had not put so much as a single note in the ledger. Being selected to join the Remembrancer Order had been a great, if altogether expected honor, for who else could compete with Bekwa Kinska's musical talents. It was a natural progression from her time at the Conservatoire de Musique, and the potential for new horizons and new conquests seemed limitless. In truth, the spires of terror had grown stale for Bekwa, the same faces and the same platitudes heaped upon her. Now ashen and tasteless after so long, what was new for her on Terra now that she had sampled every carnal and narcotic pleasure that her money could buy? What new sensations did a bleak, empty world like Terra have to offer a libertine of her Epicurean palate? Perhaps she had thought a galaxy, reawakening to the manifest destiny of humanity to rule, would provide new and undrimmed raptures and enchantments. And for a time it had, the newly emergent worlds providing a surfeit of wonders. To be around others of talent had been intoxicating at first, and the music had poured from her fingertips onto the sheet music as it had before she had won the Argent Mercurio robes for her Symphony of Banished Night. Now the music had stopped, for there was nothing left to inspire her. The world below spun gently on its axis, and she fervently hoped that its beauty would move her to compose once more. Solomon stood as he and his assembled battle brothers rose to answer their Primarch's greeting. As great an honor as it was just to be in the presence of Lord Fulgrim, being included in such rarefied company was another level of pleasure entirely. "We welcome you, our lord and master," he said with the others. Solomon watched as Eidolon and Vespasian moved to either side of Fulgrim and planted their staffs in stirrup cups attached to their chairs before taking their seats. Immediately, Solomon could see the tension between the two Lord Commanders and wondered what had passed between them before their arrival. The Brotherhood of the Phoenix was a more exclusive warrior lodge than those within many of the other legions. While the Emperor's children had fought alongside the Lunar Wolves, they had formed great bonds of friendship with the warriors of Horus, and in the times between the fighting, a few loose tongues had spoken of their warrior lodge. The Lunar Wolves' Lodge was, in theory, open to any warrior who desired to be a member, an informal place of lively debate, where rank held no sway, and a man could speak his mind freely without fear of reprisals. Eventually Solomon and Marius had been permitted to attend one such meeting, a pleasant evening of honorable camaraderie under the titular leadership of a warrior named Sergar Targost. Solomon had enjoyed the evening, despite the cloak and dagger theatrics of their masked arrival, but he could tell that Marius had been uncomfortable with the informality and mingling of ranks. In the traditionally hierarchical core of the Emperor's children, only warriors of rank could join this confraternity. Fulgrim had issued the summons to this meeting of the Brotherhood, and Solomon was intrigued as to what the Primarch had to say. "The cleansing of Laeran is almost complete, my brothers," said Fulgrim, and a great cheer went up from the warriors of the Emperor's children. "One last Xenos bastion awaits our fury, and I shall lead the attack. For did I not promise that I would plant our standard in the ruins of the Lair's heartland?" "You did!" cried Marius, and Solomon shared a glance with Julius as they both heard the tone of sycophancy in his words. Others hammered their fists on the table at the captain of the Third's words, and Fulgrim raised a palm to quiet their adulation. "The fighting on Laeran has been hard, and we have all lost brothers in arms," said Fulgrim, his tone solemn and redolent with the grief they all felt. "But much honor has been won, and when men look back and read what we achieved here, they will believe the chroniclers lie, for surely no legion could conquer an entire race in such a short time. But the Emperor's children are not just any legion. We are the chosen of the Emperor. the only warriors perfect enough to bear his eagle upon their breasts. Each warrior gathered around the table slammed his palm into his breastplate, acknowledging the honor the Emperor had done them, as Fulgrim continued. Your courage and sacrifices have not gone unnoticed, and the colonnade of heroes will forever bear the names and deeds of the dead. I honor their memory in my heart, as will those who come after them. Fulgrim rose from his seat and moved around the table to stand behind the two new warriors. One had the look of the eagle about him, a born warrior with a swaggering expression that Solomon immediately liked, while the other seemed ill at ease with the attention soon to be lavished upon him. Solomon could well understand the warrior's discomfort, remembering his own presentation to the Brotherhood of the Phoenix. Thoth, some die. Their deaths allow others to move closer to achieving perfection through war by taking their place. Welcome them, brothers. Welcome them to your ranks. The two warriors stood, and Solomon joined with the others in applauding mightily as they bowed to the warrior lodge. Fulgrim placed his hands on the shoulders of the more modest of the pair and said, "This is Captain Saul Tarvitz, a warrior who has fought with great courage on the atolls of Leirun. He will be a fine addition to our ranks." Fulgrim moved to stand behind the cockier of the two. "And this, my brothers, is Lucius, a swordsman of great skill who embodies what it means to be one of the Emperor's children." Solomon recognized the names, knowing the warriors by reputation only. He liked the look of Lucius, seeing something of his own wildness in the man. But Tarvitz had what Marius would call the look of a line officer. Tarvitz clearly sensed the scrutiny and inclined his head respectfully in Solomon's direction. He returned the gesture, understanding in a moment that there was no greatness to the warrior and that he would never amount to much. Both Astartes sat back down as Fulgrim circled the table, his cloak of feathers trailing on the smooth floor behind him. Solomon turned to face Marius as he sensed that the Primarch was reluctant to speak. Marius shrugged imperceptibly. "The war below us is almost over, and when we seize the final atoll, it will be time to plan for our next venture into the darkness. I have received word from Ferrus Manius that his iron hands are soon to embark on a new crusade, and he requests the honor of our assistance to deal with a most vexing enemy. He is to begin a mass advance into the Lesser Bifold cluster to engage the enemies of mankind, and this will be a fine chance to demonstrate the principles of perfection upon which our honor rests. We will rendezvous with my brother at the Carolis Star when the destruction of the lair is complete and assist the 52nd expedition before continuing as planned to the Perdus anomaly."
Solomon felt his heart beat wildly in his chest and found himself cheering along with the rest of his fellows at the thought of once again going into battle alongside the Ex-Legion. The brotherhood between Ferrus Manus and Fulgrim was legendary, their friendship closer than any of the other Primarchs, even that of Fulgrim and the War Master, a brother he had fought alongside for decades.
"Now tell them the rest," said a bitter voice from the other side of the table. And Solomon was shocked rigid that anyone would dare use such a tone to address the Primarch. Angry stares were directed at the speaker until they realized that it was Lord Commander Eidolon that had spoken. "Thank you, Eidolon," said Fulgrim, and Solomon could see that he was struggling to hold his temper in check at such a breach of protocol.
I was just getting to that.
An unsettled mood descended upon the gathering, Eidolon's uncharacteristic outburst, putting everyone off balance. Solomon felt an odd sensation in his gut, not knowing what it was, but not liking it one bit. Fulgrim returned to his seat and said, "Unfortunately, not all of us will take part in this campaign, for there are demands of conquest we must obey. The galaxy does not remain compliant without effort and determination, and the War Master has decreed that a portion of our strength must be employed in ensuring that those territories already won do not slip from our grasp through inattention." Cries of disappointment and denial raced around the table, and Solomon felt his chest tighten at the possibility of not fighting alongside two of the greatest warriors of the age. "Lord Eidolon will take a company-sized force aboard the Proudheart to the Satyr Lanxus belt, where he will ensure that the Imperial governors are maintaining the lawful rule of the Emperor. Captains Lucius and Tarvitz, you will ready your men for immediate transit to the Proudheart. This will be your first action as members of the Brotherhood of the Phoenix, so I expect nothing less than perfection from you both. I know you will not disappoint me." Both the newly elevated warriors saluted, And though Solomon could see their regret at being denied the chance to travel with the rest of the legion, Fulgrim's faith in them filled their hearts with joy. Solomon saw that no such joy filled Eidolon's heart, and knew that the Lord Commander must feel shame at his exclusion, though to honor the War Master's command, the force had to be led by a commander of such stature. While Vespasian commanded the forces at Leiran, there was no other choice. He realized that Eidolon must know this, but the knowledge would have been no comfort to Solomon had he been in the Lord Commander's position. "We will sing songs of your bravery upon your return, but for now let us drink and feast to the doom of the lair," said Fulgrim. The Phoenix Gate was flung open as servants and menials entered, bringing platters of hot meat and case after case of victory wine. "We shall toast to the victory to come," shouted Fulgrim 5 downed. "Follow the Firebird." The Fane of Excess, the force of Stormbirds and Thunderhawks that took to the air against the final lair atoll, was amongst the greatest aerial armadas yet launched in the Great Crusade. 900 craft took off from a score of captured atolls as the last of the daylight faded, the timing of their launches and approach vectors calculated by the Primarch to ensure that each wave arrived precisely when he intended it to. Howling interceptors and gunships took off in clouds of jet wash and gritty coral, followed by scores of Stormbirds and Thunderhawks. Within minutes, the skies above each atoll were filled with dark, predatory shapes that circled like flocks of screeching crows set to embark on a mission of murder. At a signal from orbit, the flocks of craft angled their courses, streaking through the cloudless skies on plumes of blue fire towards their prey. Fulgrim launched from the Pride of the Emperor in the Firebird, a gunship he had personally designed and constructed in the armorium decks of his flagship. Its wings had a greater span than a Stormbird, curved in a graceful backward sweep, and its hooked prow gave it a fearsome war visage that struck terror into the hearts of the Primarch's foes. The Firebird streaked through the atmosphere of Leiran, its fiery re-entry wreathing its wings and body in ghostly flames that lit up the night sky like a glittering comet. Metal fixtures of Solomon Demeter's Stormbird were gilded, and the internal facings decorated with mosaics depicting the Legion's conquests won alongside the Lunar Wolves. Grey-armored warriors fought alongside the purple of the Emperor's children, and Solomon felt a sudden pang of regret that they no longer fought alongside the War Master's wolves as he stared at the scenes that bounced and shuddered before him. "It's only going to get worse," said Gaius Caphan, seeing Solomon's unease. "Thanks," he shouted back. "I'm trying not to think of the wall of flak we have to fly through to reach this damn place." Even though the roaring of the engines was muffled by his helmet's auto-sensors, it was still deafening. The crack of explosions sounded dull and unthreatening beyond the Stormbird's armored walls, though he knew exactly how deadly they were. "I don't like this," Solomon shouted. "I hate the surrender to the fates that comes with being delivered to a war zone in a manner that's beyond my control." "You say that every time," noted Caphan. "Whether we go in by Stormbird, Drop Pod, or Rhino, the only other way is to this battle is to walk on water." Solomon said, "And look what happened to our spear tip on Atoll 19. The bird barely made it to the damned rock. Too many good men will die in this fire before they have the chance to earn their warrior's fate." "Warrior's fate," laughed Caphan, shaking his head. "Sometimes I swear I ought to report you to Chaplain Charmosian, with all your talk of fates and gods of battle. I don't like it any better than you do, but we're as protected as we can be, yes?" Solomon nodded, knowing that Gaius was right, understanding that the rest of the fleet had to share in the honor of conquering 28-3. Lord Fulgrim had permitted the fleet interceptors to launch several raids to knock out the worst of the Lair air defenses. Much of the Lair's defensive capabilities had been rendered to rubble, though there was still a fearsome amount to endure. Solomon glanced down the length of the crew compartment to see what effect their violent journey was having on his men, pleased to see that they appeared as calm as though they were on a training mission. His warriors might be calm, but he was not, and despite Caphan's reassurances, he knew he wouldn't be happy until he was at last watching the pilots guide them in. Solomon was trained to fly a Stormbird and even had some time in the newer Thunderhawks, but he was the first to admit that he was only a fair pilot at best. Others, with greater skill, were to fly them into battle, and since the Primarch's plan required absolute, perfect precision for this assault to work, he had kept his concerns to himself until it was too late to do anything about them. He slammed a palm into the restraint of his grav harness and pushed himself to his feet, gripping the brass handrail that ran the length of the ceiling. "I'm going to the flight deck," he said. "You going to fly us in?" asked Caffin. "I feel safer already. No, I just want to see what's going on." Caffin didn't reply, and Solomon turned towards the cockpit as the aircraft bucked in the air, and he felt the hammering of a nearby explosion. He made his way along the companionway and pulled open the door to the flight compartment. "How long till we reach the landing zone?" he shouted over the din. The co-pilot spared him a glance and shouted. 2 minutes, Solomon nodded, anxious to speak, but not wanting to distract the pilots from their duties. The night sky beyond the armored glass of the cockpit was lit up as bright as day, with traceries of gunfire and flak. The fleet's interceptors dueling with the remaining airborne units of the lair to clear a path for the Legion's warriors ahead. Solomon could see a bright island of light floating in the sky, the temple atoll like a beacon in the darkness. "Foolish," he said to himself. "I would have enforced a blackout." The compartment was filled with an eerie red light, and Solomon suddenly found himself thinking of blood. He wondered if it was an omen for the battle to come, then shook off such a gloomy thought. Omens and portents were for weak minds that did not know the truth of the galaxy and feral barbarians who needed a reason for the sun to rise or the rains to fall. Solomon was beyond such petty superstitions, but he smiled as he realized that his obsessive habit of modifying his battle gear and entreating it to keep him safe before going into battle might be considered superstitious. No, he decided, honoring your battle gear was just sensible, not superstitious. He crouched down in the doorway, unwilling to return to his seat, and perversely fascinated by the web of light and explosions painted on the sky. Even as he watched the intricate ballet of fire into which they flew, a blazing light filled the cockpit as the Firebird passed overhead, its greater speed meaning it would be amongst the first of the assault craft to reach the atoll. Flames still trailed from its wings, and Solomon smiled, knowing it was no accident that the Primarch had decreed that this attack should be launched at night. The flickering red glow of the flames was reflected in the crew's faces, and Solomon was once again seized by the certainty that something terrible was going to happen. Not just to him, but to his entire legion. Solomon's gut tightened as the Stormbird suddenly veered to one side, and he heard the pilots swear. A thudding impact struck the side of the Stormbird, and Solomon felt a sickening lurch as the mighty craft dropped through the sky. His mind filled with thoughts of the yawning abyss of the world sea below, remembering the battles he had fought beneath its empty darkness and having no wish to revisit that cold, subterranean world. "Port engines on fire," shouted the pilot. "Increase power to the starboard engine. Stabilizers are gone, compensating. Cut off the fuel feeds from the wing, and get us level." Solomon gripped the edge of the door as the Stormbird swung wildly to the side. The crew issued orders to one another and attempted to stabilize their flight. Emergency lights flashed across the command console, and Solomon could hear the warning klaxon of the altimeter, though he could hear the strain in the pilots' voices. Solomon also heard their training and discipline as they went through the emergency procedures with determined efficiency. Eventually, the gunship began to level out, though angry lights still blinked and the altimeter klaxon still sounded. A palpable sense of relief filled the flight compartment, and Solomon began to ease his grip on the edge of the door.
"Well done, people,"
said the pilot. "We're still flying." Barely a moment later, the entire left side of the Stormbird erupted in flames. Solomon was hurled to the deck, and a seething wall of flame lit up the sky. The glass of the cockpit disintegrated, and flames boiled into the gunship. He felt the heat on his armor, but it could do him no harm, though scads of burning fuel dribbled from the plates of his legs and arms. The roaring of the wind filled his senses as the gunship spun, cold air roaring through the stricken Stormbird and howling in his ears. Miraculously, the co-pilot was still alive, though his flesh was horribly burned and his skin was on fire. Solomon knew there was nothing to be done for him, and the wounded man's cries of pain mingled with the wind as they spiraled downwards to destruction. Solomon saw the black wall of the ocean rushing up to meet him, and cold, wet darkness swallowed him as the Stormbird smashed into the water. Screaming from the coral towers filled the air, more strident than Julius remembered, and he was struck by the notion that the atoll was shrieking in anger. The last of the lair defended this place, but if there was any desperation or fear in them, they didn't show it. These alien warriors fought as hard as any they had killed in this campaign. The Stormbird had barely touched down when Julius and Lycaon had led the warriors of the first onto the atoll, the monstrously thick plates of their Terminator armor reflecting the firelight of battle. The sound of screams and gunfire and explosions filled his senses, though his armor protected him from the worst of it. Emperor's children spread out around him without needing any orders, and he knew that the exact same scene was being played out at hundreds of other locations throughout the atoll. Alien gunfire reached out to them, but what had carved through Mark IV plate barely scratched Terminator armor. If only we had more of these. This war would have been won long ago, thought Julius. But the general issue of tactical dreadnought armor had only just begun, and only a very few units had the correct training to make use of them. "Forward," ordered Julius, as his warriors fell into position behind him. The Terminators moved off in a phalanx, bolters, and inbuilt heavy weapon systems, ripping apart any lair that stood in their way in a flurry of broken bodies and pulverized coral. The forces of the Emperor's children had surrounded the temple like a closing fist and would now crush the last of its defenders. Flames leapt skyward as strafing gunships soared towers apart with high explosive shells and provided support for the ground troops. Heavier transports were even now inbound with armored units, land raiders, predators, and vindicators. Heavy footfalls pounded through the battle, and Julius saw ancient Rylanor smash through a wall of coral that had served as a barricade to a group of lair warriors armed with a high-powered energy weapon. A lance of green energy speared into the dreadnought's sarcophagus, and Julius cried out as he saw the damage, but the mighty war machine shrugged off the impact. Rylanor picked up the nearest lair warrior and broke it in two in his monstrous fists as gouts of yellow fire from his underslung weapon burned them from their cover. Julius and his warriors finished the job, sending a hail of shells tearing through the burning corpses of the aliens. "My thanks for your assistance," said the dreadnought, though it was not needed. Sudden orange light bathed the battlefield in a hellish glow as the Firebird screamed overhead, Fulgrim's attack ship taking him to the very heart of the battle, to the temple of the lair. "Come on, Lycaon!" shouted Julius exultantly. "We follow the Firebird!" On the southern spurs of the atoll, Marius Virosian was finding things much tougher than the captain of the first. Too many of his gunships had been shot down, and he knew he was dangerously below the strength the Primarch had decreed necessary to seize his objectives. The lair fought with a hitherto unseen ferocity, their slithering bodies coiling over one another as they rushed to engage his warriors. A musky fog enveloped the far reaches of coral burrows, and Marius thought he detected a faint reddish tinge to it. Was this some form of gas weapon? If so, it was wasted against the Astartes, for their armor was proof against such primitive weapons. The screaming of the towers was quieter in this part of the atoll, for which Marius was profoundly grateful. How the lair could live under such conditions, surrounded by an excess of noise and color, thankfully confounded him. To understand the ways of the alien was a dark path that he had no intention of following. "Support squads forward," he ordered. "We need to forge a path quickly. Our brothers are depending on us, and I won't have the third found wanting." Astartes carrying heavy weapons took up positions in the ruins of coral towers, and a heavy barrage snatched at the fog, the thumping of heavy-caliber shells forming a dense roar in Marius's skull. With suppressing fire laid down, he knew it was time to launch an assault while the enemy's heads were down. Though he disapproved of Solomon's reckless ways, sometimes you had no choice but to go up the center. Calanus squad, Euidicus squad, front and center. Julius smashed a lair warrior to the ground, the energy field wreathing his massive gauntlet, ripping through its silver armor and snapping its snake-like body virtually in two. He and his Terminators were punching a hole clean through the defenses of the lair, having only left a single warrior in the care of the apothecaries. Though the fighting had been hard, the protection offered by Terminator armor was prodigious, and Julius had reveled in the sensation of power it conferred to walk through the fire unscathed, was what it must be like to be a god. Though he chided himself for such a ridiculous thought. The Firebird had touched down a kilometer ahead of them, but from the reports he was hearing over the Vox, It sounded as though the resistance of the aliens guarding the temple was fierce. The warriors of the first were not fast, but their pace was relentless, and with the support of ancient Rylanor, they were able to push their way through without difficulty. Indeed, it felt like the lair resistance was melting away a little too easily, the closer they came to the center of the atoll. The ground had become rockier and steeper, the perfect terrain to defend against an attacker. So why weren't the lair making use of it? Lycaon, what does this feel like to you? Asked Julius, pausing as he clambered over the steep coral and tried to discern a way onwards. The slopes of coral reared above him in an impenetrable barrier, but the lair ahead of them had somehow retreated. So there must be a way through. It feels like they aren't trying very hard to stop us, answered Lycaon. I haven't fired my weapon in minutes. Exactly. Not that I'm complaining, though. There's something not right about this, said Julius. It feels wrong. Then what are your orders, sir? The sound of the screaming towers had grown louder the closer they came to the center of the atoll, and Julius could see that the curving passages that wound their way upwards through the coral to their objective were growing narrower and narrower. More suited to a being with a serpentine body, he realized. The sounds of hissing, screaming, and battle were close and melded into such a cacophony that he wondered that the lair were not driven mad by them. The firebird has to be around here somewhere, said Julius. Spread out and find a way through the coral. Our Primarch needs us. The sounds of battle were like those described in the old poems of ancient terror, hyperbolic works filled with florid descriptions of combat that were obviously penned by someone who had never seen a war. Even amid the chaos of a battle, Julius was thinking of poetry and works of literature, and he resolved to keep a tighter rein on his thoughts. Perhaps Solomon was right, and he was spending too much time with the remembrances. Captain, shouted Lycaon. Over here, Julius turned his attention to his equerry, seeing he had found a previously concealed burrow hole that appeared to lead through the porous mass of coral. The passageway beyond was wide, though it would still be cramped for a warrior clad in Terminator armor, and Julius hoped that it led to their objective. Let's go first, ordered Julius, setting off at the fastest pace his armor would allow. Keeping his bolter raised, Julius led his men along the darkened pathway through the coral. Echoes of battle distorted weirdly through the passageway, and there was a glistening moistness to the tunnel that made Julius think that they were crawling through the innards of some vast beast. The unbidden thought suddenly worried him. Were the atolls of the lair alive? Had anyone thought to check? He pushed the thought from his mind as he realized it was too late to do anything about it anyway, and he pressed onwards, guided by the sounds of fighting and the light of flames. Eventually, he saw a dark patch ahead that was crisscrossed by tracer fire and knew they had found the exit. He just hoped it was where they were meant to be. The tunnel narrowed, and Julius was forced to use the bulk of his armor and the energy of his power fist to break through into the interior of the atoll. Julius emerged into the end of a wide valley of pink coral with a monstrous, twin-spired temple that penetrated the clouds at its furthest end. The valley's edge was fringed with hundreds of screaming, jagged spires that curved inwards so that the valley resembled a toothed wound in the coral. Clouds of flying lair warriors flocked around the temple's upper reaches, and in the center of the valley Julius could see the heroic form of the Primarch battling his way forwards with great sweeps of the golden sword, Fireblade. Fulgrim's eagle-winged helmet shone in the darkness, and Julius felt enormous pride at the sight of his lord. The crackling blades of the Phoenix Guards surrounded Fulgrim, their long halberds keeping the lair at bay as they forged their way towards the temple at the far end of the valley. He could see the massive form of Brother Thestis at the Primarch's side, holding the great legion standard of the Emperor's children high. The eagle atop the pole blazed with a white-gold light in the glow of the moon, and the purple cloth of the banner rippled like silk in the wind. Julius saw at once that his Primarch was surrounded and shouted, "Warriors of the First," to the Phoenician. The Lord of the Emperor's children struck out at his foes with mighty strokes of his sword, each terrible blow slaying one of the lair. None could stand against him and live. So when the traitorous thought arose that this fight was not going according to plan, it came like an assassin in the night. His Phoenix Guard fought like the heroes they were, golden blades killing anything that dared come within range of their deadly halberds, and brave Thestis valiantly held the Legion standard high, chopping apart any enemies that came near him with his long blade all around them. Lair were dying, cut down by deadly sword strikes or gunned down by disciplined, precisely aimed bolt-of-fire. A strange pink musk drifted across the battlefield and clung to his ankles, its scent fragrant and not at all unpleasant. The screams of the towers drowned out the screeches of the lair, and Fulgrim could not remember a more frenetic battlefield. He had never before experienced such a riot of color and noise, and what purpose it served he could not fathom. The rearing temple appeared to be the center of the cacophony. Tears in its fabric like windows were the source of the loudest screaming, and from them more of the pink musk seeped into the air. The structure was perhaps 300 meters in front of him, but without more of his warriors, he saw that it might as well have been 300 light years. Another treacherous thought came to him as his sword clove a Lair warrior from head to tail, that perhaps they had been drawn into this hellish valley deliberately. The pink coral of its walls and the jagged spires that lined the ridges of its summit reminded him of a plant he had seen in the humid swamps of 28-2 that feasted on the great buzzing insects of the jungles by luring them into its leafy jaws before snapping shut and digesting them. Only the warriors who had accompanied him on the Firebird fought with him, and though they fought bravely, they were being dragged down one by one, and such a rate of attrition could have only one outcome. He scanned the slopes of the valley for any sign of his battle companies. He punched the air as he saw Julius Caesaron and the warriors of the First fighting their way through the press of slithering, screeching Lair warriors towards him. Terminator armor gave each warrior the strength and power of a tank, and though Fulgrim had loathed these inelegant suits of armor at first sight, his heart leapt to see them now. "See now, the mighty First!" shouted Fulgrim. "Push on, my brothers, push on!" Brother Thestis surged forward, holding the Legion standard with one hand and cutting his way through the lair with his sword. Fulgrim leapt to join him, protecting his faithful standard-bearer's flank as the Phoenix Guard rallied to the banner. "Follow the Phoenician." Julius Caesaron shouted behind him, and Fulgrim laughed with the sheer joy and artistry of the fighting as the warriors of the First smashed into the lair. Apothecary Fabius had said that the Lair were chemically modified to move towards perfection, but they were a poor shadow of the perfection embodied by his Legion. As he punched his fist through a Lair warrior's skull, Fulgrim tried to imagine what heights he and his warriors could scale were they to embark on a similar path, and how proud his father would be when he saw what wonders and marvels they had wrought. A hissing Lair warrior hacked its weapon into the shoulder guard of his armor, the blade sliding clear and its tip scoring a line across his golden helm. Fulgrim cried out, more in surprise than pain, and thrust his sword through the alien's jaws. He forced himself to concentrate on the fighting and not the glories the future held. Seeing that yet more of his warriors were pushing into the valley through burrow holes in the coral, he frowned at their lateness, for his plan had called for an overwhelming strike delivered to this temple in perfect concert. Somewhere things had gone awry, and many of his warriors had been delayed. The sudden thought troubled him greatly, and his mood darkened. As more and more Emperor's children poured into the valley, Fulgrim and the Legion banner pushed deeper into the frenzied ranks of the lair, the temple now tantalizingly close. A flaring sheet of green fire shot out, and Fulgrim threw himself to the side. He felt the heat of the alien weapon, but shrugged off the pain where it had caught him and turned to face the threat. The Phoenix Guard had already slaughtered his attacker. "The banner falls," shouted a voice, and Fulgrim saw Brother Thestis on his knees, his body a flaming statue as the deadly alien fire consumed him. The Legion standard slipped from Thestis's dead hand and toppled towards the ground, the cloth of the banner blazing where it had caught light. Fulgrim leapt towards Thestis and snatched up the banner before it landed, raising it high with one hand so that all the Legion might see that it still flew. Fire rippled across the fabric, destroying what 100 weeping women had created for the beautiful Primarch of the Third Legion in its unthinking hunger. The eagle's claw heraldry emblazoned upon the banner vanished in the flames, and Fulgrim felt his fury rise at this fresh insult to his honor. Burning scraps of cloth fluttered around him, but he saw that the eagle atop the banner pole remained untouched by the fire, as though some greater power protected it from harm. "The eagle still flies," he shouted. "The eagle will never fall." Fulgrim's warriors roared in anger at this violation done to their banner, and redoubled their efforts to destroy their enemies. Hard bangs of bolter fire sounded beside Fulgrim, and he turned to see Julius Caesarion gunning down a pair of winged lair warriors that swooped towards the blackened banner. The Phoenix Guard formed a protective cordon around him as Fulgrim marched over to the Terminator captain, the glittering eagle still held high. "Captain Caesarion," cried Fulgrim, "you are late." "I apologize, my lord," said Caesarion contritely. "Finding a path through the coral proved to be more difficult than we imagined." "Difficulty is no excuse," warned Fulgrim. "Perfection must overcome difficulty." "It must, my lord," agreed Caesarion. "It will never happen again." Fulgrim nodded and said, "Where are Captain Demeter's second? I do not know, my lord. He has not answered any of my vox hails." Fulgrim turned from Caesarion and returned his attention to the battle. "I shall need you and your warriors to break open that temple. Follow me in." Without waiting for acknowledgement, Fulgrim set off at a brisk jog through his Phoenix Guard, who formed up around him as he took the eagle once more into the fight. Missiles and shells slammed into the temple, and massive chunks of coral smashed down into the valley, crushing the lair that gathered around its base, with Fulgrim at their head. The Emperor's children formed a fighting wedge that speared through the lair. Closer to the temple, the aliens fought with a violence that bordered on the insane, the pink musk wreathing their bodies in a filmy gauze, and their screeching cries like those of the banshees of ancient myth. They attacked with no thought to their own defense, and Fulgrim swore that some were simply hurling themselves onto his blade. Dark blood and howls of what he would later swear were pleasure ripped from their bodies with every stroke. The gnarled spires of the screaming temple towered above him, the wide-arched entrance like the mouth of an undersea cave. Huge chunks of blasted coral lay scattered around, and scores of snaking lair bodies slithered around them, their multiple arms bearing curved blades which crackled with blue flames that shone brightly in the mist that poured from the shattered temple. The Emperor's children hammered into them, and the battle was as bloody as it was brief, the lair fighting with inhumanly quick strikes of their lethal blades. Even the armor of the Terminators was not proof against such weapons, and more than one of Caesarion's first lost a limb or his life to their unnatural energies. With more and more Emperor's children pushing into the valley, there could be no stopping their advance, and they slashed through the alien warriors that stood between them and the yawning cave mouth of the temple. "We have them now, my children," shouted Fulgrim, holding the shining eagle banner in one hand and his golden sword in the other. Fulgrim fought his way into the temple of the lair. Julius Caesarion had killed with the fury of one of Angron's warriors, the shame of the Primarch's rebuke driving him to undreamt of heights of reckless courage to once again prove his mettle. He had lost count of the lair he had killed, and now the darkness of the temple enfolded him as he followed the golden eagle borne by his Primarch into the heart of the black coral structure. The darkness was like a living thing, swallowing light and sound as though jealously guarding it. Beyond the temple, Julius could still hear the cramp of explosions, the rattle of gunfire, the clash of blades, and the nerve-shredding screams of the towers. But with each step he took, the sounds diminished as though he were descending into an infinitely deep pit. Ahead of him, Fulgrim strode onwards, unaware or uncaring of the effect the darkness of the temple was having on his warriors. Julius could see that even the normally implacable Phoenix Guard were uneasy in this place, and no wonder, for the Primarch himself had declared that it was a place of worship. The idea of such things was as repugnant to Julius as the idea of failure, and the thought that he stood in a fane where loathsome aliens had offered praise to false gods stoked the fires of his hatred. The warriors who had fought their way into the temple spread out as they followed their leader, swords raised or bolters at the ready, in case some new threat lay within the place that the lair had fought so hard to defend. "There is power here," said Fulgrim, his voice sounding impossibly distant. "I can feel it." The Phoenix Guard closed ranks around the Primarch, but he waved them away, sheathing Fireblade and reaching up to remove his eagle-winged helmet before handing it to the closest of his bodyguards. Though the Phoenix Guard retained their helmets, a great many other warriors reached up and followed their Primarch's example. Julius did likewise, and released the catches at his gorget, lifting the close-fitting helmet clear of his head. His skin was clammy with sweat, and he took a deep breath of air to clear his lungs of the stale, recycled oxygen of his armor. The air was hot and scented, a cloying musk drifting from holes in the walls, and he was surprised to feel a little lightheaded. The darkness of the temple began to lift as they penetrated deeper, and Julius could hear what sounded like frantic music from up ahead, as though a million demented orchestras were playing a million different tunes at once. A flickering, multicolored glow pierced the gloom where Julius believed the source of the discordant music to lie. Even at this distance, Julius could feel the cold breath of air that spoke of a much larger space ahead, and he picked up his pace, marching in heavy, ponderous strides to draw level with his Primarch. As Julius entered the cavern, he felt as though a smothering blanket he had not known existed was suddenly pulled from his skull, and he clapped his hands to his ears as a cacophonous flood of sensations assaulted him with a surge of light and noise. Blazing light filled the immense space within the temple, leaping from wall to wall, and riotous noise echoed in a deafening thunder of sounds. Fantastical colors wheeled in the air, as though the light was somehow caught in the humid, aromatic smoke that snaked through the chamber. Monstrous statues of what Julius assumed were the gods of the lair ran around the circumference of the temple, massive, bull-headed creatures with multiple arms and great horns curling from their skulls. Numerous barbed rings pierced their stone flesh, and each god's chest was sheathed in layered armor plate that left the right breast bare. Wild murals covered every centimeter of the walls, and Julius stiffened as he saw that hundreds of the lair writhing on the chamber's floor, the horrid, dry susurration of their bodies, the most hideous sound imaginable. He made to shout a warning, but saw there was no need, for the serpentine bodies were hideously intertwined in what looked like some form of grotesque sexual congress. Clearly, whatever power had driven the lair defending the temple into a manic frenzy did not extend to those within it. They sprawled in languorous repose, their glistening, multi-hued bodies pierced in the same manner as the statues, and their sluggish movements suggesting the effects of a powerful narcotic. "What are they doing?" asked Julius over the din. "Are they dying?" "If they are, then it seems to be a very pleasurable death," said Fulgrim, his eyes fixed hungrily on something in the center of the chamber. Julius followed his gaze, seeing that the slithering lair surrounded a circular block of veined black stone, embedded within which was a tall sword with a gently curved blade. The handle was long and silver, its surface patterned like the scales of a snake, and its pommel was set with a winking purple stone that threw off dazzling reflections. "They were protecting this," said Fulgrim, his voice sounding distant and faint to Julius. His eyes stung with the smoke, and he could feel the beginnings of a powerful headache as the noise and light continued to batter at his senses. "No," whispered Julius, knowing, but not knowing how he knew, that the lair had not offered praise in this temple, but had been enthralled to it. "This is not a place of worship. It is a place of dominance." Still holding the eagle-topped banner pole, Fulgrim walked into the mass of writhing lair. His Phoenix Guard moved to follow him, but Fulgrim held them back. Julius tried to cry out to his Primarch that something was very wrong here, but the perfumed smoke seemed to rush to fill his lungs, and he could not draw breath to shout as a strident whisperer hissed in his ear. "Let him take me, Julius." The words slipped from his mind as soon as they were spoken, and he felt a strange numbness suffuse him, the tips of his fingers tingling pleasantly as he watched Fulgrim march through the sprawled lair. With every step the Primarch took, the lair parted before him, clearing a pathway towards the block of stone, and as he reached the sword, Julius recalled Fulgrim's words as they had entered the temple. "There is power here." He could feel a charge in the air, a breath on the wind that howled around the temple's interior, a pulse in the living walls, and the cry of release as a blade slices open an eyeball, the caress of silk across bare skin, the scream torn from the mouth of violated flesh, and the bliss of agony as it takes pleasure in its own mutilation. Julius cried out as sensations of horror and ecstasy filled his head, a delirious laughter echoing through the chamber, though none but he appeared to hear it. He looked up from his agony to see Fulgrim's fingers slip easily around the sword's handle. A sigh, like the ancient winds of the emptiest deserts, filled the chamber. Julius felt a tremor run through the temple, a shudder of release and fulfillment as he watched Fulgrim draw the blade from the block of stone. The Primarch of the Emperor's children admired the sword blade, a spectral glow thrown across his pale features by the dancing lights that filled the chamber. The lair still writhed on the ground, their bodies undulating obscenely as the Primarch raised the burned banner pole high and drove it into the stone he had just drawn the sword from. The eagle caught the light and threw off hundreds of fractured reflections from its wings, and to Julius the sight was hideous, the light making the eagle appear to twist and writhe in pain. Fulgrim spun the sword in his grip, testing it for balance, and he smiled as he cast his gaze out over the hundreds of lairs sprawled around him. "Destroy them all," he said, "leave none alive." Part 2. The Phoenix and the Gorgon. 6. Diasporics. The Molten Heart. Young gods, as much as he hated what they had become. Captain Balhan of the Iron Hands couldn't help but admire the skill of the fleet masters of the Diasporics. For nearly 5 months, they had managed to evade the ships of the X-Legion around the Carolus system of the Lesser Bifold Cluster with an efficacy that was beyond even the longest-serving captains of the Iron Hands. That was set to change now that the Ferrum and her small company of escort ships had managed to calve a pair of vessels from the larger mass of the enemy fleet and drive them towards the gaseous rings of the Carolus star from whence this endeavor had begun. Ferrus Manius, Primarch of the Iron Hands, had noted bitterly that it was a tragedy of their own making that would see the Diasporics destroyed. They had come to the attention of the 52nd Expedition quite by accident when forward reconnaissance vessels had traversed the western reaches of the cluster and detected some unusual Vox transmissions. This region of space comprised 3 systems, 2 of which contained a number of habitable worlds that had been brought back into the Imperial fold with a minimum of resistance. Remote probe ships had revealed the existence of other systems deeper in the cluster with the potential to support life, and at first it had been surmised that the signals had come from this unconquered region of space prior to the order for the mass advance. The unusual transmissions had once again been detected, this time in Imperial space around the Carolus star. The Primarch of the Iron Hands had immediately ordered the expedition's surveyor officers to locate the source of the transmissions, whereupon it was quickly deduced that an unknown fleet of some magnitude was at large in Imperial space. No other expeditions were authorized to be operating close by, and none of the newly compliant worlds had fleets of any significance. Thus, Ferrus Manus had declared that these interlopers must be found and eliminated before any advance could begin, and so the hunt had begun. Balhan stood behind the iron lectern that served as his command post on the Ferrum, a mid-sized strike cruiser that had served faithfully in the 52nd Expedition's forces for almost a century and a half. For 60 of those years it had been under Balhan's command, and he prided himself that it was the best ship and crew in the fleet. For anything less than the best was weakness that he would not tolerate. Named for the X-Legion's Primarch, Ferrus Manius, the bridge of the Ferrum was stark and Spartan, its every surface gleaming and pristine. Though there was ornamentation, it was kept to a bare minimum, and the ship looked much as it had when it first launched from its moorings in the Martian shipyards. She was fast, deadly, and the perfect ship to serve as a hunter of this unknown fleet. The hunt had proven to be problematic, for the fleet clearly did not want to be found. Eventually, however, the origin of the mysterious fleet was revealed when the battle barge Iron Will had chanced upon an unidentified cluster of vessels and intercepted them before they could flee. To the surprise and delight of the expedition's sizable Mechanicum contingent, the vessels had turned out to be of human origin, and interrogation of the surviving crew had been undertaken immediately. This revealed that the ships were part of a larger conglomeration of vessels the captured crewmen had called the Diasporics, and belonged to an age of terror long since past. Balhan was a keen student of the history of ancient Earth, and had read extensively of the golden age of exploration, thousands of years before the darkness of old night had descended upon the galaxy, when humanity had traveled from Earth in vast colonization fleets. The very purpose of the Great Crusade was to reclaim what had been won by the early pioneers and then lost in the anarchy of the Age of Strife. Such ancient fleets were the stuff of legend, for the ships of the earliest starfarers had taken the children of terror to the furthest corners of the galaxy. To stumble upon their descendants was declared providential by Ferrus Manus himself. With information gleaned from the captured crew, contact was established with these brothers of antiquity. But much to the 52nd Expedition's disgust, the Diasporics had incorporated many incongruent elements in its makeup over the long millennia. Ancient human vessels flew alongside starships belonging to a wide variety of alien races, and instead of rejecting such contamination as the Emperor had dictated, the fleet masters of the diasporics had welcomed them into their ranks, forming a cooperative armada that plied the darkness of space together. In the spirit of forgiving brotherhood, Ferrus Manus had generously offered to repatriate the thousands of humans that made up the diasporics to compliant worlds, if they would submit to the rule of the Emperor of mankind. The Primarch's offer had been rejected out of hand, and all communication broken off. Faced with such an insult to the Emperor's will, Ferrus Manus had no choice but to lead the 52nd expedition into a legitimate war against the diasporics. Balhan and the Ferrum were the forward vanguard of the Primarch's war, and now he had the honor of striking back at the humans who dared turn their back on the Emperor and the emergent Imperium. Like the vessel he commanded, Balhan was stark and unforgiving, as befitted a warrior of the Kargul clan. He had commanded a fleet of ships on the icy seas of Medusa by his 15th winter, and knew the shifting temperaments of the sea better than any man. No man who served under him had ever dared question his orders, and no man had ever failed him. His Mark Thafar armor was polished a lustrous black, and a white wool cloak embroidered with silver thread hung to his knees. A greenskin cleaver had taken his left arm 3 decades ago, and a Deuterite Flenser his right barely a year later. Now both his arms were heavy, augmetics of burnished iron, but Balhan welcomed his new mechanized limbs, for flesh, even Astartes' flesh, was weak and would eventually fail. To receive the blessing of iron was a boon, not a curse. An industrious hubbub filled the bridge with an excited hum, and Balhan permitted the crew their excitement, for the Ferrum was to have the honor of the first kill. The main viewing bay was filled with the dark void of space, lit up by the brilliant yellow glow of the Carolus star. A multitude of flickering lines looped across the display. Flight trajectories, torpedo tracks, ranges and intercept vectors, each one designed to bring an end to the 2 vessels that lay a few thousand kilometers off his prow. The irony of this hunt was not lost on Balhan, for despite his rank as captain of a ship of war, he was not a man without sensibilities beyond his duties. These were human vessels, and to attack them was to destroy a piece of history that fascinated him. "Come about to new heading, 023, he ordered, gripping the lectern tightly with his iron fingers. He did not dare betray any emotion as they closed on the 2 wallowing cruisers they had managed to shear from the diasporic's fleet, but he could not help a small smile of triumph as he watched his gunnery officer come towards him with a data slate clutched in his eager hands. "You have a solution for the forward batteries, Axodon?" demanded Balhan. "I do, sir. Inform the ordnance decks," said Balhan, "but close to optimum range before unmasking the guns."
"Aye, sir," replied Axodon. "And the containers they ejected?"
Balhan pulled up the feed from the starboard pictures, watching as the enormous cargo containers that the cruisers had abandoned drifted away. In an attempt to gain more speed, the enemy cruisers had ditched whatever cargo they were hauling, but it hadn't been enough to prevent the Imperial ships from catching them.
"Ignore them," ordered Balhan. "Concentrate on the cruisers."
"We will return for them later and examine what they were carrying."
Very good, sir.
Balhan watched the range to the 2 cruisers close with a practiced eye. They were following a curving trajectory around the star's corona, hoping to lose themselves in the electromagnetic clutter that spurted and foamed around its edges. But the Ferrum was too close to be thrown off by such a clumsy subterfuge. Clumsy. Balhan frowned as he wondered at his prey's apparent foolishness. Everything he had learned of the diasporics suggested that its captains were highly skilled, and for them to believe that such an obvious stratagem would throw him from their scent was inherently suspicious. "Ordnance decks report all guns ready to fire," reported Axodon. "Very good," nodded Balhan, worried that there was something he wasn't seeing. The 2 ships followed a divergent course, peeling away from one another, and Balhan knew he should order his ship to all ahead full to pull into the gap and give both of them a good broadside, but he kept his counsel, knowing there was something wrong. His worst fears were suddenly realized when his surveyor officer shouted, "New contacts! Multiple signals! Where in the name of Medusa did they come from?" shouted Balhan, swinging his heavy body around to face the wide waterfall displays of Surveyor Command. Red lights were winking into life on the display, and without asking, Balhan knew that they were behind his ships. "I'm not sure," said the surveyor officer, but even as he spoke, Balhan knew where they had come from, and returned his gaze to the command lectern. He called up the external pictures and watched in horror as the vast cargo containers abandoned by their quarry split open and disgorged scores of gleaming darts. Bombers and fighters, no doubt, all ahead full-ordered Balhan, though he knew it was already too late. "Come to new heading. 970 and launch interceptors. Activate close-in defense turrets. All escorts to perimeter protection duties." "What about the cruisers?" asked Axarden. "Damn the cruisers," shouted Balhan, watching as they ceased their flight and began turning to face the Ferrum. "They were nothing more than decoys, and like a fool I fell for it." He could hear the groaning metal of the deck shifting beneath his feet as the Ferrum desperately sought to turn to face this new foe. "Torpedoes launched," warned the defense officer. "Impact in 30 seconds, Balhan shouted. "Countermeasures." Though he knew that any torpedo launched from such close range was practically guaranteed to hit. The Ferrum continued to turn, and Balhan could feel the juddering fire of the defense turrets as they opened fire on the incoming ordnance. Some of the enemy torpedoes would be shot down, exploding soundlessly in the void, but not all of them. 20 seconds to impact. "All stop," ordered Balhan. "Reverse turn that might throw some of them off." It was a vain hope, but right now he would take a vain hope over no hope. His interceptors would be leaping from their launch rails by now, and they would bring a few more torpedoes down before engaging the enemy forces. His vessel heeled hard to the side as the strike cruiser twisted her bulk faster than she was ever designed to, and the creaks and groans of the vessel were painful to Balhan's ears. Ironheart reports that it has engaged the enemy cruisers. Heavy damage. Balhan returned his attention to the main view screen, watching the smaller Ironheart wreathed in flickering detonations. Pinpricks of light flickered between the vessel and its attackers, the silence and distance diminishing the ferocity of the conflict. "We have our own problems," said Balhan. "The Ironheart is on her own." Then he gripped the lectern as he heard his defense officer shout once more. "Impact in 4, 3, 2, 1. The Ferrum rocked hard to port, the deck lurching underfoot as the torpedoes impacted on her rear starboard quarter. Warning bells began chiming, and the display on the view screen faded briefly before vanishing completely. Fire burst from ruptured conduits, and hissing steam vented into the bridge. "Damage control!" shouted Balhan, cracking the command lectern with the force of his grip. Servitors and deck ratings straggled to contain the blaze, and Balhan watched as burnt crewmen were dragged from shattered control stations, their flesh and uniforms blackened by fire. He leaned over to gunnery control and shouted, "All guns, open fire! Full defensive spread!" "Sir," cried Axarden, "some of our own craft will be in the engagement zone." "Do it," ordered Balhan, "or there will be no ship for them to return to, and they will die anyway. Open fire!" Axarden nodded and staggered across the ruptured deck to carry out his captain's orders. The enemy fighters would soon find that the Ferrum still had teeth. The pre-marcher's chambers aboard the battle barge Fist of Iron were constructed of stone and glass, as cold and austere as the frozen tundra of Medusa, and First Captain Santor could almost feel the chill of his icy homeworld in the design. Blocks of shimmering obsidian carved from the sides of undersea volcanoes kept the chamber dark, and glass cabinets of war trophies and weapons stood as silent sentinels over the Primarch's most private moments. Santor watched as Ferrus Manius stood nearly naked before him, his servants washing his iron-hard flesh and applying oils before scraping him clean with razor-edged knives. As each gleaming, oiled limb was finished, his armorers would apply the layers of his battle armor, gleaming black plates of polished ceramite that had been crafted by Master Adept Malevolus of Mars. "Tell me again, Equerry Santor," began the Primarch, his voice gruff and full of the molten fury of a Medusan volcano. "How is it that an experienced captain like Balhan was able to lose 3 vessels and not manage to bring down one of our enemies?" "It appears he was lured into an ambush," said Santor, straightening his back as he spoke. To serve as first captain of the Iron Hands and equerry to the Primarch of the Iron Hands was the greatest honor of his life. And while he relished every moment spent with his beloved leader, there were moments when the potential of his anger was like the volatile core of their home, unpredictable and terrifying. An ambush? Snarled Ferrus Manius. Damn it, Santor, we are becoming sloppy. Months of chasing shadows have made us foolhardy and reckless. It will not stand. Ferrus Manus towered above his servants, his knotted flesh pale, as though carved from the heart of a glacier. Scars crossed his skin from the wounds he had taken in battle, for the Primarch of the Iron Hands was never one to shirk from leading his warriors by example. His close-cropped hair was jet black, his eyes like glittering silver coins, and his features were battered by centuries of war. Other Primarchs might be considered beautiful creations, handsome men made godlike by their ascension to the ranks of the Astartes, but Ferrus Manus did not count himself amongst them. Santor's eyes were drawn, as they always were, to the gleaming silver forearms of his Primarch. The flesh of his arms and hands shimmered and rippled as though formed from liquid mercury that had flowed into the shape of mighty hands and somehow been trapped in that form forever. Santor had seen wondrous things fashioned by these hands, machines and weapons that never dulled or failed, all beaten into shape or crafted by the Primarch's hands without need of forge or hammer. Captain Balhan is already aboard to personally apologize for his failure, and he has offered to resign command of the Ferrum. Apologize? Snapped the Primarch. I should have his head just to make an example. With respect, my lord, said Santor, Balhan is an experienced captain, and perhaps something less severe might be in order. Perhaps you might simply remove his arms. His arms? What use is he to me, then? Demanded Ferrus Manus, causing the servant with his breastplate to flinch. Very little, agreed Santor, though probably more than if you remove his head. Ferrus Manus smiled, his anger vanishing as swiftly as it had arisen. You have a rare gift, my dear Santor. The molten heart of Medusa burns in my breast, and sometimes it rises in my gullet before I can think. I am your humble servant, said Santor. Ferrus Manus waved away his armorers and moved to stand before Santor. Though Santor was tall for an Astartes and was clad in his full armor, the Primarch still towered over him, his silver eyes shining and without pupils. Santor suppressed a shiver, for those eyes were like chips of napped flint, hard, unforgiving and sharp. The scent of lapping powder and oil was strong on his flesh, and Santor felt his soul open up beneath that gaze, his every weakness and imperfection laid bare. Santor was like unto Medusa himself, his craggy features like a cliff face shorn from the flanks of a mountain, his grey eyes like the great storms that tore the skies of his home world. Upon his induction into the Legion, many decades ago, his left hand had been removed and a bionic replacement grafted in its place. Since then, both his legs had been replaced, as had the remainder of his left arm. You are much more than that to me, Santor, said Ferrus Manus, placing his hands on his equerry's shoulder guards. You are the ice that quenches my fire when it threatens to overwhelm the good sense the Emperor gave me. Very well, if you won't let me take his head, what punishment would you suggest? Santor took a deep breath as Ferrus Manus turned away from him and returned to his armorers, the dreadful respect the Primarch instilled leaving his mouth dry. Angrily, he pushed aside his momentary weakness and said, Captain Balhan will have learned from this debacle, but I agree his weakness must be punished. To remove him as captain of the Ferrum would damage the morale of the crew, and if they are to restore their honor, they will need Balhan's leadership. So what do you suggest? Asked Ferrus. Something to make it clear that he has earned your ire, but which shows that you are merciful and willing to allow him and his crew the chance to earn back your trust. Ferrus Manus nodded as the armorers fitted his breastplate to his backplate, his silver arms extended either side of him as they dipped linen cloths into iron bowls of scented oils and applied them to his hands. Then I will appoint one of the Iron Fathers to joint command of the Ferrum, said Ferrus Manius. He won't like that, warned Santor. I'm not giving him a choice, said the Primarch. The anvilarium of the Fist of Iron resembled a mighty forge, huge, hissing pistons rising and falling at the edges of the audience chamber, and the distant clang of hammers echoing through the sheet metal of the floor. It was a cavernous space, with the pungent aromas of oil and hot metal heavy in the air. The space redolent of industry and machines, Santor relished the chance to come to the Anvalarium, for mighty deeds were planned and unbreakable bonds of brotherhood were forged here. To be part of such a fraternity was an honor few would ever dream of, let alone achieve. It had been 2 months since Captain Balhan's disastrous encounter with the Diasporex ships, and the 52nd expedition was no nearer to achieving the destruction of the enemy fleet. The new caution engendered by Balhan's punishment ensured that no other vessels had been lost, but also meant that there had been few opportunities to engage in a decisive battle. Santor and the rest of his warriors of the Averni clan stood at parade rest, flanking the great gate that led into the Iron Forge, the Primarch's most secret reclusium. The Morlocks gathered at the far end of the Anvalarium, the glimmering steel of their Terminator armor reflecting the red flames of the torches that hung in iron sconces on the walls. Soldiers and senior officers of the Imperial Army stood together with the robed adepts of the Mechanicum, and Santor nodded respectfully as he caught the glowing eye of their senior representative, Adept Xanthus. As captain of the First Company, the duty of acknowledging the Primarch was his, and he strode to the center of the Anvilarium, the Legion's standard-bearers marching to stand beside him. One standard bore the Primarch's personal banner, depicting his slaying of the great worm Asianoth, while another carried the iron gauntlet of the Legion. The devices on the banners were stitched in gleaming silver thread on black velvet, their edges ragged and torn where bullets and blades had snatched at them. Though both had seen the hard edge of battle, neither one had yet fallen or faltered in 1,000 victories. As the gates opened fully with a hiss of escaping steam and a furnace heat, the Primarch strode into the Anvilarium, his armor glistening with oil and his pale flesh ruddy from the heat. With the exception of the Terminators, the assembled warriors dropped to their knees in honor of the mighty Primarch, who bore his mighty hammer, Forgebreaker, hefted across one huge dog-toothed shoulder guard. The Primarch's armor was black, its every surface hand-forged, its every curve and angle perfect, its majesty matched only by the being that wore it. A high gorget of dark iron rose at the back of his neck, and embossed rivets stood proud on the silver-edged trims of every plate. The Primarch's face was as though carved from marble, his expression thunderous, and his heavy brows furrowed in smoldering fury. When Ferrus Manus marched among his warriors, any joviality was sacrificed to his warrior persona, a ruthless war leader who demanded perfection and despised weakness in all things. Behind Ferrus Manus came the tall figure of Sistor, the fleet's master of astropaths, swathed in a robe of cream and black that was edged with gold anthemion. His head was shaved, and ribbed cables snaked from the side and top of his skull, vanishing into the darkness of the metallic hood that rose stiffly above his head. The astropath's eyes glowed with a soft pink light, and in honor of his position with the iron hands, his right arm had been replaced with a mechanical augmetic. He clutched a staff topped with a single eye in his other arm, and a golden pistol presented to him by the Primarch was bolstered at his side. Santor stood before the Primarch and held his hands out to receive the Primarch's hammer. Ferrus Manus nodded and placed the enormous weapon in Santor's outstretched hands, the weight enormous and unbearable for anyone but one of the Emperor's Astartes. Its haft was the color of ebony, elaborately worked with threads of gold and silver that formed the shape of a lightning bolt, and the head was carved into the shape of a mighty eagle, its barbed beak forming the striking face and its tapered wings the claw. The honor of holding this weapon forged on terror by the hands of a Primarch was incalculable. He stood to one side, placing the hammer with its head between his feet, and the two banner-bearers fell into step behind their great leader as he began circling the chamber. Not for Ferrus Manus, the ritual of conferences or meetings, he held his councils of war in a room without chairs or formality, where debate and questions were encouraged. "Brothers," began Ferrus Manus, "I bring word of my brother Primarchs." The Iron Hands cheered, always grateful for news of their Astartes brothers throughout the galaxy. To celebrate the triumphs of other expeditions was only right and proper, but it also gave the Iron Hands the motivation to push harder and to achieve more, for their legion would be second to none, perhaps save the War Master's legion. It appears that the Imperial Fists of Rogel Dawn have been summoned back to Terra, where his warriors are to fortify the gates and walls of the Imperial Palace. Santor saw quizzical looks around the chamber, and their confusion mirrored his own. The 7th Legion was to quit the crusade and return to the cradle of mankind. Theirs was a glorious legion, with courage and strength the equal of the Iron Hands. To withdraw them from the fighting made no sense. Ferrus Manus also saw the confusion on the faces of his warriors and said, "I know not what prompts the Emperor's decision, for I know of no shame endured by the Imperial Fists that might occasion such a recall. They are to serve as his praetorians, and though such an honor, honestly given, is great, it is not for the likes of us, when there are wars yet to win and foes yet to defeat. More cheering rang out over the din of hammers, and Ferrus Manius again circled the chamber, his silver hands and eyes shining in the perpetual gloom of the Anvilarium. The wolves of Rus push ever outwards, and their tally of victories grows daily. But we should expect no less from a legion that hails from a world that beats with the same fire as our own. "Any word of the Emperor's children?" asked a voice, and Santor smiled, knowing the Primarch would enjoy speaking of his closest brother. The glacial mask slipped from Ferrus Manus's face, and he smiled at his warriors. "Indeed there is, my friends," said the Primarch. "My brother Fulgrim journeys here even now with the best part of his expedition." Yet more cheers, louder than before, echoed from the metal walls of the chamber, for the Emperor's children were the most beloved of legions to the Iron Hands. The brotherhood shared by Fulgrim and Ferrus Manus was well known, the two demi-gods having formed an instant connection upon their first meeting. Santor knew the tale, his Primarch having told it many times over the feast table, the details known so well to him it was as though he had been there himself. It had been beneath Mount Narodnia, the greatest forge of the Urals, where the Primarchs had first met, Ferrus Manus toiling with the forge masters who had once served the Terawat clan during the Unification Wars. The Primarch of the Iron Hands had been demonstrating his phenomenal skill and the miraculous powers of his liquid metal hands when Fulgrim and his Phoenix Guard had descended upon the sprawling forge complex. Neither Primarch had yet met the other, but each had felt the shared bonds of alchemy and science that had gone into their making. Both were like gods unto the terrified artisans who prostrated themselves before these two mighty warriors, as though fearing a terrible battle. Ferrus Manus would then tell Santor of how Fulgrim had declared that he had come to forge the most perfect weapon ever created, and that he would bear it in the coming crusade. Of course, the Primarch of the Iron Hands could not let such a boast go unanswered, and he had laughed in Fulgrim's face, declaring that such pasty hands as his could never be the equal of his own metal ones. Fulgrim had accepted the challenge with regal grace, and both Primarchs had stripped to the waist, working without pause for weeks on end. The forge ringing with the deafening pounding of hammers, the hiss of cooling metal, and the good-natured insults of the two young gods as they sought to outdo one another. At the end of 3 months' unceasing toil, both warriors had finished their weapons, Fulgrim having forged an exquisite war-hammer that could level a mountain with a single blow, and Ferrus Manus a golden-bladed sword that forever burned with the fire of the forge. Both weapons were unmatched by any, yet crafted by man, and upon seeing what the other had created, each Primarch declared that his opponent's was the greater. Fulgrim had declared the golden sword the equal of that borne by the legendary hero Nuada Silverhand, while Ferrus Manus had sworn that only the mighty thunder gods of Nordic legend were fit to bear such a magnificent warhammer. Without another word spoken, both Primarchs had swapped weapons and sealed their eternal friendship with the craft of their hands. Santor looked down at the weapon, feeling the power within it, and knowing that more than just skill had gone into its forging. Love and honor, loyalty and friendship, death and vengeance, all were embodied within its majestic form, and the thought that his Primarch's sworn honor brother had created this weapon made it truly legendary. He looked up as Ferrus Manus continued his circuit of the Anvilarium, his face thunderous once more. "Yes, my brothers, cheer, for it will be an honor to fight alongside Fulgrim's warriors, but he only comes to our aid because we have been weak." The cheering immediately died, and the assembled warriors looked anxiously from one to another, none willing to meet the eye of the angry Primarch as he spoke. The Diasporics continue to elude us, and there are worlds in the lesser bifold cluster that require the illumination of the Emperor's truth. How is it that a fleet of ships thousands of years older than ours, and led by mere mortals, can elude us? Answer me. None dared respond, and Santor felt the shame of their weakness in every fiber of his being. He gripped the haft of the hammer tightly, feeling the exquisite craftsmanship beneath the steel of his augmetic hand, and suddenly the answer was clear to him. "It is because we cannot do this alone," he said. "Exactly," said Ferrus Manus. "We cannot do this alone. We have struggled for months to accomplish this task on our own, when it should have been clear that we could not. In all things we strive to eradicate weakness, but it is not weakness to ask for help, my brothers. It is weakness to deny that help is needed to fight on without hope, when there are those who would gladly lend a hand is foolish, and I have been as blind as any to this, but no more." Ferrus Manus strode back to the entrance to the Anvilarium and put his arm around the shoulders of Astropath's sister. The mighty Primarch dwarfed the man, and his very nearness seemed to cause the Astropath pain. Ferrus Manus extended his hand, and Santor stepped forward, holding Forgebreaker out before him. The Primarch took up his hammer and held it aloft as though its monstrous weight was nothing at all. "We will not be fighting alone for much longer," cried Ferrus Manus. "Sistor tells me that his choirs sing of the arrival of my brother. Within a week the pride of the Emperor and the 28th expedition will be with us, and we shall once again fight alongside our brothers of the Emperor's children. 7. There will be other oceans recovery. The Phoenix and the Gorgon. He had begun with small tentative chips into the marble, but as he had grown more confident in his vision, and the bitterness towards Bekwakinska had risen once more, he found himself hacking at the marble with no more thought to his actions than a wild beast." Ostian drew a stale breath through his mask and took a step back from the marble block, leaning against the metal scaffolding that surrounded it. The thought of Bekwa made him grip the metal of his chisel tighter, and he felt his jaw clench at the depth of her spite. The sculpture was not going as smoothly as he would have liked, the lines more jagged and harsh than would normally be the case, but he couldn't help himself. The bitterness was too great. He thought back to the day he and Serena had walked arm in arm to the embarkation deck, their thoughts joyous and carefree at the idea of discovering a new world together. The corridors of the Pride of the Emperor were abuzz with excited speculation in the wake of the Emperor's children's victory on Leran, or, as it was, formally, and correctly known, 28-3. Serena had come to fetch him the moment the word had gone out, dressed in a fabulous gown that Ostian had felt sure was unfit for a journey to a world where the surface was composed entirely of water. They had laughed and joked as they made their way through the fabulous high galleries of the ship, joining more remembrances the closer they got to the embarkation deck. The mood had been light, artists and sculptors mingling with writers, poets and composers in a happy throng as armored Astartes escorted them towards their transports. "We're so lucky, Ostian," murmured Serena as they made their way towards a huge gilded set of blast doors. "How so?" he asked too, caught up in the festive atmosphere of the crowd to notice the baleful stare of Bekwakinska at his back. He was finally going to see the ocean, and his heart leapt at the thought of such a wondrous thing. He calmed himself by remembering the writings of the Sumaturan philosopher Salonum, who had said that the real voyage of discovery consisted not in finding new landscapes, but in having new eyes with which to see them. "The Lord Fulgrim appreciates the value of what we're doing." "Dear heart," explained Serena, "I've heard that in some expeditions the remembrancers are lucky to even see an Astartes warrior, let alone get a trip to the surface of a compliant world." "Well, it's not as though Laren's exactly hostile anymore," said Ostian. "There's nothing left of the lair. They're all dead. And good riddance, too. I've heard it said that the War Master won't let any of his remembrances down to the surface of 6319 yet. I'm not surprised," said Ostian. "They say that there's still resistance, so I can see why the War Master's not letting anyone down." "Resistance," scoffed Serena. "The Astartes will soon have that quashed. What's the worst that could happen? Haven't you seen them like gods unto us they are, invincible and immortal?" "I don't know," said Ostian. "I've been hearing some rumors in La Fenice of some quite appalling casualty figures." "La Fenice," tooted Serena. "You should know better than to believe anything you hear in that nest of vipers, Ostian." "That at least was true," reflected Ostian. La Fenice was the area of the ship the Emperor's children had given over to the remembrancers. A great theater in the high decks that served as a recreation space, eating hall, exhibition area, and place of relaxation. During the course of the fighting, Ostian had taken to spending his evenings there, chatting, drinking, and exchanging notes with fellow artistes. The currency of ideas was in full flow, and the thrill of being in an environment where designs were tossed into the air and swatted around with lively debate, each time acquiring some strange new form its originator had not yet conceived, was intoxicating. Yes, La Fenice fostered ideas, but when the wine flowed it was also a hotbed of scandal and intrigue. Ostian knew it was impossible to put so many people of an artistic persuasion in one place, without generating opera's worth of salacious gossip. Some of it undoubtedly true, but some wildly inaccurate, slanderous, and downright lunatic. But the stories that had come back regarding the ferocity of the fighting on Leran had the ring of truth to them. 300 dead Astartes was what some people were saying, but others put the figure even higher at 700, with perhaps 6 times that injured. Such figures were nigh impossible to believe, but Ostian could only wonder at the force of will that would be required to destroy an entire civilization in a month. It was certainly true that the Astartes he had seen around the ship were more somber of late. But could the casualties really have been that high? All thoughts of dead Astartes had been washed away as he and Serena entered the embarkation deck through the mighty blast doors that sealed it from the rest of the ship. Ostian's jaw fell open at the sheer scale and noise of the space. Its ceiling lost to darkness, and the servitors and craft at its far end rendered minuscule by distance. The cold blackness of space was visible through a flashing rectangle of red lights that indicated the edge of the integrity field, and Ostian shivered, terrified of what might happen should the field fail. Menacing stormbirds and thunderhawks sat on launch rails that ran the length of the massive deck, their purple and gold hulls pristine and gleaming as they were tended to like the finest studs of the stable. Wheeled gurneys snaked through the deck, carrying crates of shells and racks of missiles. Fuel tankers rumbled, and brightly colored crewmen directed the chaos with a measure of calm control that Ostian found amazing. Everywhere he looked, he could see activity. The bustle of a fleet that had recently been at war, the deafening industry of death, rendered mechanical and prosaic by repetition. "Close your mouth, Ostian," said Serena, smiling at his amazement. "Sorry," he muttered, finding new marvels at every turn. Huge lifters carrying armored vehicles in mechanized claws, as though they weighed nothing at all, and phalanxes of Astartes warriors marching in perfect step, both on and off gunships. Their escorts kept them in line, and Ostian soon recognized the intricate ballet of movement that operated in the embarkation deck, realizing that without it, this place would be a nightmare of collisions and anarchy. Where before there had been an irreverent atmosphere among the remembrances, all levity ceased as they were herded through the embarkation deck towards a towering, handsome Astartes warrior and a pair of robed iterators standing on a podium draped with purple cloth. He recognized the space marine as First Captain Julius Caesaron, the warrior who had attended Bekwa Kinska's recital, but he had never seen the iterators before. "Why are there iterators here?" hissed Ostian.
"Surely there's no populace left to sway." "They're not for the lair," said Serena. "They're for us. For us, indeed. Though the Lord Fulgrim appreciates us, I assume he still wants to make sure we see the right things and say the right things when we get back. I'm sure you remember Captain Julius and the man on the left with the thinning hair. That's Ippolida Zigmanta, a decent enough sort. He loves the sound of his own voice, a bit too much in my opinion, though I suppose that's an occupational hazard for an iterator." "And the woman?" asked Ostian, his interest piqued by the raven-haired woman's stunning countenance. "That," said Serena, "is Coraline Aseneca. She's a harpy, that one, an actress, an iterator, and a beautiful woman. 3 reasons not to trust her. What do you mean iterators are here to spread the word of the imperial truth?" "Indeed they are, my dear, but there are some that only employ words for the purposes of disguising their thoughts." "Well, she looks pleasant enough. My dear boy, you of all people should know that looks are not everything. One with the countenance of Hephaestus may have the most beautiful soul, while she with the comeliness of Cytherea can harbor the bitterest heart." "True," agreed Ostian, glancing over at the blue-haired form of Bekwa Kinska and remembering her attempted seduction of him. He turned back to Serena and said, "If that's the case, Serena, how can I trust you, since you are also a beautiful woman?" "Ah, you can trust me, because I am an artist, and therefore seek truth in all things, Ostian. An actress seeks to conceal her real face from her audience, to project only what she wants you to see." Ostian chuckled and returned his gaze to the platform as Captain Julius Caesaron began to speak, his voice deeply musical and worthy of an iterator. "Honored remembrances, it gladdens my heart to see you here today, for your presence is a vindication of what my fellow warriors and I have achieved on Leran. The fighting was hard. I won't deny it, and it tested us to the limits of our endurance, but such endeavors only help us in our quest for perfection. As Lord Commander Eidolon teaches us, we always need a rival to test us, and against whom we can measure our prowess. You have been selected as the preeminent documentarists and chroniclers of our expedition to travel to the surface of this new world of the Imperium and tell others what you have seen."
Ostian felt his chest swell with unaccustomed pride at the praise the Astartes had placed upon them, surprised at the eloquence with which the warrior had delivered his speech. Leran is still a war zone, however, and as units from Lord Commander Fail's Palatines secure the planet, it behoves me to tell you that you will see evidence of our war and the raw, bloody aftermath of killing. Be not afraid of this, for to speak the truth of war, you must see it all, the glory and the brutality. You must experience all the sensations of history for it to matter. Any who feel their sensibilities would be offended by such sights should make themselves known and will be excused. Not a single soul moved, nor had Ostian expected any to. To see the surface of a new world was too tempting for anyone to resist, and he saw that same knowledge on Kaisoron's face. "Then we should begin with the allocation of transports," said Kaisoron, and the two iterators descended from the platform and moved among the assembled remembrances with data slates, checking names against those on their lists, and directing them to the designated transport that would take them to the planet's surface. Coraline, a Seneca, moved towards him, and his pulse quickened as he appreciated the full impact of her beauty, sculpted, elegant, and with hair so dark it was like an oil slick. Her full mouth was painted a luscious purple, and her eyes sparkled with an inner light that spoke of expensive augmetics. "And what are your names?" she asked. Ostian found himself lost for words at the silky, liquid sound of her voice. Her words flowed over him like smoke hot, and making him blink as he struggled to remember what his name was. "His name is Ostian Delafour," said Serena haughtily, "and mine is Serena de Angelis." Coraline checked her list and nodded. "Ah, yes, Mistress de Angelis. You are to travel on Perfection's flight. The Thunderhawk just over there." She turned to move on, but Serena caught the sleeve of her robe and asked, "And my friend?" "Delafour, yes," said Coraline. "I'm afraid your invitation to the surface was revoked." "Revoked?" asked Ostian. "What are you talking about? Why?" Coraline shook her head. "I do not know. All I know is that you do not have permission to visit 28-3. Her words were seductively delivered, but cut like hot knives into his heart. "I don't understand. Who revoked my invitation?" Coraline checked her list with an exasperated sigh. "It says here that Captain Kaisoron revoked it under the advisement of Mistress Kinska. That's all I can tell you. Now, if you'll excuse me." The beautiful iterator went on her way, and Ostian was left stunned and speechless by the magnitude of Bekwa Kinska's malice. He looked up from the deck in time to see her ascend the boarding ramp of a stormbird and blow him a mocking kiss from her palm. "That bitch!" he snapped, clenching his fists. "I can't believe this." Serena placed her hand on his arm and said, "This is ridiculous, my dear, but if you cannot go, then I shan't either. Seeing Leran will mean nothing if you're not there beside me." Ostian shook his head. "No, you go. I won't have that blue-haired freak spoil this for both of us." "But I wanted to show you the ocean." "There will be other oceans," said Ostian, struggling to keep his bitter disappointment in check. "Now go, please." Serena nodded slowly and reached up to touch his cheek. On impulse, Ostian took her hand and leaned forward to kiss her, his lips brushing her powdered cheek. She smiled and said, "I'll tell you all about it in nauseating detail when I get back. I promise." Ostian had watched her board the Thunderhawk before being escorted back to his studio by a pair of grim-faced army soldiers. There, he began to attack the marble in his anger. The tilled walls and ceiling of the medical bay were bare and gleaming, their surfaces kept spotlessly clean by the menials and thralls of Apothecary Fabius. Staring at them day and night, Solomon felt that he was losing his mind just lying here while his bones healed, unable to look at anything but their utter whiteness. He couldn't remember exactly how long it had been since his stormbird had gone into the ocean during the final attack of the Lair Atoll, but it felt like a lifetime. He remembered only pain and darkness where, to keep himself alive, he had shut down the majority of his bodily functions until the rescue craft had pulled his shattered body from the wreckage. By the time he had regained consciousness in the pride of the Emperor's Apothecarion, Leran had long since been won, but the cost of that victory had been damnably high. Apothecaries and medical thralls bustled up and down the deck, attending to their charges with due diligence, and fighting to ensure that as many as possible returned to full service as quickly as possible. Apothecary Fabius had personally tended to him, and he was grateful for the attention, knowing that he was amongst the legion's best and most gifted chirurgeons. Row upon row of cot beds was filled with nearly 50 wounded Astartes warriors, and Solomon had never thought to see so many of his battle brothers laid low. No one would tell him how many of his brother Astartes filled the other medical decks. The sight made him melancholy. He wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. But his strength had not yet returned, and his entire body ached abominably.
Apothecary Fabius tells me that you will be back in the training cages before you know it, said Julius, guessing his thoughts. It's just a few bones after all. Julius Caesaron had been sitting next to him on a steel stool since Solomon had woken this morning, his armor gleaming and polished, the scars of war repaired by the legion's artificers. Fresh honors were secured to his shoulder guards by gobbets of red wax, his deeds of valor recorded on long strips of creamy vellum.
"Just a few bones," he says, replied Solomon. "The crash broke all my ribs, both my legs and arms, and fractured my skull. The apothecaries say it's a miracle that I'm able to walk at all, and my armor was down to its last few minutes of air when the search and rescue birds finally found me." "You were never in any real danger," said Julius, as Solomon painfully propped himself up in the bed. "What was it you said?" "That the gods of battle wouldn't let you die on a piss-poor excuse for a planet like Leran." "Well, they didn't, did they?" "No," groused Solomon. "I suppose not, but they didn't let me fight in the final battle either. I missed all the fun, while you got all the glory by the Phoenicians' side." He saw a shadow pass over Julius's face and said, "What is it?" Julius shrugged. "I'm not sure. I'm just not sure you'd have wanted to be at the Primarch's side at the end. It was unnatural in that temple." "Unnatural. What does that mean?" Julius looked around, as though checking for any who might be listening, and said, "It's hard to describe, Soul, but it felt as though the temple itself was alive, or something in it was alive. It sounds stupid. I know the temple was alive. You're right, that does sound stupid. How can a temple be alive? It's just a building." "I have no idea," admitted Julius, "but that's what it felt like. I don't know how else to describe it. It was horrible, but at the same time it was magnificent. The colors, the noise, and the smells. Even though I hated it at the time, I keep thinking back to it with longing. Every one of my senses was stimulated, and I felt energized by the experience." "Sounds like I should try it," said Solomon. "I could do with being energized. I even went back with the remembrances," laughed Julius, though Solomon could hear the confusion in it. "They thought it was such a great honor that I accompanied them. But it was not for them. It was for me. I had to see it again, and I don't know why." "What does Marius make of all this?" "He never saw it," said Julius. "The third never made it inside the temple. By the time they fought their way through, the battle was already over. He went straight back to the pride of the emperor." Solomon closed his eyes, knowing the anguish Marius must have felt upon reaching the field of battle and discovering that victory was already won. He had already heard that the third had failed to reach the battlefield in accordance with the Primarch's meticulous plan, and knew that his friend must be suffering unbearable torments at the thought that he had failed in his duty. "How is Marius?" he asked at last. "Have you spoken to him?" "Not much, no," said Julius. "He's been keeping himself confined to the armament decks, working his company day and night so they will not fail again. He and his warriors were shamed, but Fulgrim forgave them." "Forgave him?" asked Solomon, suddenly angry. "From what I hear, the southern spur was the most heavily defended part of the atoll, and too many of his assault force were shot down on the way in for him to have had any hope of reaching Fulgrim in time." Julius nodded. "You know that, and I know that. But try telling Marius, as far as he is concerned, the third failed in their duty, and must fight twice as hard to regain their honor. He must know that there was no way he could have reached the Primarch in time. Maybe, but you know Marius," pointed out Julius. "He thinks they should have found a way to overcome impossible odds." "Speak to him, Julius," said Solomon. "I mean it, you know how he can get." "I'll speak to him later on," said Julius, rising from the stool. "He and I are part of the delegation that is to meet Ferrus Manus when he comes aboard the Pride of the Emperor." "Ferrus Manus!" exclaimed Solomon. sitting bolt upright and wincing in pain as his wounds pulled tight. "He's coming here!" Julius pressed a hand on his shoulder and said, "We are due to rendezvous with the 52nd Expedition within 6 hours, and the Primarch of the Iron Hands is coming aboard. Fulgrim and Vespasian want some of the most senior captains to be part of the delegation." Solomon pushed himself upright once more and swung his legs from the bed. His vision swam, and he held tight to the bed frame as the gleaming walls suddenly grew sickeningly bright. "I should be there," he said groggily. "You're in no state to be anywhere except here, my friend," said Julius. "Caffin will represent the second." He was lucky. He made it out of the crash with nothing but a few scrapes and bruises. "Caffin," said Solomon, sinking back down into the bed. He was an Astartes, invincible and immortal, and this helplessness was utterly alien to him. "Keep an eye on him. He's a good lad, but a bit wild sometimes." Julius laughed and said, "Get some sleep, Solomon, you understand? Or did that crash scramble your brains too?" "Sleep," said Solomon, slumping back onto the bed. "I'll sleep when I'm dead." The upper embarkation deck had been chosen as the location where the delegation from the Iron Hands would be met, and Julius felt a great excitement seize him at the thought of once again laying eyes upon Ferrus Manius. Not since the bloody fields of Tigris had the Emperor's children fought alongside the ex-legion, and Julius remembered the cries of triumph and the victory pyres with great pride. He wore an ivory cloak, its edges picked out with scarlet leaves and eagles, and a laurel wreath of gold upon his brow. He carried his helmet under the crook of his arm, as did his brothers who gathered with him to greet Ferrus Manus. Marius stood to his left, his austere features drawn in a somber expression that stood out amongst the excited faces that awaited this reunion of the Emperor's sons. Solomon was right, he decided. He would need to keep an eye on his brother and attempt to lift him from the pit of self-loathing he had dug for himself. In contrast, Gaius Caffin could barely contain his excitement. He shifted his weight from foot to foot, unable to believe his luck at having come through the crash that had so grievously wounded his captain, and then being selected to join this august assembly. Another 4 captains made up the rest of the gathering: Shandor, Tyrion, Antaeus, and Hellespont. Julius knew Shandor reasonably well, but knew the others only by reputation. Lord Commander Vespasian talked quietly to the Primarch, who stood resplendent in his full battle plate, the golden winged gorget sweeping up over his shoulder to the level of his high shishak helmet, the lamellar aventail sweeping down across the shoulders of his armor in a glittering cascade. The golden sword Fireblade was belted at the Primarch's waist, and Julius was unaccountably glad to see it at Fulgrim's hip instead of the silver-handled blade he had taken from the Lair Temple. Behind them, the vicious, beaked prow of the Firebird watched over proceedings, the Primarch's assault vessel sporting a fresh coat of paint after her fiery entry into the atmosphere of Leran. Vespasian nodded at whatever Fulgrim said and turned to march back towards the company captains, his face set in an expression of quiet amusement. Vespasian was everything Julius could ever desire to be as a warrior, controlled, graceful, and utterly deadly. His golden hair was short and tightly curled, and his features were the very image of everything an Astartes ought to be, regal, angelic, and stern. Julius had fought alongside Vespasian on countless battlefields, and the warriors he commanded would boast that his prowess was the equal of the Primarch's. Though all knew that such a boast was made in jest, it served to push his warriors to greater heights of valor and strength to emulate the Lord Commander. Vespasian was also immensely likable, for his incredible abilities as a warrior and commander were tempered by a rare humility that made others warm to him immediately. In the manner of the Emperor's children, warriors who followed Vespasian would take their lead from him in all things, his example serving as a model of how they might best achieve perfection through purity of purpose. Vespasian moved down the line of captains, ensuring that everything was in order and that his captains would do the legion honor. He stopped before Gaius Caffin and smiled. "I bet you can't believe your luck, Gaius," said Vespasian. "No, sir," replied Caffin. "You won't let me down, will you?" "No, sir," repeated Caffin, and Vespasian slapped a gauntlet on his shoulder guard. "Good man, I've got my eye on you, Gaius. I expect you to achieve great things in the coming campaign." Caffin beamed with pride as the Lord Commander moved to stand between Julius and Marius. He nodded curtly to the captain of the Third and leaned over to whisper to Julius as the red lights of the integrity field began to flash. Are you ready for this? Ask the Lord Commander. I am, replied Julius. Vespasian nodded and said, Good man. At least one of us is. Are you trying to tell me you are not? Asked Julius with a smile. No, grinned Vespasian, but it's not every day we get to stand in the presence of two such beings. I have a hard enough time being around Lord Fulgrim without looking like a slack-jawed mortal, but put two of them in a room. Julius nodded in understanding. The sheer magnetism of the Primarchs was something that took a great deal of getting used to. The force of their personalities and sheer physical charisma, leaving men who had fought the darkest horrors of the galaxy trembling with paralyzing fear. Julius well remembered his first meeting with Fulgrim, an embarrassing encounter where he found he couldn't even remember his own name when it was asked of him. Fulgrim's presence humbled a man with its lawlessness and exposed his every imperfection. But as Fulgrim had said to him after that first meeting, this is the very perfection of man, to find out his own imperfections and eliminate them.
You have met the Primarch of the Iron Hands, asked Julius. I have, yes, said Vespasian. He reminds me of the War Master in many ways. How so? You have not met the War Master, have you?
No, said Julius, though I saw him when the Legion marched at Ulanor. Then you'll understand when you do, lad, said Vespasian. Both of them come from worlds that hammer the soul with fire. Their hearts are forged of flint and steel, and the blood of Medusa surges in the Gorgon's veins, molten, unpredictable, and violent. Why do you call Ferrus Manus the Gorgon? Vespasian chuckled as the immense form of a heavily modified storm bird eased through the integrity field, its midnight black hull glimmering with wisps of condensation. The engines growled as the craft turned, its increased bulk formed by racks of missiles and extra stowage compartments fitted at its rear. Some say it's a reference to an ancient legend of the Olympian hegemony, said Vespasian. The Gorgon was a beast of such incredible ugliness that its very gaze could turn a man to stone. Julius was outraged at the disrespect in such a term and said, And people are allowed to insult the Primarch in this way. Don't fret, lad, said Vespasian. I believe Ferrus Manus quite enjoys the name, but in any case, that's not where the name comes from. So where does it come from? It's an old nickname our Primarch gave him many years ago, said Vespasian. Unlike Fulgrim, Ferrus Manus has little time for art, music, or any of the cultural pastimes our Primarch enjoys. It's said that after the two of them met at Mount Neronia, they returned to the imperial palace where Sanguinius had arrived, bearing gifts for the emperor. Exquisite statues from the glowing rock of Baal, priceless gemstones and wondrous artifacts of aragonite, opal, and tourmaline. The Lord of the Blood Angels had brought enough to fill a dozen wings of the palace with the greatest wonders imaginable. Julius willed Vespasian to reach the conclusion of his tale as the Iron Hands Stormbird finally touched down on the deck with a heavy clang of landing skids. Of course, Fulgrim was enthralled, finding that another of his brothers shared his love of such incredible beauty. But Ferrus Manus was unimpressed and said that such things were a waste of their time when there was a galaxy to win back. I'm told that Fulgrim laughed and declared him a terrible Gorgon, saying that if they did not value beauty, then they would never appreciate the stars they were to win back for their father. Julius smiled at Vespasian's tale, wondering how much of it was true and how much was apocryphal. It certainly suited what he had heard of the Primarch of the Iron Hands. All thoughts of Gorgons and tales were dispelled when the frontal assault ramp of the Stormbird lowered, and the Primarch of the Iron Hands emerged, followed by a craggy-featured warrior and a quartet of Terminators, their armor the color of unpainted iron. His first impression of Ferrus Manus was of sheer bulk. The Primarch of the Iron Hands was a brutally rugged giant, his width and height quite unimaginable next to Fulgrim's slender frame. His armor shone like the darkest onyx, the gauntlet upon his shoulder fashioned from beaten iron, and a cloak of glittering mail billowed behind him as he marched. A monstrous hammer was slung across his back, and Julius knew that this was the dreaded Forgebreaker, the weapon Fulgrim had forged for his brother. Ferrus Manus wore no helmet, and his battered face was like a slab of granite, scarred from the ravages of 2 centuries of war among the stars. As he caught sight of his brother Primarch, his stern face broke apart in a warm grin of welcome, the sudden change almost unbelievable in the completeness of its reversal. Julius risked a glance at Fulgrim, seeing that grin mirrored in his own Primarch's face, and before he knew it, he too was smiling like a simpleton. To see such honest brotherhood between these two incredible godlike warriors made his heart sing. The Primarch of the Iron Hands extended his arms, and Julius found his gaze drawn to the shimmering hands that shone like rippling chrome under the harsh lights of the embarkation deck. Fulgrim went to meet his brother, and the two warriors embraced like long-lost friends, suddenly and unexpectedly reunited. Both laughed in pleasure at the meeting, and Ferrus Manus slapped his hands hard on Fulgrim's back. "It's good to see you, my brother," roared Ferrus Manus. "Throne, I've missed you." "And you are a sight for sore eyes, Gorgon," returned Fulgrim. Ferrus Manus stepped back from Fulgrim, still holding him by the shoulders, and looked over at those who had come to greet him. He released his grip on Fulgrim's shoulders, and together they marched over towards the captains of the Emperor's children. Julius caught his breath at the nearness of Ferrus Manus, the Primarch towering above him like a giant of legend. "You wear the colors of the first captain," said Ferrus Manus. "What is your name?" Julius was horribly reminded of the first time he had met Fulgrim face to face, fearing a repetition of that humiliating experience. But as he caught Fulgrim's amused expression, he forced some steel into his voice. "I'm Julius Caesaron, captain of the first, my lord." "Well met, captain," said Ferrus Manus, taking his hand and pumping it enthusiastically, while waving forward the craggy-faced warrior who had accompanied him from the Stormbird with his free hand. "I have heard great things of you." "Thank you," managed Julius, before remembering to add, "My lord." Ferrus Manus laughed and said, "This is Gabriel Santor, captain of my veterans and the man who has the misfortune to serve as my equerry. I think you and he should get to know one another. If you don't know a man, how can you trust your life to him, eh?" "Well, quite," said Julius, unused to such informality from his superiors. "He's my very best, Julius, and I expect you will learn a lot from him." Julius bristled at the implied insult and said, "As I am sure he will from me. Of that I have no doubt," said Ferrus Manus. And Julius felt suddenly foolish as he saw the glint of mischief in his strange silver eyes. His gaze slid from the Primarch to Santor, seeing an unspoken respect there as they sized one another up in the manner of warriors who wonder which of them is the greater.
"Good to see you're still alive, Vespasian," said Ferrus Manus as he moved on from Julius to take the Lord Commander in a crushing bear hug. "And the Firebird. It has been too long since I saw the Phoenix fly. You shall see her fly ere long, my brother," promised Fulgrim. 8. The most important question. War Master Progress. The two Primarchs wasted no time in convening the senior officers of the legions in the Heliopolis to discuss strategy for the destruction of the Diasporex.
The marble benches nearest the dark floor were filled with the purple and gold of the Emperor's children, and the black and white of the Iron Hands. So far the council of war was not going well, and Julius could see the choler rising in Ferrus Manus as Fulgrim dismissed his latest idea as unworkable. "Then what do you propose, brother?" "For I have no more stratagems to suggest," said the Primarch of the Iron Hands. "As soon as we threaten them, they flee." Fulgrim turned to face Ferrus Manus and said, "Do not mistake what I say as criticism, brother. I am merely stating what I see as fundamental to the reason why you have not yet managed to bring the Diasporex to battle, which is that you are being too direct." "Too direct?" asked Ferrus Manus. But Fulgrim held up a quieting hand to forestall any further outbursts. "I know you, brother, and I know the way your legion fights, but sometimes chasing the comet's tail is not the best way to catch it. You would have us skulk around this sector like thieves while we wait for them to come to us. The Iron Hands do not make war that way." Fulgrim shook his head. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the simple joy to be had in going up the center, but we must be prepared to accept that other ways may advance our cause more perfectly." Fulgrim walked the circumference of the Heliopolis as he spoke, directing his words to his fellow Primarch and the warriors who surrounded him. Reflected light from the ceiling lit his face from below, and his eyes, a dark mirror of Ferrus Manus's silver ones, were alight with passion as he spoke. "You have become fixated on destroying the Diasporex, Ferrus, which is only right and proper given their associations with vile aliens, but you have not asked yourself the most important question regarding this enemy." Ferrus Manus crossed his arms and said, "And what question would that be?" Fulgrim smiled. Why are they here? You wish to get into a philosophical debate, snapped Ferrus Manus. Then speak to the iterators. I'm sure they can furnish you with a better, less direct answer than I. Fulgrim turned to address the warriors of the two legions and said, Ask yourselves this then, knowing that a powerful fleet of warships is hunting you and seeks your destruction. Why would you not simply leave? Why would you not move on to somewhere safer?
I do not know, brother,
said Ferrus Manus. Why? Julius felt his Primarch's gaze upon him, and the weight of expectation crushed him to his seat. If the intellect of a Primarch could not answer this question, what chance did he have? He looked into Fulgrim's eyes, seeing his lord's faith, and the answer was suddenly clear. Julius stood and said, Because they can't. They're trapped in this system. Trapped? Asked Gabriel Santor from across the chamber. Trapped how? I don't know, said Julius. Perhaps they have no navigator. No, said Fulgrim, that's not it. If they were without a navigator, then the 52nd expedition would have caught them long ago. It's something else. What? Julius watched as the officers of both legions contemplated the question, sure that his Primarch already knew the answer. Even as the answer came to him, Gabriel Santor stood and said, Fuel. They need fuel for their fleet. Though Julius knew it was foolish, he felt a stab of jealousy at being denied the chance to answer his Primarch, and glared angrily at the weathered face of Iron Hand's first captain.
Exactly, said Fulgrim. Fuel.
A fleet the size of the Diasporix must consume a phenomenal amount of energy every day, and to make a jump of any distance they will need a great deal of it. The fleet masters of this sector's compliant worlds do not report any significant losses of tankers or convoys. So we must assume the Diasporix are getting their fuel from another source. The Keralis Star, said Julius. They must have solar collectors hidden somewhere in the sun's corona. They're waiting to gather enough fuel before moving on. Fulgrim turned back to the center of the chamber and said, That is how we will bring the Diasporix to battle, by discovering these collectors and threatening them. We will draw our enemies to a battle of our choosing, and then we will destroy them. Later, after the War Council had disbanded, Fulgrim and Ferrus Manus retired to the Lord of the Emperor's children's private staterooms aboard the Pride of the Emperor. Fulgrim's chambers were the envy of Terra's master of antiquities, every wall hung with elegantly framed pictures of vibrant alien landscapes or extraordinary picts of the Astartes and mortals of the Crusade. Antichambers filled with marble busts and the spoils of war radiated from the central stateroom, and everywhere the eye fell, it alighted on a work of unimaginable artistic beauty. Only the far end of the room was bare of ornamentation, the space filled with part-carved blocks of marble and easels of unfinished artwork. Fulgrim reclined on a chaise longue, stripped out of his armor and dressed in a simple toga of cream and purple. He drank wine from a crystal goblet and rested his hand on a table upon which lay the silver-hiked sword he had taken from the Lair Temple. The sword was a truly magnificent weapon, hardly the equal of Fireblade, but exquisite nonetheless. Its balance was flawless, as though it had been designed for his hand alone, and its keen edge had the power to cut through Astartes' plate with ease. The purple gem at the pommel was of crude workmanship, but had a certain primitive charm to it that was quite at odds with the quality of the blade and hilt. Perhaps he would replace the gem with something more appropriate. Even as the thought arose, he dismissed it, feeling suddenly as though such an exchange would be the basest act of vandalism. With a shake of his head, Fulgrim put the sword from his mind and ran a hand through his unbound white hair. Ferrus Manus paced the room like a caged lion, and though scout ships were even now hunting the Diasporix fuel collectors, he still chafed at this enforced inaction. "Oh, sit down, Ferrus," said Fulgrim. "You will wear a groove in the marble. Take some wine." "Sometimes, Fulgrim. I swear this isn't a ship of war anymore. It's a flying gallery," said Ferrus Manus, examining the works hung on the walls. "Although these Picts are good, who took them? An imagist named Euphrati Keeler, I'm told. She travels with the 63rd expedition. She has a fine eye," noted Ferrus. "These are good Picts." "Yes," said Fulgrim. "I suspect that her name will be known throughout the expedition fleets soon." "Although I'm not sure about these paintings," said Ferrus, pointing at a series of abstract acrylics of riotous color and passionate brush strokes. You have no appreciation of the finer things, my brother, sighed Fulgrim. Those are works by Serena de Angelis. Noble families of Terra would pay a small fortune to own such a piece.
Really?
Said Ferrus, tilting his head to one side. What are they supposed to be? They are... began Fulgrim, struggling to put into words the sensations and emotions evoked by the colors and shapes within the picture. He looked closely at the picture and smiled. They are recreations of reality formed according to the artist's metaphysical value judgments, he said, the words leaping unbidden to his lips. An artist recreates those aspects of reality that represent the fundamental truth of man's nature. To understand that is to understand the truth of the galaxy. Mistress D'Angelis is aboard the Pride of the Emperor. I should introduce you to her. Ferrus grunted and asked, Why do you insist on keeping such things around? They are a distraction from our duty to the Emperor and Horus. Fulgrim shook his head. These works will be the Emperor's children's lasting contribution to a compliant galaxy. Yes, there are planets yet to conquer and enemies yet to defeat. But what manner of galaxy will it be if there are none to appreciate what has been won? The Imperium will be a hollow place if it is to be denied art, poetry, and music, and those with the wit to appreciate them. Art and beauty are as close to the divine as we find in this godless age. People should, in their daily lives, aspire to create art and beauty. That will be what the Imperium comes to stand for in time, and it will make us immortal. I still think it's a distraction, said Ferrus Manus. Not at all, Ferrus, for the foundations of the Imperium are art and science. Remove them or degrade them, and the Imperium is no more. It is said that empire follows art and not vice versa, as those of a more prosaic nature might suppose, and I would rather go without food or water for weeks than go without art. Ferrus looked unconvinced and pointed to the unfinished works that lay at the far end of the stateroom. So what are these ones, then? They're not very good. What do they recreate? Fulgrim felt a flush of anger, but suppressed it before it could show. I was indulging my creative side, but it is nothing serious, he said, a traitorous kernel within him seething at his handiwork being dismissed so lightly. Ferrus Manus shrugged and sat on a tall wooden chair before pouring himself a chalice of wine from a silver amphora. Ah, it's good to be back amongst friends, said Ferrus Manus, raising his chalice. That it is, agreed Fulgrim. We see too little of one another now that the Emperor has returned to Terra. And taken the fists with him, said Ferrus. I had heard, said Fulgrim. Has Dawn done something to offend our father? Ferrus Manus shook his head. Not that I am aware of, but who knows? Perhaps Horus was told, You should really try to get into the habit of calling him the War Master now. I know, said Ferrus, but I still find it hard to think of Horus that way, you understand. I do, but it is the way of things, brother, pointed out Fulgrim. Horus is War Master, and we are his generals. War Master Horus commands, and we obey. You're right, of course, he's earned it. I'll give him that, said Ferrus, raising his chalice. No one has a greater tally of victories than the Lunar Wolves. Horus deserves our loyalty. Spoken like a true follower, smiled Fulgrim, an inner voice goading him into baiting his brother Primarch. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, said Fulgrim, with a shake of his hand. Come on, didn't you hope it would be you? Didn't you wish with all your heart that the Emperor would name you his regent? Ferrus shook his head emphatically. No. I can honestly say that I didn't, said Ferrus, draining his chalice and pouring another. Can you imagine the weight of the responsibility? We've come this far with the Emperor at our head, but I can't even begin to conceive of the ambition that it must have taken to lead a crusade in conquest of the galaxy. So you don't think Horus is up to it? Asked Fulgrim. Not at all, chuckled Ferrus, and don't put words in my mouth, brother. I won't be branded a traitor for failing to support Horus. If any of us can be War Master, I'd expect it to be Horus. Not everyone thinks so. You've been talking to Perturabo and Angron, haven't you? Amongst others, admitted Fulgrim. They communicated their disquiet at the Emperor's decision. No matter who was chosen, they would have raged against it, said Ferrus. Probably, agreed Fulgrim. But I am glad it was Horus. He will achieve great things. I'll drink to that, said Ferrus, draining his chalice. He is a sycophant, and easily swayed, said a voice in his head, and Fulgrim blinked at the force of it. With the end of the war on Laren, The steady stream of wounded and dead to the apothecarian had slowed, leaving Fabius more time to devote to his researches. To ensure the secrecy his experiments demanded, he had relocated to a little-used research facility aboard the Andronius, a strike cruiser under the authority of Lord Commander Eidolon. Its facilities had been basic at first, but with Eidolon's blessing, he had gathered a bewildering array of specialist equipment. Eidolon himself had escorted him to the facility, marching along the length of the gallery of swords to the forward-starboard apothecarian, its brushed steel walls gleaming and sterile. Without pause, Eidolon had led him through the circular hub of the main laboratory and along a tiled corridor to a gilded vestibule, where two corridors branched left and right. The wall before them was blank, though there were indications that there was soon to be something placed upon it, a mosaic or bas-relief. "Why are we here?" Fabius had asked. "You will see," said Eidolon, reaching out to press a portion of the wall, whereupon it had arced upwards to reveal a glowing passageway and a spiral staircase. They had descended into a research facility. Surgical tables covered with white sheets and incubation tanks lying dormant and empty. "This is where you will work," declared Eidolon. "The Primarch has placed a heavy burden on you, apothecary, and you will not fail." "I will not," agreed Fabius. "But tell me, Lord Commander, why do you take such a personal interest in my labors?" Eidolon's eyes had narrowed, and he had fixed Fabius with a baleful glare. "I am to take the proud heart to the Satyr Lanxus belt on a peacekeeping mission, an inglorious but necessary duty to ensure that the imperial governors are maintaining the lawful rule of the Emperor," said Fabius, though he had known full well that Eidolon would not see it that way. "It is shameful," snapped Eidolon. "It is a waste of my skill and courage that I should be sent away from the fleet like this." "Perhaps, but what is it you require of me?" asked Fabius. "You did not escort me here personally without reason. Correct, apothecary," said Eidolon, placing his hand on Fabius's shoulder guard and leading him deeper into the secret laboratory. "Fulgrim has told me the scale of what you are to attempt, and though I do not approve of your methods, I will obey my Primarch in all things." "Even in undertaking peacekeeping missions?" asked Fabius. "Even so," agreed Eidolon, "but I shall not be put in a position where I shall be made to suffer such indignities again. The work you are doing will enhance the physiology of the Astartes, will it not?" "I believe so. I have only just begun to unlock the mystery of the gene seed, but when I do, I will know all its secrets. Then, upon my return to the fleet, you will begin with me," said Eidolon. "I shall become your greatest success. Faster, stronger, and more deadly than ever before. And I shall become the indispensable right hand of our Primarch. Begin your work here, apothecary, and I shall see to it that you have everything you need brought to you." Fabius smiled at the memory, knowing that Eidolon would be pleased with his results when he rejoined the fleet once again. He leaned over the corpse of an Astartes warrior, his surgical robes stained with the cadaver's blood, and his portable chirurgeon kit fitted to a servo harness at his waist. Clicking steel arms like metal spider legs reached over his shoulders, each bearing syringes, scalpels, and bone saws that assisted with the dissection and organ removal. The stench of blood and cauterized flesh filled his nostrils, but such things did not repulse Fabius, for they spoke of thrilling discoveries and journeys into the unknown reaches of forbidden knowledge. The cold lights of the apothecarian bleached the corpse's skin and reflected from the incubation tanks he had set up to mature the altered gene seed through chemical stimulation, genetic manipulation, and controlled irradiation. The warrior on the slab had been on the brink of death when he had been brought to the apothecarian. But he had died in bliss with his cerebral cortex exposed, as Fabius had taken advantage of his imminent demise to work within its pulpy, grey mass in order to better understand the workings of a living Astartes brain. Inadvertently, Fabius had uncovered the means of linking the nervous system with the pleasure centers of the brain, thus rendering each painful incision a joyous sensation of unalloyed delight. Quite what this discovery might mean to his researches he wasn't sure, but it was yet another fascinating nugget of information to store away for future experiments. Thus far, Fabius had met with more failures than successes, though the balance was gradually shifting towards the positive now that the war on Loran had provided him with a ready source of gene seed upon which to experiment. The furnaces of the apothecarian had burned day and night, disposing of the waste of his failed experiments, but these blows to progress were necessary for his and the Emperor's children's pursuit of perfection. He knew there were those in the Legion who would recoil from the work he was doing, but they were without vision, and could not see the great things he would achieve, the necessary evils that must be endured to reach perfection. By taking the next step in the Astartes' evolutionary journey, Fulgrim's Legion would become the greatest warriors of the Emperor's armies, and the name of Fabius would be celebrated the length and breadth of the Imperium as the chief architect of this elevation. Even now, the Apothecarian's incubation tanks held the nascent fruits of his experiments, tiny, budding organs floating in a nutrient-rich suspension. The tissue samples were from Astartes, who had fallen on Leiran, and Fabius predicted that his enhancements should double their efficiency. Already he was growing a superior osmodula that would increase the strength of the epiphyseal fusion and ossification of a warrior's skeleton, resulting in bones that were virtually unbreakable. Next to the enhanced osmodula was a test organ that combined elements of Leir hormones, which, if successful, would alter the fundamental nature of the Betcher's gland, allowing an Astartes to replicate the sonic shriek of the Leir with devastating results. Work on refining other organs was only just beginning, but Fabius had high hopes for his work on enhancing the Biscopia to stimulate muscle growth beyond the norms and produce warriors as strong as dreadnoughts who could punch through the side of a tank with their bare fists. The multispectral eyes of the Leir had provided a great deal of information he hoped to incorporate into the experiments he had begun on the Oculo B. Scores of eyeballs were pinned like butterflies in the sterile cabinets beside him, chemical stimulants working to enhance the capabilities of the optic nerves. With some modification, Fabius believed he could create visual organs that would function at peak efficiency in total darkness, bright light, or stroboscopic conditions, rendering an Astartes effectively immune to being blinded or disorientated. His first success sat behind him on steel shelves, in thousands of vials of blue liquid, a drug he had synthesized from a genetic splice between a gland taken from the Leir that replicated the functions of the thyroid gland and the Biscopia. In the test subjects, those warriors wounded too badly to survive, Fabius had found that their metabolism and strength had increased markedly before their deaths. Refinement of the drug had kept the increases from overloading the recipient's heart, and now it was ready for distribution to the Legion en masse. Fulgrim had authorized the use of the drug, and within days it would be coursing through the blood of every warrior who chose to take it. Fabius straightened from the dead body before him, and smiled at the thought of the wonders he could create now that he had a free hand in turning his genius to improving the physical stature of the Emperor's children. Yes, he hissed, his dark eyes alight with the prospect of unlocking the secrets of the Emperor's work. I will know your secrets. The colas on the palette swirled before Serena's eyes, and the blandness of them infuriated her beyond measure. She had spent the best part of the morning attempting to create the red of the sunset she had seen on Leiran, but the emptied pots of paint and broken brushes scattered around her bore mute testament to her failure. The canvas before her was a mess of frantic pencil strokes, the outline of a painting that she was sure would be her greatest work, if only she could get this red to mix properly. Damn you, she shouted and hurled the palette away with such force that it smashed to splinters on the wall. Her breath came in short, painful gasps as the frustration built within her. Serena put her head in her hands, and tears came on the heels of hard, racking sobs that hurt her chest. The anger at her failure surged through her body, and she snatched up the broken stem of a paintbrush and pressed the jagged edge of wood into the soft skin of her upper arm. The pain was intense, but at least she could feel it. The skin broke and blood welled around the splintered wood, bringing her a measure of relief. Only the pain made anything real, and Serena ground the wood deeper into her flesh, watching as the blood ran down her arm over the pale ridges of her older scars. Long dark hair hung in lank ribbons to Serena's waist, stained with spots of color, and her skin had the unhealthy pallor of one who had not slept in days. Her eyes were bloodshot and grainy, her fingernails cracked and encrusted with paint. Her studio had been turned upside down since she had returned from the surface of Leiran. It was not vandalism that had brought about such a transformation, but a frenzied passion to create that had reduced her once immaculate studio to something that resembled the aftermath of a battle. The desire to paint had been like an elemental force within her that could not be denied. It had been thrilling and a little bit frightening, the burning need to create art of passion and sensuality. Serena had filled 3 canvases with color and light, painting like a woman possessed before exhaustion had claimed her, and she had fallen asleep in the ruin of her studio. When she had awoken, she had looked at what she had painted with a critical eye, seeing the crudity of the work and the primitive colors that had none of the life and urgency she remembered from the temple. Serena had dug through the disarray of her studio for the picts she had taken of the temple and the mighty coral city, its gloriously masculine towers and wondrously hued skies and ocean. For days she had tried to rekindle the rapturous sensations that had filled her on Lairan, but no matter what proportions she mixed her paints in, she could not achieve the tonal qualities she sought. Serena cast her mind back to Lairan, remembering the sorrow she had felt when Ostian had been denied a place in the craft, traveling to the planet's surface, guiltily. That sorrow had vanished when they had broken the cloud cover, and she had seen the vast blue expanse of the oceans of Lairan spread before her. She had never seen such a glorious, vivid blue, and had snapped a dozen picts before they had even begun their descent towards the Lair Atoll. Circling the floating city had stirred feelings within her that she hadn't known existed, and Serena had ached to set foot on its alien structure more than anything. Upon landing, they had been escorted through the broken ruins of the city, every one of the remembrances staring open-mouthed at the wonderful otherness of it all. Captain Julius had explained that the tall conch towers had screamed all through the war, though all but a handful were now silenced, brought down by explosives to render them mute. The few ululating screams Serena could hear sounded impossibly distant, achingly lonely, and infinitely sad. Serena had taken pict after pict as they were led through the wreckage of battle, and even the torn corpses of the lair could not detract from the thrill of walking on a city that floated above the ocean. The sights and colors were so vibrant that she couldn't take it all in, her senses stimulated to the point of overload. Then she had seen the temple. All thoughts other than achieving entry to its mysterious interior were banished from her mind as Captain Julius, and the iterators had led the way towards the towering structure. A hungry, intense determination had seized the remembrances, and they made their way towards the temple with unseemly haste. Picking their way through the rubble, she had smelled the strange, smoky aroma of what she had at first thought to be incense, burnt by the army units to mask the stench of blood and death. Then she saw the ghostly wisps of pink mist seeping from the porous walls of the temple, and realized that it was something of alien origin. A delicious momentary panic filled her until she smelled more of the strange musk and decided that it was quite pleasant. Arc lights had been set up inside the cave-like entrance of the temple, and the brilliant glow illuminated wondrous colors and murals of such lifelike imagery that they took her breath away. Gasps of astonishment came from all around her as artists attempted to capture the scale of the murals, and imagists took panoramic picts of the scene. From somewhere inside, Serena could hear music, wild, passionate music that lodged like a splinter in her heart. She turned from the murals, following the blue hair of Biqua as the siren song of the music grew louder, and drew them both onwards. From nowhere, her anger at Biqua suddenly pounded hot in her veins, and she felt her lip curl back in a snarl. Serena set off after Biqua, the music of the temple swelling within her the deeper she went. Though she was conscious of people around her, Serena paid them no mind, her thoughts filled with the sensations flooding her system. Music, light, and color were all around her, and she put a hand out to steady herself as the sheer excessiveness of it all threatened to overwhelm her. Serena pushed herself onwards, rounded a corner into the temple's interior, and dropped to her knees as she saw terrifying beauty and awesome energy in the lights and noise of the temple. Bequay Kinska stood in the middle of the great space, her arms raised in a V as she held up the wands of a vox thief, and the music poured over her. Serena thought she'd never seen anything so beautiful in all her life. Her eyes burned with color, and it had been all she could do not to weep at its perfection. Now, back in her studio, she had spent all her energies trying to recapture that brief, shining moment of perfect color without success. Straightening her back and wiping her tears on her sleeve, she picked up another palette from the detritus strewn around her and began mixing her paints to try once again to capture it. She mixed cadmium red with quinacridone crimson, leavening the red with some periline maroon. But already she could see that the colors weren't quite right, the tone off by a fraction. Even as her anger built again, a droplet of blood fell from her arm into the paint as she was mixing it, and suddenly there it was. The color was perfect, and she smiled, understanding what she had to do. Serena picked up the small knife she used for cutting the nibs of her quills and drew the blade across her skin, cutting into the soft flesh above her elbow. Droplets of blood fell from the cut, and she held the palette beneath it, smiling as she saw the colors forming. Now she could begin painting. Solomon ducked beneath the swinging cut of a sword, bringing his own weapon up in time to block the reverse cut to his chest. The blow rang up the length of his arm, and he gritted his teeth as his freshly healed bones protested at the rigors he was putting them through. He backed away from Marius as the captain of the third came at him again with his sword aimed at his heart. "You are slow, Solomon," said Marius. Solomon swept his sword down, pushing aside the clumsy thrust, and spun to deliver the death blow to his opponent, but pulled up short as Marius's blade clove towards him. He twisted out of the way, his body feeling as if it was coming apart at the seams. "Fast enough to see you coming, old man," laughed Solomon, though he knew it was only a matter of time before Marius wore him down. "You're lying," noted Marius, throwing his sword down to the mat. He backed towards the racks of weapons that lined the walls of the training hall and selected a pair of sun and moon spear blades. The double-headed daggers were impractical in a real fight, but made for a deadly training weapon. Solomon threw aside his own sword and picked up a pair of wind and fire wheels like his opponent's weapons. These too were largely decorative, the circular blade held by a textured grip and embellished with curved punch spikes around its circumference, but Solomon enjoyed training with weapons that were beyond his normal range. He faced Marius and extended his left arm while keeping his right hooked at his side. "Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not," grinned Solomon. "There's only one way to find out." Marius nodded and stormed towards him, the twin-bladed daggers spinning before him in a web of glittering steel. Solomon blocked first one strike, then another, each ringing clang forcing him back towards the wall. He swayed aside from a high, slashing cut and sent a low, sweeping blow towards Marius's legs. Marius stabbed one of his daggers down, the tip lancing through the center of the circular weapon and pinning it to the floor. Solomon jumped back, forced to leave it behind as the second blade was thrust towards him. "Have you heard the news?" gasped Solomon, desperate to distract Marius and buy himself some space. "What news?" asked Marius. "That we're to be issued some new chemical stimulant for testing," said Solomon. "I'd heard." "Yes," nodded Marius. "The Primarch believes it will make us stronger and faster than ever." Solomon frowned at his friend's tone, the words sounding as though he was speaking them by rote, but didn't really believe them. Solomon paused in his retreat and said, "Aren't you a little bit concerned at where it came from?" "It comes from the Primarch," said Marius, putting up his dagger. "No, I mean the drug. It hasn't come from Terra. I know that much," said Solomon. "In fact, I think it was made right here. I heard Apothecary Fabius saying something about it before he transferred to the Andronius." "What difference does it make where it comes from?" asked Marius. "The Primarch has authorized its use for those that wish it." "I'm not sure," admitted Solomon, as Marius began to circle him. "Perhaps none at all. But I just don't like the idea of some new chemical being pumped into me when I don't know where it came from." Marius laughed and said, "All the genetic enhancements done to your flesh in the laboratory, and you choose now to worry about chemicals in your body. It's not the same thing, Marius. We were created in the image of the Emperor as his perfect warriors, so why do we need more?" Marius shrugged and lunged with his dagger. Solomon swatted it away with his remaining weapon and groaned in pain as he felt something tear inside. The bout was over. Deciding that his mind would break before his body would heal, he had removed himself from the apothecarian and returned to his company's arming chambers. Gaius Caphan had been pleased to see him, but Solomon could tell that his subordinate had enjoyed the brief taste of command and knew that he would need to see about getting him his own company. As the days passed with no sign of the Diasporex, he had trained fiercely to rebuild his strength and had taken to visiting Marius Vairosian for grueling sparring matches, none of which he had the strength to win. "Fulgrim has said we should do so," said Marius, as if that were an end to the matter. "He has, but I still don't like it," gasped Solomon. "I just can't see why it's needed." "What you see or don't see is irrelevant," said Marius. The word has been given, and we are duty-bound to obey. Our ideal of perfection and purity comes from Fulgrim, and it passes down through the Lord Commanders to us, the company captains, whereupon it is beholden to us to enact the Primarch's will amongst our warriors. I know all that. But this just feels wrong, said Solomon, breathing heavily and tossing his dagger to the floor. Enough. I'm done. You win. Marius nodded and said, You are getting stronger every day, Solomon. Not strong enough, said Solomon, slumping to his haunches on the training mat. No, not yet, but your strength will return soon enough. And then perhaps you'll give me a decent fight, replied Marius, sitting down next to him. Don't you worry about that, promised Solomon. I'll have you beaten soon enough. You won't, replied Marius without irony. I've been training the third harder than ever before, and we're at our very best. I'm at my very best, and with this new chemical I'll be even faster and stronger. Solomon looked into his friend's eyes and saw the desperate yearning to atone for his failure on the atoll. He reached out and placed his hand on Marius's arm. Listen, I know you know this already, but I'm going to say it anyway, he said. No, said Marius, shaking his head. Don't. The third were shamed, and you will only make it worse if you try and excuse our failure. It wasn't a failure, said Solomon. Yes, it was, nodded Marius. If you can't see that, then perhaps you were lucky to have been shot down before you got there. Solomon felt his choler rise and said, Lucky, I almost died. It would be easier if I had died, whispered Marius. You don't mean that. Perhaps not. But the fact remains that the third failed in its appointed task, and until we atone for that, I will ensure that my company follows the Primarch's orders without question. No matter what they are, asked Solomon. Exactly, said Marius. No matter what they are. 9. Discovered Blake, an honest counselor. The Ferrum slipped it through the bright corona of the Carolus star, her shields keeping the worst of the electromagnetic hash from scrambling her systems as the crew hunted for the solar collectors of the Diasporics. Her hull had been patched, and the ruptured elements of her superstructure repaired, though she would still need some time in docks to undo all the damage that had been inflicted upon her. Captain Balhan stood at his command lectern. The frustrating routine of disappointment his menial command consisted of having long grown stale. Iron Father Dideric stood at surveyor control next to Axarden, and though Balhan knew that he deserved no less for his failure to protect his ship, the fact that he had to share command of the Ferrum with another still rankled. Dideric oversaw every command decision, and had glared pointedly at every order he issued. But Balhan knew that his presence was a necessary reminder of the dangers of complacency. The Iron Father's body was largely augmetic, his organic parts having been replaced long ago to bring him closer to mechanized perfection and the eventual interment in the sarcophagus of an ancient dreadnought. "Is your surveyor sweep finished yet?" asked Balhan. "Just about, sir," replied Axarden. "How is it looking?" "Not hopeful, sir. There is so much interference that we could be right on top of them and not know it," explained Axarden. "As much for the Iron Father's benefit as his captain's." "Very good, Axarden." "Let me know if there is any change," ordered Balhan. He leant on the lectern, trying to remember periods of history where the great men of the age had been forced to endure such tedious duties. None sprang to mind, though he knew that history tended to leave out the parts between the heroics and concentrated on the battles and drama of the passage of time. He wondered what the remembrances of the 52nd Expedition would write of this portion of the Great Crusade, knowing that in all likelihood it would not even be recorded. After all, where was the glory in scores of ships scouring the outer edges of a sun for solar collectors? He remembered reading a passage in his Herodotus that spoke of a battle on the coast of an ancient land known as Artemision in northern Euboea between two mighty fleets of ocean-going vessels. The battle was said to have lasted 3 days, though Balhan could not conceive of such a thing, and wondered how much of that battle had actually been spent fighting. Very little, he suspected. In Balhan's experience, battles at sea tended to be short, bloody affairs where one war galley would quickly gain the advantage and ram the other, sending its crew to an icy death at the bottom of the ocean. Even as he formed such gloomy thoughts, Axarden said, "Captain, I think we might have something." He looked up from his melancholy reverie, and all thoughts of the long, empty stretches of history were banished at the excited tone he heard in his surveyor officer's voice. His fingers swept across the command console, and the viewing bay lit up with the brightness of the star beyond. Immediately he saw what Axardan had seen, the shimmering gleam of reflected starlight winking on the giant, rippling sails of a solar collector. "All stop," ordered Balhan. "No sense in letting them know we are here. We should attack," said Dideric, and Balhan forced himself to mask his annoyance at the Iron Father's impetuous interruption. Hadn't the Ferrum fallen foul of just similar thinking? "No," said Balhan. "Not until we have alerted the expedition fleets." "How many collectors are there?" asked Dideric, turning to Axardan. The surveyor officer leaned in close to his plotter, and Balhan waited anxious seconds as Axardan sought to answer the Iron Father. "At least 10, but there are probably more I can't yet pinpoint," said Axardan. "The star's radioactive output appears to be highly concentrated here." Balhan moved from behind his lectern, descended the steps that led to surveyor control, and said, "It does not matter how many there are, Iron Father. We cannot attack." "And why not, Captain?" sneered Dideric. "We have discovered the source of the enemy's fuel as Lord Manus ordered. I am aware of our orders, but without the warships of the fleets to back us up, the Diasporics will vanish once more." Dideric appeared to consider this and said, "Then what do you suggest, Captain?" "Grateful that the Iron Father had deferred to his authority," Balhan said. "We wait. We send word back to the fleets and gather as much information as we can without giving away our position. And then," asked Dideric, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of waiting. "Then we destroy them," said Balhan, "and regain our honor." The archive chambers of the Pride of the Emperor were spread over 3 long decks, the gilded shelves stacked high with texts from old Earth. The manuscripts of this magnificent collection had been painstakingly collated by the 28th Expedition's archivist, a meticulous man by the name of Evander Tobias. Over many years of study, Julius had come to know Tobias very well, and now made his way towards the old man's sanctum in the vaulted nave of the upper archive decks. The marble-columned stacks stretched out before him, a reverential hush filling the wide aisles with a solemnity befitting such a vast repository of knowledge. Tall pillars of green marble marched into the distance, and the shelves of dark wood bowed under the weight of scrolls, books, and data crystals that filled the spaces between them. Julius made his way along the polished marble floor, floating glow globes throwing his shadow out before him. He had stripped out of his armor and wore combat fatigues, over which he had thrown a mail shirt emblazoned with the eagle of the Emperor's children. He saw the beige robes of remembrances down many of the sub-aisles, and barefoot servitors carrying oversized panniers of books past him without so much as a glance. In one of the open spaces of the archive chambers, he saw the distinctive blue hair of Bekwakinska, and briefly considered pausing to speak with her. She sat at a wide desk strewn with music paper, her unbound hair wild and unkempt, and the headphones of a portable vox thief clamped over her ears. Even from a distance, Julius could make out the strange music that had filled the Lair Temple. The blaring sound rendered tinny and distant, though he knew it must surely be deafening in Bekwakinska's ears. Her hands alternated between scrawling frantically across the paper and flitting like birds as she appeared to conduct some invisible orchestra. She smiled as she worked, but there was something manic to her movements, as though the music within her might consume her were it not poured onto the page. So that is how genius works, thought Julius, deciding not to interrupt Mistress Kinska, and pressing onwards. It had been some time since he had come to the archive chambers, his duties in the cleansing of Leran leaving him little time to indulge in reading, and he felt the absence keenly. He had come to reacquaint himself with this place, though he had left instructions with Lycaon to contact him should anything arise that required his attention. Numerous scribes and notaries passed him, each bowing deferentially to him as they went. He recognized some from his time spent here. Most he did not, but just being back in the archive chambers gave him an enormous sense of well-being. He smiled as he saw the familiar form of Evander Tobias ahead of him, the venerable archivist haranguing a sheepish group of remembrances for some infraction of his strict rules. The old man paused in his diatribe and looked up to see Julius approaching. He smiled warmly and dismissed the wayward remembrances with an imperious sweep of his hand. Dressed in a sober dark robe of heavy cloth, Evander Tobias exuded an air of knowledge and respect that even the Astartes recognized. His bearing was regal, and Julius held a great affection for the venerable scholar. Evander Tobias had once been the greatest public speaker of Terra and had trained the first imperial iterators. His role as the primary itator of the War Master's fleet had been assured, but the tragic onset of laryngeal cancer had paralyzed his vocal cords and led to his retirement from the school of iterators. In his place, Evander had recommended that his brightest and most able pupil, Kirill Sinderman, be sent to the War Master's 63rd expedition. It had been said that the Emperor himself had come to Evander Tobias's sickbed and instructed his finest chirurgeons and cyberneticists to attend him, though the truth of this was known only to a few. Though capricious fate had taken his natural talents for oratory and enunciation from him, his throat and vocal cords had been reconstructed, and now Evander spoke with a soft mechanical burr that had fooled many unsuspecting remembrances into thinking of him as a grandfatherly old man without a vicious bite. "My boy," said Evander, reaching out to take Julius's hands. "It has been too long." "It has indeed, Evander," smiled Julius, nodding at the retreating remembrances. "Are the children misbehaving again, them, pa, foolish youngsters?" said Evander. "One would think that selection to become a remembrancer implies a certain robustness of character and level of intellect, beyond that of a common greenskin. But these fools seem incapable of navigating their way around a perfectly simple system for the retrieval of data. It confounds me, and I fear for the quality of work that will be this expedition's legacy with such simpletons to record the mighty deeds of the Crusade." Julius nodded, though having seen Evander's Byzantine system of archiving, he could well understand the potential for confusion, having spent many a fruitless hour trying to unearth some nugget of information. Wisely, he decided to keep his own counsel on the subject, and said, "With you here to collate it, my friend, I'm sure that our legacy is in safe hands." "You are kind to say so, my boy," said Evander, tiny puffs of air soaring from the silver prosthetic at his throat. Julius smiled at his friend's continued use of the phrase, "my boy," despite the fact that he was many years older than Evander. Thanks to the surgeries and enhancements that had been wrought upon Julius's chassis of meat and bone to elevate him to the ranks of the Astartes, his physiology was functionally immortal, though it gave him great comfort to think of Evander as the fatherly figure he had never known on Chamos. "I'm sure you did not come here to observe the quality or otherwise of the fleet's remembrances, did you?" asked Tobias. "No," said Julius, as Tobias turned and made his way down the stacks of shelves. "Walk with me, my boy. It helps me think when I walk," he called over his shoulder. Julius followed the scholar, quickly catching up to him, and then reducing his own strides in order not to outpace him. "I'm guessing that there is something specific you are after. Am I right?" Julius hesitated, still unsure of what he was looking for. The presence of what he had seen and felt in the temple of the lair still squatted in his mind like a contagion, and he had decided that he must attempt to gain some understanding of it, for, even though it had been vile and alien, there had been a horrific attraction to it all. "Perhaps," began Julius, "but I'm not sure exactly where I might find it, or even what to look for in the first place." "Intriguing," said Tobias, "though if I am to assist you, I will, obviously, require more to go on." "You have heard about the Lair Temple, I assume?" asked Julius. "I have indeed, and it sounds like a terribly vile place, much too lurid for my sensibilities." "Yes, it was like nothing I have ever seen before. I wanted to know more about such things, for I feel my thoughts returning to it time and time again. Why? What is it that so enamored you of it?" "Enamored me? No, that's not what I meant at all," protested Julius, though the words sounded hollow even to him, and he could see that Tobias saw the lie in them. "Maybe it is, then," admitted Julius. "I don't think I've felt anything similar, except when I have been enraptured by great art or poetry. My every sense was stimulated. Since then, everything is grey and ashen to me. I take no joy in the things that once set my soul afire. I walk the halls of this ship, halls that are filled with the works of the greatest artists in the Imperium, and I feel nothing." Tobias smiled and nodded. "Truly this temple must have been wondrous to have jaded people so— What do you mean? You are not the first to come to my archives seeking knowledge of such things." "No? Tobias shook his head, and Julius saw the quiet amusement in his weathered features as he said, "A great many of those who saw the temple have come here seeking illumination as to what it was they felt within its walls. Remembrances, army officers, Astartes. It seems to have made quite an impression. I almost wish I had taken the time to see it myself." Julius shook his head, though the elderly archivist failed to see the gesture as he halted beside a shelf of leather-bound books with gold edging. The spines of the books were faded, and clearly none of them had been read since their placement on the shelf. "What are these?" asked Julius. "These, my dear boy, are the collected writings of a priest who lived in an age before the coming of Old Night. He was called Cornelius Blake, a man who is labeled a genius, a mystic, a heretic, and a visionary, often all in the same day." "He must have lived a colorful life," said Julius. "What did he write about?" "Everything I believe you are looking to understand, my dear boy," said Tobias. Blake believed that only through an abundance of experience could a man understand the infinite and receive the great wisdom that came from following the road of excess. His works contain a rich mythology in which he worked to encode his spiritual ideas into a model for a new, unbridled age of experience and sensation. Some say he was a sensualist who depicted the struggle between indulgence of the senses and the restrictive morals of the authoritarian regime under which he lived. Others, of course, simply denounced him as a fallen priest and a libertine with delusions of grandeur. Tobias reached up, pulled one of the books from the shelf, and said, "In this book, Blake speaks of his belief that humanity had to indulge in all things in order to evolve to a new state of harmony that would be more perfect than the original state of innocence from which he believed our race had sprung." And what do you think? I think his belief that humanity could overcome the limitation of its five senses to perceive the infinite is wonderfully imaginative, though, of course, his philosophies were often thought of as degenerate. They involved enthusiasms that were considered quite scandalous for the times. Blake believed that those who restrained their desires did so only because they were weak enough to be restrained. He himself had no such compunctions. I can see why he was labeled a heretic. "Indeed," said Tobias, "though such a word has more or less fallen out of usage in the Imperium. Thanks to the great works of the Emperor, its etymological roots lie in the ancient languages of the Olympian hegemony, and it simply means a choice of beliefs in the tract. Contra Hereses, the scholar Irenaeus describes his beliefs as a devout follower of a long-dead god, beliefs that were later to become the orthodoxy of his cult and the cornerstone of a great many religions." "How does that make it a misunderstood word?" asked Julius. "Come, my dear boy, I thought I had taught you better than that," said Tobias. "By following the logic of Irenaeus, you must surely perceive that heresy has no purely objective meaning. The category exists only from the point of view of a position within any society that has previously defined itself as orthodox. Anyone who espouses views or actions that do not conform to that point of view can be perceived as heretics by others within those societies who are convinced that their view is orthodox. In other words, heresy is a value judgment, the expression of a view from within an established belief system. For instance, during the Wars of Unification, the Pan-European Adventists held the secular belief of the Emperor as a heresy, while the ancestor worshippers of the Indo-Nasic bloc considered the rise to power of the despot Calagan as a great apostasy. So you see, Julius, for a heresy to exist, there must be an authoritative system of dogma or belief designated as orthodox." "So you're saying there can never be heresy now, since the Emperor has shown the lie in the belief in false gods and corpse worshippers?" "Not at all. Dogma and belief are not reliant on the predisposed belief in a godhead or the cloak of religion. They might simply be a regime or set of social values, such as we are bringing to the galaxy, even now. To resist or rebel against that could easily be considered heresy, I suppose. Then why should I wish to read this man's books? They sound dangerous." Tobias waved his hands dismissively. "Not at all. As I often told my pupils at the School of Iterators, a truth that is told with bad intent will triumph over all the lies that can be invented. So it behooves us to know all truths and separate the good from the bad. When an iterator speaks the truth, it is not only for the sake of convincing those who do not know it, but also to defend those that do." Julius was about to ask more when the vox beat crackled at his ear, and he heard Lycaon's excited voice. "Captain," said Lycaon, "you need to get back here." Julius raised the vox cuff to his mouth and said, "I'm on my way. What's happened?" "We've found them," said Lycaon, the Diasporex. "You need to get back here right now." "I will," said Julius, sensing something amiss in Lycaon's words, even over the distortion of the vox. "Is there anything I should know?"
"Best you come and see for yourself," replied Lycaon. Fulgrim angrily paced the length of his stateroom to the deafening sound of a dozen phonocasters. Each broadcast a different tune, booming orchestral scores, the thumping music of the low hive cavern tribes, and greater than them all, the music of the Lair Temple. Each tune screamed in discord with the others, the sound filling his senses with wild imaginings and the promise of undreamt of possibilities.
His temper simmered just below the surface at his brother's actions. But there was nothing to do but wait to catch up with the 50-second expedition, for Ferrus to have acted alone displayed a lack of respect that infuriated Fulgrim and threw his carefully laid plans for the Diasporex into disarray. The plan had been perfect, and Ferrus was ruining everything. The thought surfaced swiftly and with such venom behind it that Fulgrim was shocked at its intensity. Yes, his beloved brother had acted impetuously, but he should have suspected that Ferrus would be unable to contain the Medusan rage that lay at his core. No, you did all you could to contain his rage. His impetuosity will be his undoing. Fulgrim felt a chill travel the length of his spine as the thought one surely dragged from the darkest reaches of his being surfaced in his head. Ferrus Manus was his brother Primarch, and while there were those amongst their number that Fulgrim counted as close friends, there was no closer brotherhood than the bond between him and Ferrus. Ever since the victory on Lairan, Fulgrim's thoughts had turned inwards to claw the furthest depths of his consciousness, dragging out an acid resentment he had not known existed. Each night, as he lay on his silk bed, a voice whispered in his ear and ensnared him with dreams he never recalled and nightmares he could not forget. At first he had thought he was going mad, that some last deceitful trick of the Lair had begun to unravel his sanity, but he had discounted such a notion as preposterous, for what could lay a perfect being such as a Primarch low? Then he had wondered if he was receiving some astro-telepathic message from afar, though he knew of no psychic potential he possessed. Magnus of Prospero had inherited their father's gift of foresight and psychic potential, though it was a gift that had distanced him from his brothers, for none truly trusted that such a power was without price or consequence. At last he had come to accept that the voice was in fact a manifestation of his subconscious, a facet of his own mindscape, that articulated the things he could not, and stripped away deceits the conscious mind created to protect it from the barriers society placed upon it. How many others could lay claim to such an honest counselor as their own mind? Fulgrim knew he should make his way to the bridge, that his captains needed his direction and wisdom to guide them, for they looked to him in all things, and from him would come the direction and character of his legion, which is as it should be. What is this legion but a manifestation of your will? Fulgrim smiled at the thought, reaching over to increase the volume on the phonocaster that played the music recorded within the Lair Temple. The music reached deep inside him, its sound without tune or melody, but primal in its intensity. It awoke a longing for better things, for newer things, for greater things. He remembered returning to the surface of Lairan and seeing Bikwakinska in the temple with her hands raised to the roof, her face wet with tears as she recorded the music of the temple. She had turned to face him as he entered, falling to her knees as the passion of the alien music washed through her.
"I shall write this for you," she shouted. "I shall compose something marvelous. It will be the Maravilla in your honor," he smiled at the memory, knowing the marvels she would compose for him were sure to be wondrous beyond belief. La Fenice was already undergoing great renovations, with exquisite paintings and mighty sculptures already commissioned from those who had also visited the surface of Lairan.
If there had been any conscious thought as to why only they should receive commissions, he had since forgotten it, but the appropriateness of the decision still pleased him. The greatest of these works would be a mighty picture of him, a magnificently ambitious piece he had commissioned from Serena d'Angelus after seeing the work she had begun to produce in the wake of the victory on Lairan, work so full of vibrancy and emotion that it made his heart ache to see such beauty. He had sat for Serena d'Angelus several times since then, but he would need to find the time to engage with her properly when the Diasporex were annihilated. Yes, he thought, Soon the pride of the Emperor will echo to the music of creation, and his warriors will carry it to every comer of the galaxy so that all might have a chance to hear such beauty. His mood soured as he cast his gaze towards the end of his staterooms and the pile of smashed marble that had been his attempt to create a thing of beauty. Each stroke of the chisel had been delivered with precise skill. The lines of the figure's anatomy were perfect, and yet there was something indefinably wrong with the sculpture, something that eluded his understanding. The frustration of it had driven him to inflict violence upon his work, and he had reduced it to rubble with 3 blows from his silver sword. Perhaps Ostian Delafour could instruct him as to what mistakes he was making, though it galled him that he, a Primarch, should have to consult a mortal. Wasn't he created to be the greatest in all things? His other brothers had inherited aspects of their father, but the gnawing doubt that perhaps the accident that had almost destroyed the Emperor's children at birth had encoded some hidden defect into his genetic makeup returned to haunt him in the dark watches of the night. Was his nature a sham, a thinning veneer of perfection that hid a hitherto unknown core of failure and imperfection? Such doubt was alien to him, yet the horror of it had lodged like a canker in his chest. Already he felt as though events were slipping away from him. The battles on Lair had been vanity. He knew that now, but they had been won, and that was what the remembrances would tell. They would gloss over the appalling casualty figures he had suppressed, but which haunted his dreams with images of the fallen warriors whose names he knew and memories he cherished. Now Ferris, rushing off impetuously to engage the Diasporic's fleet his scout ships had discovered, was closing in on the solar collectors. The familiar anger towards his brother surfaced once again, all thoughts of love and centuries of friendship stained with this latest betrayal. He shames you with this display, and must he punished? Julius heard the reports through the Vox as they crackled over the speakers and watched the surveyor officers chart the unfolding shape of the battle on the plotter table in lines of glowing green. Without consulting the Primarch of the Emperor's children, Ferrus Manus had ordered the 52nd Expedition to make all speed for the Carolus Star in response to the Ferrum's discovery of the solar collectors. The Diasporics had reacted to his rash advance by rushing to recover them. Unlike previous encounters, this was to be no hit-and-run ambush, but it seemed clear to Julius that without timely aid from the 28th Expedition, the ships of the 52nd could not prevent the escape of the Diasporics once more. The bridge of the pride of the Emperor was hushed. The quiet industry of the crew and the chatter of machines the only sound. Julius wished for some noise, something out of the ordinary to highlight to everyone that without Fulgrim's presence, things were not as they should be. There was a gaping void in the bridge that Fulgrim's towering leadership normally filled, but the routine of the bridge crew continued as it always did, and he found their insensibility to the Primarch's absence infuriating. The captain of the pride of the Emperor, Lemuel Aizel, a warrior so used to following the orders of his Primarch that he had none of his own, had simply sent the ships of the Emperor's children after the Iron Hands. Julius could see that he was foundering without the reassuring presence of his lord and master at his side. Even his other captains seemed oblivious, and he fought to control his temper at their unappreciative senses. Solomon, only recently returned to full duties, stared intently at the surveyor plot, though he was gratified to see that Marius wore an expression of angry disgust. Julius was becoming unaccountably angry, wishing for something to break the silence and monotony of the bridge, and found himself clenching his fists. He fought the urge to smash those fists into the face of one of the bridge crew, just to feel something beyond the blandness his senses were feeding him. "Are you all right?" asked Solomon, who stood at his elbow. "You look tense." "Well, of course I'm bloody tense," snapped Julius, the sound of his voice a welcome relief from the stress, its very loudness soothing his burgeoning anger. "Ferrus Manus has launched his fleet directly at the Diasporics, and we have to catch up and fight a battle without a plan of any perfection." Heads turned at his outburst, and Julius felt a curious elation surge through his body at the feeling. He could see he had shocked Solomon, and felt a delicious thrill at allowing his thoughts to slip the leash of control. "Calm your jets," said Solomon, gripping his arm tightly. "Yes, the Iron Hands started without us, but that may work to our advantage if they draw the Diasporics in. We will be the hammer that smashes them on the anvil of the Iron Hands." The thought of battle extinguished his earlier anger, and the thought that it was to be fought without shape or form sent a thrill of anticipation through him. "You're right," he said. "This is exactly what we came here for." Solomon stared quizzically at him for a second before turning his attention back to the plotter table. "It won't be long now," he said, after a moment's deliberation. "What won't?" asked Marius. "Bloodshed," said Solomon, and Julius felt his pulse quicken. 10. The Battle of Caralis Star, going up the center new heights of experience, filled with the collected energy of a sun. The explosion of the solar collector bloomed like the birth of a new star. Fiery clouds of debris and released potential spread over hundreds of kilometers, shattering warships that had risked passing close to the collector in an attempt to gain some advantage in the battle raging in the star's corona. Nearly 1,000 starships jockeyed and maneuvered above the Caralis Star, each moving in its own intricate ballet as blinding streaks of lance fire and the looping contrails of torpedoes crisscrossed the space between them. Finally brought to battle by the Iron Hands, the Diasporic's fleet had turned like a beast at bay, protecting its young. Heavily armed warships of ancient design formed a cordon around the solar collectors, while smaller, faster escorts attempted to run the blockade of Imperial vessels and remove their invaluable charges from the battle. Some slipped past, but many more were bracketed by relentless bombardments and reduced to so much scrap metal within moments of being acquired by the gunners of the 52nd Expedition. Fiery explosions flared, blooming brightly as the fires of their deaths ignited the clouds of flammable gases that filled the space around the star. The Fist of Iron led the charge of the Iron Hands, bludgeoning a path through the center of the Diasporic's fleet and battering the enemy ships with devastating broadsides. Mass drivers and battery after battery hammered the Diasporic ships, and plumes of venting oxygen bled into space from the wounded vessels. Spurts of nuclear fire speared up from the surface of the star, clouds of radioactive material following in their wake and wreathing the battle in streaks of light. Smaller fighters and bombers were ripped apart by these random acts of the star's violence, their ordnance erupting in flames and sending them spinning through space like tumbling meteors. An alien warship dueled with the Iron Hands, unknown weapons hurling bolts of energy that melted through the hulls of the Imperial ships, scrambled their weapon systems, or slaved them to the enemy fleet. Confusion reigned as vessels of the Imperial fleet turned their weapons on Allied ships, until Ferrus Manius understood what was happening and led the Fist of Iron once more into the thick of the fighting to destroy the enemy ship with a devastating close-range torpedo volley. The alien vessel broke apart in a rippling flurry of explosions, torn asunder from within as each torpedo smashed through bulkhead after bulkhead before detonating in the heart of its target. Despite the best efforts of the Diasporic's fleet masters, the cordon of ships thrown out before the solar collectors could not hold back the force of the Iron Hands, trapped against the furnace of the Caralis Star. The democratic multi-part confederacy of the Diasporics was proving to be its undoing. Set against the iron leadership of Ferrus Manus, their many captains could not coordinate quickly or ingeniously enough to outwit the tactical ferocity of a Primarchs. The fiery halo surrounding the star became the grave of thousands of aliens and humans of the Diasporics as the 52nd Expedition tore through them, venting the anger and fury of the last few months in an unstoppable flurry of battery fire and missiles. Ships of both sides burned, and if it was indeed the end of the Diasporex, then it would be an end worthy of epic tales yet to be written. The Ferrum fought at the heart of the battle, Captain Balhan avenging his earlier failure in the fury of combat. More nimble than many of the warships of the Diasporex, he masterfully worked with the Armorum Ferrus to maneuver his vessel to outflank enemy ships and attack them from their vulnerable rear. Devastating battery fire crippled the engines of his prey, and as the Diasporic ships wallowed helplessly, the Armorum Ferrus swept in and tore the defenseless vessels apart with point-blank broadsides. Not that the Diasporics were not reaping a fearsome tally. Although their ships fought as individuals in this battle as opposed to a fleet, it did not take long before a great warship in the center of the Diasporic's fleet began to take charge, a hybridized vessel that bore the hallmarks of human design and embellishments of a grotesque alien nature. Even as Ferrus Manus recognized the moment the hybrid vessel took command, the Diasporic's fleet again displayed its teeth. Coordinated waves of bombers crippled Medusa's glory and improbably destroyed the Heart of Gold. A daring boarding action upon the Iron Dream was barely repulsed. though the ship was left helpless and was ultimately destroyed by an almost casual broadside from the hybrid command ship. The greatest loss to the Imperial fleet came when the battle barge Metallus was destroyed by an enemy lance that tore through its reactor core and vaporized it in an explosion that rivaled that of the first solar collector. Dozens of nearby ships were caught in the terrifying violence of its destruction, tumbling to their deaths in the star's fiery embrace. As the nuclear fire of the ship's demise faded, a gap of empty space was all that remained. The fleet masters of the Diasporics were not slow to see the opportunity this presented. Within minutes, the escorts began changing course to lead the precious solar collectors through the gap. It was a bold move, and the heavier warships of the Diasporics began to disengage from the fleet of the Iron Hands. It was a bold move indeed, and might have worked, had not the ships of the Emperor's children chosen that moment to unmask their presence and begin their own destructive work amongst the ships of the Diasporics. The boarding torpedo shook with the violence of its delivery, a thundering metal tube hurled through space in a journey that would end either in death or a rush of battle. Though his body still ached, Solomon relished the chance to take the fight to the enemy once more, despite the great unease with which he had greeted Fulgrim's order that they were to be unleashed on the Diasporics via boarding torpedo. Normal Astartes practice for starship assaults called for specialist troops to make lightning hit-and-run attacks on critical systems such as the gun decks or engines before making a rapid withdrawal. But this mission was to capture the command deck and end the battle in one fell swoop. Such actions were dangerous at the best of times, but to cross the gulf of space between fighting vessels in the midst of such a furious conflict seemed foolhardy to Solomon. Fulgrim had surprised everyone when he had marched onto the bridge at the commencement of the fighting, clad in the full panoply of battle instead of the cloak of a ship's captain, and surrounded by his Phoenix Guard. His armor had been magnificently polished, and Solomon saw many new embellishments worked into the gleaming plates of his greaves. The golden eagle on his breastplate shone with a dazzling brilliance, and his pale features were alight with the prospect of battle. Solomon noticed that, instead of the golden fireblade, the silver-hilted sword he had taken from Leiran was belted at his side. Ferrus Manus may have instigated this fight without us, Fulgrim had shouted, but by Chemos, he's not going to finish it without us. A fierce energy had suddenly seized the bridge of the pride of the Emperor, and Solomon felt it surge from warrior to warrior like an electric current. Julius, especially, had leapt to obey the Primarch's orders, as had Marius, though with a dogged determination rather than with genuine enthusiasm, rather than complete the destruction of the Diasporics from afar as the tactical position, as far as Solomon could see, would dictate. Fulgrim had elected to take the fight to the Diasporics directly and ordered the ships of the 28th Expedition to surge forward to engage them at close range. Information from the Fist of Iron had revealed the presence and location of the enemy command ship, and Fulgrim had immediately hurled the pride of the Emperor towards it. Ferrus Manus may have started the fight prematurely, but the Emperor's children would win the lion's share of the glory by ripping the heart from the Diasporics. Not only that, but Fulgrim would once again lead them. Though at first such a strategy seemed vainglorious to Solomon, he couldn't deny the thrill he felt as he led his men into harm's way despite his loathing of traveling in a boarding torpedo. Gaius Caphan sat opposite him, his eyes fixed on the rudimentary controls that guided their headlong rush through space, and his mind on the battle to come. Solomon and the warriors of the Second were to smash into the hybrid vessel first and secure the perimeter before Fulgrim and the First reinforced their position and pushed through the enemy ship towards the bridge, in order to destroy it with demolition charges. In theory, what little tactical structure remained of the Diasporics fleet would be shattered by the loss of the command ship, and the remainder picked off at the Imperial fleet's leisure. "Impact in 10 seconds, said Caphan. "Everyone brace," ordered Solomon. "As soon as the entrance is clear, spread out and kill anything you find. Good hunting." Solomon closed his eyes and hunched down into the brace position as the torpedo slammed into the side of the enemy vessel, the inertial compensators reducing the impact from lethal to merely bone-jarring. He heard the booming thuds as the shaped charges on the torpedo's nose detonated in sequence, blasting a path through the thick superstructure of the ship. The force of the detonations and the howling screech of metal judded down the length of the torpedo. Solomon felt his vision blur, and his freshly healed body protest at the force of their arrival and deceleration. It felt like an age, though it was surely no more than a few seconds before they stopped. And the last charge on the nose cone blew the front of the torpedo clear. The assault ramp clanged down into a fiery inferno of twisted, blackened metal and ruptured corpses. "Go," bellowed Solomon, slamming the release on his grav harness and surging to his feet. "Everyone out, go!" He snatched up his hand-crafted bolter, knowing that this was the most vulnerable portion of any torpedo-borne assault. The shock and horror of their arrival had to be exploited to prevent any resistance from materializing. Solomon charged down the ramp into a tall, high-vaulted chamber of blackened columns and walls of dark wooden paneling. The wood blazed, and several of the columns groaned under the weight of the roof, many of the other columns having been destroyed by the impact of the boarding torpedo. Smoke and flames billowed, though the auto-senses of Solomon's armor easily compensated for the low visibility. Charred corpses filled the chamber, torn to shreds by the impact, and other bodies writhed and screamed in agony as flames consumed them. Solomon ignored them, already hearing distant crashes that told him the rest of his company were smashing through the hull of the vessel. The warriors of the second spread out as he saw movement at either end of the chamber, enemy warriors coming to repulse their attack. Solomon grinned as he saw that they were already too late. Flat bangs of bolter fire tore the defenders to their right apart, but an answering volley scythed from the opposite side, punching one of his warriors from his feet with a smoking crater in his chest. Solomon turned his own bolter to face the new threat and fired off a rapid burst of shots that sent a bizarre quadruped creature slumping to the ground. More shots and screams sounded, and within moments the chamber was alive with booming gunfire and explosions. "Gaius, take the right and secure it," he said, moving off to the other end of the chamber as more of the ship's crew rushed to plug the breach in their vessel's defenses. Solomon killed another enemy, this time seeing his target properly for the first time as his warriors forced the enemy back in a crackling hail of bolter rounds. Controlled bursts of gunfire cleared the entrances to the chamber of enemies as Solomon examined the corpse of one of the aliens. Gaius Caphan organized the Astartes to secure the chamber from counterattack and ready it for the arrival of reinforcements. The dead alien was a heavily muscled quadruped with ochre skin, scaled like a snake's, but harder and more chitinous. Portions of its limbs had been augmented with mechanized prosthetics, and its head was elongated. It appeared to be eyeless, its mouth a dark, tooth-ringed circle filled with waving feelers. A bizarre armature was affixed to its back, connected via a series of looping cables to its spine and many fingered forelimbs. The other dead creatures were of the same species, but others amongst the chamber's defenders were clearly human. Their twisted bodies, immediately recognizable, despite the mutilations done to them by the breaching charges of the torpedo, that humans could fight alongside aliens, was incomprehensible to Solomon. The very idea of such bizarre creatures working, living, and fighting alongside pure-blood humans descended from the people of old Earth was repugnant. "We're ready," said Caphan, appearing at his shoulder. "Good," said Solomon. "I don't understand how they could have done it."
Done what?
Asked Caphan. "Fought alongside Xenos." Caphan shrugged, the movement awkward in battleplate. "Does it matter?" "Of course it matters," said Solomon. "If we understand what motivates someone to turn from the Emperor, then we can stop it happening again." "I doubt any of this lot has even heard of the Emperor," said Caphan, tapping his boot against the charred body of a human soldier. "Can you turn from someone you've never heard of? They may not have heard of the Emperor." "But that doesn't excuse this," said Solomon. "It should be self-evident that associations with alien filth like this can only end badly. It was our manifesto when we joined the Crusade. Suffer not the alien to live." Solomon knelt beside the dead man and lifted his limp head from the deck. His skin was bloody, and his midsection had been burst open from the inside. His armor was an elaborate weave of kinetotropic mesh and energy-reflective plates that had singularly failed to stop the brutality of a bolter round. "Take this man," said Solomon. The blood of old Earth pours from his veins, and but for his associations with aliens, we might have been allies in furthering the cause of the Great Crusade. All this killing is a terrible waste of what might have been, of the brotherhood we might have forged with these people, but there can be no equivocation in the fight for survival. There is only right and wrong. And he chose wrongly. His commanders chose wrongly, and that is why he is dead. So, are you saying that it's his commanders who are to blame, and that we might have been friends with this man if circumstances had been different? Solomon shook his head. No, such evil can only succeed when good men stand by and allow it to... I do not know how the diasporics came to be integrated with aliens, but if enough people had stood against the decision, it could never have happened. Their fate is their own, and I feel no remorse in killing them. All warriors who follow their leader's orders must carry the weight of it also. Gaius Caphan said, and I thought Captain Varosian was the thinker. Solomon smiled and said, I have my moments. Before he could say anything further, a voice in his helmet said, Captain Demeter, is the landing zone secure? And he straightened as he recognized the voice of his Primarch. It is, my lord, said Solomon. Stand ready. I shall be with you directly, replied Fulgrim. Though the diasporics were trapped between the Carolus star and the combined Imperial fleets, there was yet the will to fight, and while the command ship still lived, there would be no easy victory. More and more of the solar collectors were exploding as their escorts were stripped away, crippled and sent spinning down into the star. Some smaller vessels slipped past the Imperial cordon, but they were an irrelevance next to the larger battleships that still fought with undimmed fury. The pride of the Emperor did battle with tactics straight from a naval strategy textbook, Captain Lemuel Eisel commanding with methodical precision, if not flair. The rest of the Emperor's children fleet followed his example and engaged the foe in perfect attack patterns, destroying the enemy in efficient, elegant dissections. In contrast, the ships of the Iron Hands fought like the Iron Wolves of Medusa, tearing their enemy apart in daring hit-and-run attacks that saw them destroy many more vessels than the ships of the Emperor's children. Through the heart of the firestorm, the Firebird soared like the most graceful of birds, its fiery wings leaving vortices of flaring gases in its wake. Like a twisting comet trailing streamers of flame behind it. The assault craft seemed to glide easily through the explosions and streaking lines of deadly gunfire that painted the raging inferno of the star's corona. As though realizing the danger, the fiery assault craft represented a pair of diasporics cruisers altered course to intercept it, and as the web of guns and lasers tightened around the Firebird, its doom seemed assured. The Primarch's craft twisted desperately to avoid the storm of fire, but it was running out of room, and each explosion burst ever closer to it. Even as the cruisers closed in to unleash the coup de grace, a monstrous shadow enveloped them, and the Fist of Iron sailed between them, a series of ruinous broadsides rippling from its dozens of gun decks. At such close range, the results were devastating. The first cruiser was torn apart as a chain reaction of explosions bloated its superstructure from within, and it broke up in a shower of burning plasma and foaming oxygen. The second ship survived long enough to return fire at the Fist of Iron, killing hundreds of its crew and inflicting terrible damage on Ferrus Manus's flagship, before it was crippled by a second broadside that obliterated it in a huge explosion. Saved from destruction, the Firebird hurtled through the crucible of battle towards the hybrid command vessel that Solomon Demeter's warriors had secured. Close-in defense turrets desperately tried to engage the Firebird, as though the vessel's crew sensed that their doom came towards them on these wings of fire, but none came close to Fulgrim's craft. Such was its deadly grace and maneuverability. Like a great bird of prey settling on its quarry, the Firebird swooped in over the bridge section of the hybrid vessel, and its landing claws descended to clamp firmly onto the upper hull of the ship. Searing blasts of melter fire bored through the outer hulls of the enemy vessel, and clouds of crystalline oxygen billowed from the ship's inner skins. No sooner had the armored plates of the outer hull been penetrated, than a docking umbilical punched through the softer inner hull of the ship, creating a pressurized passageway that would allow the Primarch of the Emperor's children to wreak bloody havoc on the diasporics. Julius followed his Primarch and hammered down onto the deck of the enemy vessel in time to see Fulgrim draw his shimmering silver blade. His commander rose to his full height as 100 or more enemy soldiers, humans and loping beasts that went on all fours, rushed towards them. Julius felt his heart surge with excitement and battle lust as weapons blazed, but Fulgrim threw up his sword to send the bolts of energy skidding across the walls and ceiling. Lycaon and more of Julius's warriors dropped from the belly of the Firebird, and he watched in awe as the living avatar of battle that was his Primarch charged into his enemies. Fulgrim's magnificence still had the power to make him catch his breath, and the honor of going into battle with such a godlike figure was beyond measure. Fulgrim raised his pistol, a weapon with the power of a caged sun which had been crafted in the forges of the Urals to unleash a hail of molten bolts. Blazing light filled the hallway, the gleaming silver of its structure reflecting the brilliance of his shots as they tore through meat, bone, and armor. Men and aliens screamed as the Primarch's shots tore through them. "Spread out! Open fire!" he shouted, though his warriors needed no orders. The first volleys of bolter fire were unleashed, sawing through the ranks of the aliens. Return fire felled one of the first, but by then it was already too late, as yet more of the Astartes poured from the Firebird and began the slaughter. "Captain Demeter," cried Fulgrim over the vox, laughing at the sheer joy of being in battle once more. "You have my position. Join me. This will be my finest hour." Solomon led his warriors from the cavernous space the boarding torpedo had punched into, setting a brisk pace through the halls of the enemy ship to join his Primarch. He could hear the sounds of gunfire from all around as the other members of his company fought their way to link up with him. Sporadic battles erupted as the ship's defenders attempted to prevent the assaulters from gathering their strength, but it was a hopeless task. The torpedoes had struck widely enough so that they could not contain the threat without spreading themselves dangerously thin. Warriors of the second punched through enemy defensive positions, and the more Astartes that joined the fighting wedge he had aimed at the ship's bridge, the more inevitable the victory became. He could see the blue glows on his visor that represented Fulgrim and Julius, knowing they would also be heading for the bridge. In any assault where warriors had to board an enemy ship, the key was to get in and out quickly, before any counterattack could be launched. Solomon knew that missions to attack the bridge of a starship were always the bloodiest, for such an objective was always the most heavily defended, whether it was blind luck or the skill of Gaius Caphan at the torpedo's controls. He didn't know. But they had boarded much closer to the bridge than he would have believed possible, circumventing the bulk of the ship's defensive architecture. More troops would be racing to intercept them. But with the force led by the Primarch and Julius converging on the bridge as well, it would be too late to stop them. Solomon slowed his advance as he approached a four-way junction and saw yet more Astartes in the colors of the second coming from the passageway opposite. Until now, he hadn't realized how much it had rankled missing the final fight on Lairan. If there really were gods of battle, then they had offered him an incredible opportunity for glory. Solomon laughed. As he sent them a playful nod of thanks, he reached the edge of the crossroads and ducked his head around the corner, seeing a defensive position at the end of the narrow passageway. Perhaps a dozen or so enemy soldiers held a strong point formed from white steel barriers, though there were sure to be more men out of sight. An automated gun turret was fixed to the ceiling, and the barrel of a heavy rotary cannon protruded through a firing slit in the barricade. Solomon ducked back as a deafening hail of shots roared down the corridor, and blazing traceries of fire ripped into the steel next to him. Sparks and shards of metal flew. "Well," he said, "they're ready for us." He turned and waved Caphan forward, handing him his bolter. As he said, "Gaius, someone's going to have to go up the center." Even though both warriors were helmeted, Solomon could sense Caphan's reaction. "Let me guess," said Caphan. "You?" Solomon nodded and said, "I'll need cover." "You're serious?" asked Caphan, pointing to the torn metal at the corner of the junction. "Didn't you see what happened?" "Don't worry," Solomon said. "It'll be fine if I have all of you covering me. Just tell me when you're going to fire, eh?" Caphan nodded wearily and said, "I know I want command, but not through you getting yourself killed to prove a point." Solomon drew his sword, flexing his shoulders in preparation for the brutal ferocity of close-quarters combat. "You'll get command," he promised, "but I'm not planning on dying here. Can we at least use grenades first?" asked Caphan. "If it will keep you happy, then yes." Seconds later, a trio of grenades arsed up the corridor. Solomon waited until he heard the clatter of them landing. Defensive corridors that led to the bridge of a starship were designed to be too long to hurl grenades the length of, but this vessel had been designed in an age before the advent of space marines, and all three were hurled with a strength easily able to reach the barricades. The grenades detonated simultaneously with powerful concussive booms that engulfed the defenders in smoke and flame. Even as the sound registered, Solomon ducked around the corner and ran as fast as he could towards the maelstrom of smoke and screams that boiled at the end of the corridor. His superior senses made out the whirring of the automated gun as it prepared to open fire, and he pistoned his arms to get as far along the corridor as he could before it tore him apart. Down, shouted Caffin behind him, and he hurled himself forward onto his front, skidding along the floor and slamming into the steel barricade. Bolter fire echoed from the narrow walls, and he felt the whip of the passing shells as the air above him was filled with lethal gunfire. He heard the explosions of their detonations and the screams of dying men. Caffin shouted for another volley, and this time Solomon heard the crack and clang of splintering metal as the automated gun was torn from its mount. Solomon pushed himself to his feet and activated the blade of his sword in a roar of whirring teeth. The screams of injured men sounded over the crackle of flames and the echo of the bolter rounds. Solomon placed his free hand on the scarred barricade and vaulted over it. A burned soldier ran through the smoke as he landed, and Solomon swept his sword down, cleaving the man from collarbone to pelvis. He roared in fury as he chopped the blade through the torso of another man, giving his enemy no time to regroup or recover from the shock of his sudden appearance in their midst. His blade was a cleaver hacking through his enemy's flesh and primitive armor, the teeth of his weapon shrieking as he killed. Shots fired at point-blank range ricocheted from his armor, and a press of bodies surrounded him, the diasporic soldiers' ignorance of an Astartes' lethality empowering them with doomed courage. Solomon struck out with his elbows and fist as well as his sword, smashing skulls from shoulders and crashing ribcages with every blow. In seconds it was over, and Solomon lowered his bloody sword as the rest of his warriors advanced along the corridor towards him. His armor was streaked with blood, and the bodies of nearly 50 soldiers lay strewn around him, torn and bludgeoned to destruction in his fury. "You're alive, then?" said Caffin, waving warriors forward to secure their advance. "Told you I didn't plan on dying here," he said. "What now?" asked Caffin. "We push on. We're nearly at the bridge. I knew you were going to say that." "We're so close, Gaius," said Solomon. "After getting shot down on Leiron, don't you feel the need to win back some glory? If we can take the bridge before anyone else, then that will be what everyone will remember, not that we missed out on Leiron." Caffin nodded, and Solomon knew that his lieutenant was as hungry for glory as he was. Solomon laughed and shouted, "We move on!" Julius stumbled as a silver bolt of energy, like liquid mercury, struck his shoulder guard and ripped through the ceramite. The creature before him reared up on its hind legs, its powerfully muscled forearms reaching out to him as it fired its wrist-mounted weapon once more. He spun away from the shot, feeling the icy cold of it slash past him. Its yellowed skin pulsed a ruddy red on its underbelly, and Julius thrust his blade towards the alien's body as it attacked. Its speed was phenomenal, and its clawed forearms smashed into his helmet, cracking it open from chin to temple. His vision dissolved into static, and he rolled away from the blow, ripping his helmet off as he rose to his feet with his sword extended before him. The beast before Julius slashed at him again, and he grinned in pleasure at the thrill of fighting an opponent that truly tested his skills. The sounds of battle rang in his ears, and he could hear the blood pounding in his veins as he danced away from the beast's lethal talons. He spun around another slash of the alien's claws and brought his sword down on its neck, shearing its head from its body. A spray of bright, arterial blood drenched Julius as the creature toppled to the deck. The blood was hot on his lips, the alien reek of it thick in his nostrils, and even the ache in his head felt wondrously real, as though he was experiencing pain for the first time. All around him, the warriors of the First struggled with the loathsome aliens as they fought through the silver halls of the ship to reach the bridge. He saw Lycaon struggling with another of the mighty quadrupeds, and cried out as his equerry was smashed to the ground. His back clearly snapped in two at the impact. Julius forged his way through the battle towards Lycaon, already knowing it was too late for him as he saw how limply he lay. He dropped to his knees beside his equerry, allowing the grief to come as he removed Lycaon's helmet. His warriors finished the slaughter of the ship's defenders. Their surgical strike had been blunted by the counterattack of the eyeless alien beasts, but with Fulgrim at their head, there could be no stopping the Astartes. Fulgrim killed aliens by the dozen, his white hair whipping madly around his head like smoke as he fought. But they cared not for losses, surrounding the Primarch and his Phoenix Guard in an attempt to overwhelm them through sheer mass. Such a feat was impossible, and Fulgrim laughed as he clove through the aliens with his shimmering silver sword without difficulty, slaying them as easily as a man might crush an insect. The Primarch forged a path through the alien defenders for his warriors to follow, and their advance continued. Though Julius had felt great pride in his abilities as a warrior before, he had never felt such a physical joy in combat, such a vivid sensation of the brutality and the artistry of it all. Nor had he felt such excitement in grief. He had lost friends before, but the grief had been tempered by the knowledge that they had died warriors' deaths at the hands of a worthy foe. As he looked into Lycaon's dead eyes, he felt loss and guilt churning within him, as he realized that, as much as he would miss his friend, he reveled in the sensations his death had stirred within him. Perhaps this awareness was a side effect of the new chemical that had been issued to the warriors of the Emperor's children, or perhaps his experience in the Lair Temple had awakened hitherto unknown senses that allowed him to reach such dizzying heights of experience. Whatever the reason, Julius was glad of it. The hatch that led to the bridge blew out with a hollow boom, the shaped charges taking a large portion of the superstructure with it. Smoke billowed like blood from a wound as Solomon plunged through the gaping tear in the fabric of the ship. He had retrieved his bolter and fired from the hip as he charged. His warriors followed, fanning out behind him as a desultory volley of gunfire reached out to them. A stray bullet caught him on the shin, and he dropped to his knee as he lost his balance for a second. The bridge of the hybrid ship resembled the bridge of the Pride of the Emperor, insomuch as it retained the basic ergonomics of a starship's command center. But where Fulgrim's ship was a perfect marriage of functionality and aesthetic, the Diasporic's flagship was clearly from a time when such considerations were deemed irrelevant. Dark arches of iron comprised a series of domed enclosures in which the ship's crew worked, and from where the captain commanded his vessel. The glow of the Karalis star and the flares of the ongoing space battle could be seen through the armored glass of the domes, sporadic flashes lighting up the bridge like a fireworks display. Ancient consoles winked with a multitude of warning lights, and Solomon could see that such technology was crude in comparison to that employed by the Imperium. A mix of deck crew and soldiers in mesh armor fired from behind hastily assembled barricades, but Solomon's warriors were already overwhelming them. Pistol shots and bolter rounds slaughtering the last of their resistance, Solomon stood as the noise of battle faded, and his warriors spread out to secure the bridge. The remainder of the crew stood helplessly by their consoles, hands raised in surrender, though their faces bore expressions of resigned defiance. Most were unarmored, though Solomon saw that the officers wore what looked like ceremonial breastplates and were unarmed save for ornamental foils and light pistols. "Take them," ordered Solomon, and Gaius Caphan formed details to secure the prisoners. The bridge had been taken and the ship was theirs. His, he thought with a mischievous smile as he lowered his bolter and took a moment to explore this strange ship, a vessel that had left old Earth thousands of years before his birth. A great high-backed command chair sat on a raised platform below the central dome, and Solomon stepped onto it, seeing one of the strange quadruped creatures they had fought earlier strapped into the chair. Hundreds of cables, wires, and needles pierced the creature's body, and as its eyeless face turned to look at him, he felt a creeping revulsion steal over him. Blood coated its upper body, and Solomon saw that a stray round had taken off the top of its skull. Blood oozed from its shattered cranium, and he was amazed that it could still be alive. Had this thing been the ship's captain? Its pilot? Its navigator? The alien creature let out a low moan, and Solomon leaned in close to hear its valediction, though he had no idea whether he would be able to understand it. Its mouth moved, and though no sound issued from its gullet, Solomon could hear its words as clearly as if they had been planted directly into his brain.
"All we wished was to be left alone. Step away from that Xeno creature. Captain Demeter," said a cold voice behind him. Solomon turned and saw the towering form of Fulgrim, standing in the smoke-wreathed hole he had blown in the bridge wall behind the Primarch. He saw Julius, his face a mask of blood, and Solomon felt a shiver of unease at the expressions of glacial anger he saw in both their eyes.
Fulgrim strode onto the bridge, his sword and armor drenched in alien gore, and his eyes wild with the fury of battle. He surveyed the captured bridge, and then looked up at the domed ceiling, where the fires of battle reflected dully on his opaque dark eyes. Solomon stepped down from the platform and said, "The ship is ours, my lord." Fulgrim ignored him and spun on his heel, marching from the bridge without a word. Fulgrim fought to control his fury as he marched away from the bridge, the blood pounding in his skull with such force that he feared it might burst through at any moment. His warriors parted before him, seeing his fists clenched and the veins in his face pulsing darkly against his alabaster skin. An amethyst fire built in his eyes, and a trickle of blood dripped from his nose as he gripped the hilt of his silver sword tightly. This was to have been his greatest triumph. Now it is ruined. First by Ferrus Manus, and then by Solomon Demeter.
"No,"
he shouted, and nearby Astartes flinched at his sudden outburst to the air.
"The Fist of Iron saved us from destruction, and Captain Demeter fought with courage to win the honor of reaching the bridge. Saved us? No. It was for his own self-aggrandizement that Ferrus Manus prevented the destruction of the Firebird, not for altruism and Demeter. He hungers for glory that ought to be yours."
Fulgrim shook his head and dropped to his knees. "No," he whispered. "I can't believe it. It is the truth, Fulgrim, and you know it. In your heart of hearts you know it." Part 3. Visions of Treachery. 11. The Seer. The Perdus Anomaly. The Book of Urizen. Amid the empty reaches of space, a pinprick of light shone like a jewel upon a pall of velvet, a mournful glow lost in the wilderness it traveled through. It was a ship, though not a ship that would be recognized by any, but the most diligent remembrancer who had scoured the depths of the Emperor's Librarium Sanctus on Terra for references to the lost Eldar civilization. The mighty ship was a craft world, and it possessed a grace that human shipwrights could only dream of. Its colossal length was fashioned from a substance that resembled yellowed bone, and its form was more akin to something that had grown rather than been built. Gem-like domes reflected the weak starlight, and an inner radiance glistened like phosphorus through their semi-transparent surfaces. Graceful minarets rose in scattered ivory clusters, their tapered tops shining gold and silver, and wide spires of bone swept from the vessel's flanks where a fleet of elegant ships like ancient sea galleons was docked. Vast conglomerations of wondrously designed habitations clung to the surface of the mighty craft world, and a host of twinkling lights described beautiful traceries through the cities. A great sail of gold and black soared above the mighty vessel's body, rippling in the stellar wind as it plied its lonely course. The craft world traveled alone, its stately progress through the stars like the last peregrination of an elderly thespian before his final curtain. Lost in the vastness of space, the craft world floated in utter isolation. No starshine illuminated its sleek towers, and distant from the warmth of sun or planet, its domes stared into the darkness of empty space. Few outside of those who lived long and melancholy lives aboard the graceful space city could know that it was home to the few survivors of planets abandoned aeons ago amidst terrifying destruction. Upon this craft world dwelled the Eldar, a race all but extinct. The last remnants of a people that had once ruled the galaxy, and whose mere dreams had overturned worlds and quenched suns. The interior of the greatest dome upon the craft world's surface shimmered with a pallid glow, its translucency enclosing a multitude of crystal trees that stood beneath the light of long-dead stars. Smooth pathways wove through the glittering forest, their courses unknown to even those who trod them. A silent song echoed through the dome, unheard and invisible, but achingly yearned for upon its absence. The ghosts of ages past and ages yet to come filled the dome, for it was a place of death and, perversely, a place of immortality. A lonely figure sat cross-legged in the center of the forest, a spot of darkness amongst the glowing crystal trees. Ildrad Ulthran, farseer of Craftworld, Ulthri, smiled wistfully as the songs of long-dead seers filled his heart with joy and sadness in equal measure. His smooth features were long and angular, his bright eyes narrow and oval, dark hair swept over his tapered, graceful ears, gathered at the nape of his neck in a long scalp lock. He wore a long, cream-colored cloak and a tunic of flowing black cloth, gathered at the waist by a golden belt studded with gems and fashioned with complex runes. Ildrad's right hand rested on the trunk of a crystal tree, its structure veined with darting lights, the suggestion of peaceful faces swimming in its depths. His other hand held a long seer staff of the same material as the ship, its gem-encrusted surface redolent with dangerous power. The visions were coming again, stronger than before, and his dreams were troubled with their meaning. Since the horror of the Fall, a dark, bloody age when the Eldar had paid the price for their complacency and wild indulgences, Eldrad had guided his race through times of great crisis and desperation, but none had come close to the great calamity he felt as a gathering storm at the edge of his vision. A time of chaos was set to descend on the galaxy, as calamitous as the Fall and just as momentous, yet he could not see it clearly. Yes, his journey along the path of the seer had seen his race saved from danger 100 times and more over the centuries. But his sight had faded in recent days. The gift gone from him as he sought to penetrate the veil that had been drawn over the warp. He had begun to fear that his gift had deserted him, but the song of the ancient seers had called him to the dome, calming his spirit and showing him the true path as they had led him through the forest to this place. Eldrad let his mind float free of his body, feeling the shackles of flesh left behind as he rose higher and faster. He passed through the pulsing wraithbone of the dome and out into the cold darkness of space, though his spirit felt neither warmth nor cold. Stars flashed past him as he traveled the great void of the warp, seeing the echoes of ancient races lost to legend, the seeds of future empires and the great vigor of the latest race to forge a destiny among the stars. Humanity, they called themselves, though Eldrad knew them as the Monkey, a brutal, short-lived race that was spreading across the heavens like a virus. From the cradle of their birth, they had conquered their solar system and then exploded across the galaxy in a vast crusade that absorbed the lost fragments of their earlier empire and destroyed those that stood in their way without mercy. The sheer bellicosity and hubris of this endeavor astounded Eldrad, and he could already see the seeds of humanity's destruction lodged in their hearts. How such a primitive species could achieve so much and not be driven insane by their sheer insignificance in the grand scheme of the cosmos defied understanding, but they were possessed of such rampant self-belief that their own mortality and insignificance did not penetrate their conscious minds until it was too late. Already Eldrad had seen the death of their race, the blood-soaked fields of the world named for the end of days. And the final victory of the Dark Savior, would their course be altered by the knowledge of their inevitable doom? Of course it would not, for a race such as the Monkey would never accept the inevitable and would always seek to change that which could not be changed. He saw the rise of warriors, the treachery of kings, and the great eye-opening to release the mighty heroes of legend trapped there to return to their warriors' sides for the final battle. Their future was war and death, blood and horror, yet still they would push ever onwards, convinced of their own superiority and immortality, and yet perhaps their doom was not inevitable. Despite the bloodshed and despair, there was still hope. The flickering ember of an unwritten future guttered in the darkness, its light surrounded by amorphous warp-spawned monsters with great yellowed fangs and talons. Eldrad saw that they hoped to extinguish this light by their very presence, and as he looked into the fading dream of the future, he saw what might yet come to pass. He saw a great warrior of regal countenance, a towering giant in sea-green armor with a great amber eye at the center of his breastplate. This mighty figure fought through a host of the dead on a sickly planet of decay, his sword cleaving a score of corpses with every blow. Warp light filled the rotted eye sockets of the dead, and the energies of the Lord of Pestilence gave their limbs fierce animation. The calamitous doom of his race hung around this warrior like a shroud, though he knew it not. Eldred's spirit flew close to the light, trying to discern the identity of the warrior. The warp beasts roared and gnashed their teeth, flailing in idiot blindness at his spirit form. The warp seethed around him, and Eldrad knew that the monstrous gods of the warp would not stand for his presence, as the currents of the warp sought to cast his spirit back to his body. Eldrad fought to hold on to the vision, extending his warp sight as far as he dared. Images flooded his mind, a cavernous throne room, a great godlike figure in gleaming armor of gold and silver, a sterile chamber deep beneath a mountain, and a betrayal of such magnitude that his soul burned with the enormity of it. Cries of anguish echoed all around him, and he fought to hold on to some sense of them as the power of the warp hurled him away from this jealously guarded secret. Words formed from the cries, but few offered any meaning or understanding, their essence burning in his mind with a fierce light. Crusade, hero, savior, destroyer, but above them all, blazing brighter than all others. Warmaster, from the stillness and darkness came light. A rippling plume of fire like the tip of a comet appeared in the darkness of the system's edge, growing steadily bigger as it increased in brightness and intensity. Without warning, the light suddenly expanded with the speed and violence of an explosion, and where once there had been nothing but empty space, there was now a mighty starship. Its purple and gold hull still battle-scarred, glistening streamers of fading energy, like fronds of seaweed caught on the hull of an ocean-going vessel, trailed behind the pride of the Emperor, and her hull groaned with the suddenness of the translation from warp space to real space. A host of smaller vessels appeared in the wake of the mighty warship, winking into existence with bright flashes and whorls of strangely colored light flaring around them over the course of the next 6 hours. The remainder of the 28th expedition completed the translation to real space and formed up around the pride of the Emperor. One vessel amongst the fleet, the Proud Heart, bore no scars earned at the Battle of the Carolus Star. The vessel was the flagship of Lord Commander Eidolon. It had recently returned from a peacekeeping tour of the Satyr-Lanxus belt, an unexpected war alongside the War Master's 63rd expedition on a world known as Murder. The 28th expedition had taken its leave of the Iron Hands following the great victory over the Diasporex with much sadness, for old brotherhoods had been renewed and new ones forged in the crucible of combat in ways that could not be achieved in times of peace. The human prisoners of the Diasporex had been transported to the nearest compliant world and handed over to the imperial governor to be employed as slave labor. The aliens had been exterminated and their vessels pounded to destruction by close-range broadsides from the Fist of Iron and the Pride of the Emperor. A detachment of the Mechanicum had remained behind to study what remained of the ancient human technologies of the Diasporex, and Fulgrim had given them leave to rejoin the 28th expedition upon the completion of their researches. Thus, with duty and honor to the 52nd expedition discharged, Fulgrim had led his expedition to a region of space known to Imperial cartography as the Purdus Anomaly, their original objective following the defeat of the Lair. Little was known of this area of the galaxy. Its reputation amongst starfarers was one of dark legend, for vessels that sailed this region of space were never seen again. Navigators shunned the Purdus region, as dangerous currents and freak tides within the Immaterium made it an incredibly hazardous region to traverse, and astropaths spoke of an impenetrable veil that shielded it from their warp sight. All that was known had come from a single surviving probe that had been launched at the outset of the Great Crusade, and which had returned a faint signal that indicated that the local systems of the Purdus region contained many habitable worlds ripe for compliance. Most other expeditions had chosen not to venture into this ill-fated region, but Fulgrim had long ago declared that no region of space would remain unknown to the forces of the Emperor. That the Purdus anomaly was uncharted was simply another way for the Emperor's children to once again prove their superiority and perfection. The training halls of the First Company echoed to the clash of weapons and the grunts of fighting Astartes. The 6-week journey to the Purdus region had allowed Julius time to grieve for Lycaon and the honored dead of the First, as well as train a great many of the warriors elevated from the novitiates and scout auxilia to the status of full Astartes, though they were yet to be blooded. He had instructed them in the ways of the Emperor's children, passing down his experience and newly awakened sense of pleasure in the fury of combat. Eager to learn from their commander, all the warriors of the First had embraced his new teachings with an enthusiasm that pleased him greatly. The time had also allowed him to reacquaint himself with his reading, and the hours he had not spent with the warriors of his company he had passed in the archive chambers. He had devoured the works of Cornelius Blake, and though he had found much that illuminated him, he was certain that there was yet more still to learn. Stripped to the waist, he stood in one of the training cages with a trio of mechanized fighting armatures, their armed limbs inert as he savored the anticipation of the coming fight. Without warning, all 3 machines leapt into life, ball joints and rotating gimbals on their ceiling mounts, allowing them a full range of motion around him. A sword blade licked out, and Julius swayed aside, ducking as a spiked ball slashed towards his head and a pistoning spike thrust towards his belly. The nearest armature launched a savage series of clubbing blows, but Julius laughed as he blocked them with his forearms. the pain making him grin as he kicked out behind him and sent the armature that had been coming in to attack spinning back. The third machine sent a hooking blow towards his head. He rolled with the impact as it snapped his head around. He tasted blood and laughed, spitting it at the first machine as it darted in to deliver a killing blow. Its blade slashed out and caught him a glancing blow to his side. He welcomed the pain, stepping in to deliver a thunderous series of hammer blows to the machine. Metal split and the armature was wrenched from its mount on the ceiling. Even as he savored its destruction, a powerful blow smashed into the side of his head, and he dropped to one knee, feeling the new chemicals in his blood pumping fresh strength into his body in response. He leapt to his feet as a blade scythed towards him and slammed his palm down hard onto the flat of the blade, snapping it from the machine. With the weapon gone, Julius stepped in close and enveloped the machine in a crushing bear hug, hauling it round to face the final armature as it let rip with a volley of iron spikes. All three pierced the body of the armature he held, and it sputtered with sparks as it died. He pushed it aside and rounded on the final machine, feeling more alive than ever before. His body sang with the pleasure of destruction, and even the pain of his wounds was like a tonic flowing in his veins. The machine circled him warily, as though appreciating on some mechanical level that it was on its own. Julius feinted a blow to it with his fist. The armature darted to the side, and Julius delivered a powerful roundhouse kick that crumpled the machine's side and rendered it motionless. He shook his head, dancing back and forth on the balls of his feet as he waited for the machine to restart. But it remained inert, and he realized that he had destroyed it. Suddenly disappointed, he opened the sphere of the training cage and stepped back down into the hall. He had not even broken sweat, and the excitement he'd felt as he'd faced the three machines seemed like a distant memory. Julius closed the training cage, knowing a servitor would already have been dispatched to repair the damaged armatures, and made his way back to his personal arming chamber. Scores of Astartes warriors trained in the halls either in feats of arms or simple physical exercise to maintain the perfection of their physiques. A strict regime of chemical enhancers and genetic superiority kept an Astartes body in peak physical condition. But many of the new drugs being introduced to the dispensers in Mark Thor plate required physical stimulation to begin the reaction in the recipient's metabolism. He opened the door of his arming chamber, the smell of oil and his armor's lapping powder filling his nostrils. The walls were of bare iron, and a simple cot bed ran the length of one wall. His armor hung on a rack next to a small sink, his sword and bolter in a footlocker at the end of the bed. The blood drawn by the training machines had already clotted, and he picked up a towel from a rail beside the sink to wipe it from his body before slumping on the bed and wondering what to do next. A metal-framed shelf unit beside his bed held Ignis Carcassi's reflections and odes, meditations on the elegiac hero, and fanfare to unity, books that had, until recently, filled him with joy whenever he read them. Now they seemed hollow and empty. Beside Carcassi's works were 3 volumes of Cornelius Blake that he had borrowed from Evander Tobias. He reached up to read more of the fallen priest's words. This particular volume was entitled The Book of Urizen, and was the least impenetrable of Blake's books he had read thus far. In addition, it was prefaced by an anonymously written biography of the man, the reading of which greatly illuminated the text that followed. Julius now knew that Cornelius Blake had been many things in his life: an artist, a poet, a thinker, and a soldier, before finally deciding to enter the priesthood. A visionary from childhood, Blake had, it appeared, been afflicted with visions of an ideal world where every dream and desire could be realized, though he struggled to reproduce them in paintings, prose, and hand-colored etchings with poetic text. Blake's younger brother had died while fighting in the many wars that raged in the Nordafric conclaves, an event the biographer credited with driving him into the priesthood. In later life, Blake attributed his revolutionary techniques of illuminated printing to his long-dead brother, claiming that he had been shown the technique in a dream. Even as a priest, a life Julius suspected he had chosen as a means of refuge. The visions of forbidden desires and his powers as a mystic returned to haunt him. Indeed, it was said that when the high priest of another order first laid eyes upon Blake, the sight of him caused the man to drop dead on the spot. Cloistered in a church within one of the nameless cities of Ursh, Blake became convinced that mankind would profit from his efforts, and bent his will to perfecting the means by which he could best convey his beliefs. Julius had read much of Blake's poetry, and while he was no scholar, even he knew that much of it had no clear plot, rhyme, or meter. What did make sense to Julius was Blake's belief in the futility of denying any desire, no matter how fantastical. One of his chief revelations had been the understanding that the power of sensual experience was necessary for creativity and spiritual progress. No experience was to be denied, no passion was to be restrained, no horror to be turned from, and no vice to remain unexplored. Without such experience there could be no progression towards perfection. Attraction and repulsion, love and hate, all were necessary to further human existence. From these conflicting energies sprang what the priests of his order called good and evil. Words that Blake had quickly realized were meaningless concepts when set beside the promise for advancement that could be achieved by indulging every human desire. Julius chuckled as he read this, knowing that Blake had later been cast from his religious order for practicing his beliefs vigorously in the back streets and bordellos of the city. No vice was beneath him and no virtue beyond him. Blake believed that the inner world of his visions was of a higher order than that of physical reality, and that mankind should fashion its ideals from that inner world rather than from the crude world of matter. His work spoke over and over of how reason and authority constrained and inhibited mankind's spiritual growth, though Julius suspected that this was a reflection of his feelings towards the ruler of the client state of Ursh, a warrior king named Shang-Khal, who sought to dominate the nations of the earth through brutal oppression. To have openly espoused such philosophies in such a time reeked of madness. But Julius was reluctant to dismiss Blake as a madman after all. His pronouncements had attracted a great many followers who hailed him as a great mystic, set to usher in a new age of passion and liberty. Julius remembered reading the aphorisms of Pandora's Jeng, a philosopher who had served in the court of one of the autarchs of the Indonesic bloc. He had spoken in support of mystics and how they exaggerated truths that truly existed by Zheng's definition. The mystic could not exaggerate a truth that was imperfect. He had further defended such men by saying, to call a man mad because he has seen ghosts and visions denies him his full dignity, since he cannot be neatly categorized into a rational theory of the cosmos. Julius had always enjoyed the works of Zheng and his teaching that the mystic did not bring doubts or riddles, for the doubts and riddles existed already. The mystic was not the man who made mysteries, but the man who destroyed them through his works. The mysteries Blake sought to destroy were those that held mankind back from achieving its full potential and the understanding of the hope for a better future. All of which placed him in opposition to the despairing philosophies of men like Shang-Khal and the despot Caligan tyrants who preached an inevitable descent into chaos, a terrifying realm that had once been the womb of creation and which would inevitably be its grave. Blake used beauty as a window to this wondrously imagined future. And from contemporary thinkers he had been drawn to ideas of alchemical symbolism, coming to believe, as the Hermetists did, that mankind was the microcosm of the divine. His reading became voracious, and he became well versed in the Orphic and Pythagorean tradition, Neoplatonism, the Hermetic, Kabbalistic, and the alchemical writings of scholars such as Erigena, Paracelsus, and Bohm. Julius knew none of these names, but felt sure that Evander Tobias could help him find their works should he desire it. Armed with such weighty knowledge, the gigantic framework of Blake's mythology took shape in his greatest poem, the Book of Urizen. This epic work began the narrative of the fall of the heavenly man into the maelstrom of experience, what Blake called the dark valleys of selfhood. Over the course of the book, mankind struggled with the task of transmuting his worldly passions into the purity of what Blake called the eternal. To help this cosmic process along, Blake personified the essence of revolution and renewal in a fiery awakener, a being he named Orc, and Julius laughed at the aptness of the name, wondering if Blake had foreseen the scourge of the greenskin that infested the galaxy. According to the poem, mankind's fall from grace had divided him from his divinity, and through the ages he was forced to struggle to reunite himself with the divine in the poem. Mankind's soul was disintegrated, and had to reconcile every element of its being on the road back to the eternal, echoing a myth he had read of the Giptian tombs. This legend spoke of the dismemberment of an ancient god known as Osiris at the beginning of time, and man's obligation to gather together the dismembered parts in order to arrive once more at spiritual wholeness. In the works of Blake, Julius recognized an original voice in a conventional age unsuited for such libertarian philosophies. Pitted against forces of oppression that could not be swayed by reason, he had resorted to violent imagery and the force of his powers as a mystic. He had become what forces of order do not welcome, a disturbing spiritual force that urged men to awaken their passions in order to change and grow. Knowledge is merely sense perception, said Julius, smiling as he read aloud from the book. Indulgence is the wellspring of all things in man, and reason the only curb upon nature. The attainment of ultimate pleasure and the experience of pain are the end and aim of all life. 12. No purity in pride. Paradise never be finished. Once again every seat around the round table in the Heliopolis was occupied. The tiered chamber was lit only by the flames burning in the brazier at the center of the table and torches that hung from the golden plinths of the statues. This was only the second time Saul Tarvitz had set foot in the Heliopolis, though he knew he had changed a great deal since the first time he had sat in this brotherhood. Lord Fulgrim stood by the Phoenix Gate, dressed in a purple toga embroidered with gold thread and emblazoned with a phoenix motif. His long hair was crowned in a wreath of golden leaves, and a new sword with a silver hilt was belted at his side. The Primarch personally welcomed his captains back to the quiet order, and the effect on each warrior as Fulgrim offered his greeting was incredible. Tarvitz still felt the tangible excitement and pleasure that came from being personally acknowledged by such a beautifully perfect warrior. Solomon Demeter of the Second sat opposite him and had given him a quiet nod of acknowledgement when he, Lucius, and Lord Commander Eidolon had passed through the Phoenix Gate. Marius Varazian sat sullenly beside Captain Demeter, and Julius Caesaron laughed, and told wild tales of his exploits in fighting the Xenos creatures of the Diasporex, complete with gestures and hand motions to demonstrate a particularly delicious blow.
Tarvitz caught the glint of annoyance in Solomon Demeter's eyes as Captain Caesaron described how he and the Primarch had fought their way to the bridge of the hybrid command ship, though Tarvitz had already heard that it had been Captain Demeter's warriors who had the honor of first reaching the bridge. Lord Commander Vespasian sat in the seat next to the Primarchs, and his eyes sparkled with good humor at seeing their safe return from their mission. Tarvitz returned the Lord Commander's smile, though in truth he was weary and glad to be back amongst his brothers, for the experience on Murder had been a draining one. The Megarachnid had been a terrible foe, and the raw vigor of the Lunar Wolves was, in its own way, exhausting. He glanced over at Eidolon, remembering the tense standoff between the Lord Commander and Captain Torgadon on the surface of Murder after the Lunar Wolves' spare tip had arrived. Though Tarvitz was honor-bound to serve Eidolon, he couldn't deny the satisfaction he had taken from seeing the Lord Commander put in his place by the irrepressible Tarik Torgadon. Although Eidolon had later managed to work his way back into the good graces of the War Master, he still smarted from his mistakes on Murder and the insolence Torgadon had shown him. Nor had Lucius come back from the time spent with the Lunar Wolves without scars. A duel in the training cages with Garviel Loken had given him a much-needed lesson in humility and seen his nose broken. Despite the ministrations of the apothecaries, the bone had not set properly, and Lucius's perfect profile was, in his eyes, ruined forever. At last the Phoenix Gate closed, and Fulgrim took his seat at the table, extending his hand towards the brazier. "Brothers," he said, "in the fire I welcome you all back to the Brotherhood of the Phoenix." The assembled warriors mirrored the Primarch's gesture and said, "In the fire we return." "Ah, it is good to see you all again, my sons," said Fulgrim, favoring each of them with a radiant smile that lit up each warrior's soul. "It has been some time since our order met to tell tales of courage and honor, but we are once again whole, and set upon the discovery of new wonders in an unknown region of space. Our astropaths can tell us little of the region of space we find ourselves in, but we are not cowed by such mysteries. Rather, we welcome them as a chance to further our pursuit of perfection." Tarvitz saw the fierce excitement in Fulgrim's eyes and felt it transmitted to him like a fire in his blood. Even in his most eloquent moments, the Primarch had never seemed this energized, his entire body looking as though charged with the enjoyment of every word. "Our beloved brothers are returned from their peacekeeping duties, and though I know they feared for the glory they would miss while we fought with our brothers in the Iron Hands, they have won laurels of their own and were fortunate enough to fight alongside the War Master's warriors against a vile alien foe.
Tarvitz recalled the war on murder, how there had been little honor in the initial drop to the planet's surface, and the death and frantic nature of the combat against the loathsomely quick Megarashnid warriors. It had been brutal, intense, and bloody work, and many good warriors had met their end beneath its raging, bruised skies. Thanks to Eidolon's mistakes, there had been precious little glory won until the lunar wolves had arrived and brought their strength to bear. Then Sanguinius had come, and Tarvitz smiled as he once again pictured the awesome sight of the War Master and the Lord of the Angels fighting side by side, bestriding the horrific battlefields of murder like gods of war unbound. That had been glorious, and the victories they had gone on to win had redeemed their honor. "Perhaps Lord Commander Eidolon will favor us with a tale of battle," said Vespasian. Tarvitz looked over to his Lord Commander as he stood with a curt bow. "I shall, if you desire to hear it." A chorus of cheers responded in the affirmative, and Eidolon smiled, as Lord Fulgrim said, "We won great glories upon murder, and I humbly thank you, my lord, for allowing us to go to the rescue of our brothers of the Blood Angels." Tarvitz blinked in surprise at Eidolon's words, for he remembered well the fact that no one had dared use the word rescue at the time, for it had been deemed improper to openly suggest that the Blood Angels had needed rescuing. Reinforcement was the word they had been encouraged to use. Upon arrival at 14020, it was clear that the master of the 140th expedition, a man named Mathanuel August, had not the vision to command the action. Upon learning of the imminent arrival of the War Master, I led our forces to the surface of murder to secure landing sites and begin the rescue of the Blood Angels' forces August had unwisely committed in piecemeal actions. Tarvitz had been surprised at Eidolon's earlier words, but was shocked rigid at this blatant twisting of the facts.
Yes, Mathanuel August had drip-fed his expeditionary forces into a danger zone until they were all gone, but it had been no notion of nobility that had motivated Eidolon's decision to drop onto murder before the arrival of the Lunar Wolves, rather a desire not to share the glory with the War Master's elite.
Eidolon went on to tell of the initial battles and the subsequent destruction of the Megarashnid, taking great pains to emphasize the Emperor's children's role in the final victory, while minimizing the parts played by the Lunar Wolves and the Blood Angels. When he had finished, it was to rapturous applause and pounding of the table as the assembled warriors lauded the honorable victory and feats of arms of Eidolon's command. Tarvitz looked over to Lucius to try and discern some reaction to Eidolon's blatant reinvention, but the cool features of his friend were unreadable. "A fine tale," acknowledged Vespasian. "Perhaps later we might hear of the heroism of your warriors." "Perhaps," said Eidolon grudgingly, but Tarvitz already knew that such tales would never be heard in this company. The Lord Commander would never allow anything that might contradict his version of the events on murder. Fulgrim said, "You do our legion proud, Eidolon, and all your warriors will be lauded for the part they played. The names of your dead will be engraved upon the walls of the processional way beyond the Phoenix Gate." "You honor us, Lord Fulgrim," said Eidolon, once again taking his seat. Fulgrim nodded in agreement and said, "Lord Commander Eidolon's courage in the face of adversity is an example to us all, and I urge you to pass on his words to your warriors. However, we are here to plan future glories, for a legion must never rest on its laurels and live off past glories. We must always push onwards towards new challenges and new foes against which we may once again prove our superiority. We find ourselves in a region of space where little is known, and we pierce the darkness with the light of the Emperor. There are worlds here that crave the illumination of imperial truth, and it is our manifest destiny to provide it. We draw near to one such world, and I hereby designate it 28-4 in honor of the conquest to come. We will talk more of what I expect from every one of you later, but for now, enjoy the victory wine." With those words, the Phoenix Gate was flung open, and an army of menials in simple chittons of pale cream entered the Heliopolis, bearing amphorae of rich wine and heaped trays of exotic meats, fresh fruits, soft bread, sweetmeats, and extravagant pastries. Tarvitz watched in amazement as the procession of exquisite food and wine was set out on trestles around the edge of the Heliopolis. It was traditional for the Emperor's children to toast a victory before it was won. Such was the surety of their way of war, but such a lavish feast seemed an excessive display of hubris. He joined the other captains as they made their way over to the trestles and poured a goblet of wine, keeping his gaze averted from Eidolon for fear of revealing his misgivings at his retelling of the war on murder. Lucius moved alongside him, a sly grin creasing his handsome features. "Trust the Lord Commander to put a spin on murder, eh, Saul?" Tarvitz nodded and checked to make sure that no one could overhear his reply. It was certainly an interesting take on events.
"Ah, who cares anyway?" said Lucius. "If there's glory to be had, better it comes to us than the damned lunar wolves. You're just bitter after Loken beat you in the training cages?" Lucius's face darkened and he snapped. "He did not beat me. Seems like I remember you flat on your back at the end of it," pointed out Tarvitz. "He cheated when he punched me," said Lucius.
"It was supposed to be an honorable duel of swords, but the next time we cross blades I will have the best of him, assuming he doesn't learn any new tricks along the way." "He won't," sneered Lucius. Tarvitz was again struck by the sheer arrogance of the swordsman, feeling the balance of their friendship tipping further away from him. After all, Loken's a base-born cur, just like the rest of the lunar wolves. Even the War Master? "Well, no, of course not," said Lucius hurriedly. "But the rest of them are little better than Russ's barbarians, uncouth and without the poise and perfection of our legion. If anything, murder proved our superiority to the lunar wolves. Our superiority," said a voice. Tarvitz turned to see Captain Solomon Demeter standing behind them. "Captain Demeter," said Tarvitz, bowing his head, "it is an honor to see you again. My congratulations on capturing the bridge of the Diasporic's command ship." Solomon smiled and leaned in close. "My thanks, but I'd keep such sentiments quiet if I were you. I don't think Lord Fulgrim was too pleased the second stole his thunder, but that's by the by. I didn't come over here to hear how wonderful I am." "Then why did you?" asked Lucius. Solomon ignored the insulting tone of Lucius's question and said, "I was watching you, Captain Tarvitz, as Eidolon told the tale of murder, and I get the feeling there might be more to it than we heard. I think I'd like to hear your version of what happened, if you take my meaning." "Lord Eidolon described our campaign as he perceived it," said Tarvitz neutrally. "Come on, Saul, you don't mind if I call you Saul, do you?" asked Solomon. "You can be honest with me." "I'd be honored," said Tarvitz honestly. "You and I both know Eidolon's a blowhard," said Solomon, and Tarvitz was taken aback by his fellow captain's bluntness. "Lord Commander Eidolon," said Lucius, "is your superior officer. You would do well to remember that." "I know the chain of command," snapped Solomon, "and as ranking captain, I am your superior officer. You would do well to remember that." Lucius nodded hurriedly as Solomon continued. "So what really happened on murder?" "Exactly what Lord Commander Eidolon said happened," said Lucius. "Is that true, Captain Tarvitz?" asked Solomon. "You dare call me a liar?" demanded Lucius, his hand twitching towards his sword, a weapon forged in the Urals by the Terawat clan during the Unification Wars. Solomon saw the gesture and turned to face Lucius, squaring his shoulders as though in expectation of a fight. Where Captain Demeter was taller than Lucius, broader in the beam and undoubtedly stronger. Lucius was the more slender of the pair and was certainly faster. Tarvitz briefly wondered who would prevail in such a conflict, but was thankful that such a thing would never be tested. "I remember the first time you came here, Lucius," said Solomon. "I thought you had the makings of a great officer and a fine warrior." Lucius beamed at being so remembered until Solomon said, "But I see now that I was wrong. You're nothing but a lick-spittle and a sycophant who has failed to grasp the difference between perfection and superiority." Tarvitz could see Lucius's face turn purple with anger. But Solomon wasn't done yet. "Our legion strives for purity of purpose by modeling itself on the Emperor, beloved by all, but we should not strive to be like unto him, for he is singular and above all others. It's true our doctrines sometimes make us seem aloof and haughty to others, but there is no purity in pride. Never forget that. Lucius, lesson over." Lucius nodded curtly, and Tarvitz could see that it was taking all of his self-control not to let his temper get the better of him. The color drained from his face, and Lucius said, "Thank you for the lesson, Captain. I only hope I can give you a similar lesson some day." Solomon smiled as Lucius bowed curtly and turned on his heel to join Eidolon. Tarvitz tried to hide a smile. "He won't forget this, you know," he warned. "Good," said Solomon. "Perhaps he might learn from it." I wouldn't count on it, said Tarvitz. He's not a fast learner. But you are, eh? I serve to the best of my abilities. Solomon laughed. You're a tactful one, Saul. I'll give you that. You know, I had you down as a career line officer when I first saw you, but now I think you may go on to do great things. Thank you, Captain Demeter. Solomon. And once this meeting is over, I think you and I should have a talk. The surface of 28-4 was the most beautiful sight Solomon had ever seen. From orbit, the planet's surface appeared peaceful, the land plentiful, the oceans a clear blue, and the atmosphere flecked with spiral patterns of clouds. Atmospheric readings showed the planet had a breathable atmosphere untouched by the pollution that choked so many imperial worlds, turning them into nightmarish visions of an industrial hell, and electromagnetic surveyors reported no signs of intelligent life. Detailed surveys would need to wait for the planet's official compliance, but aside from what looked like the ruins of a long-vanished civilization, the planet appeared to be completely deserted. In short, it was perfect. 4 stormbirds had touched down high on the rocky cliffs at the mouth of a wide valley. A majestic range of mountains towered above them, their soaring peaks capped with snow despite the temperate climate. As the gritty dust of their landing dispersed, Fulgrim had led his warriors onto the surface of the next world to be brought into the fold of the Imperium. Solomon stepped down from his stormbird and looked around this new world with great hope as Julius and Marius disembarked from their aircraft. Lord Fulgrim marched alongside Julius, and Saul Tarvitz followed behind Marius. Astartes spread out to secure the perimeter of the position. But Solomon already knew that such measures weren't necessary. There was no enemy to fight here, no threat to overcome. This world was as good as theirs already. As soon as his auto-senses confirmed that the atmosphere was breathable, he removed his helmet and took a deep breath, closing his eyes at the simple pleasure of breathing air that hadn't been through a multitude of filters and air scrubbers. "You should keep your helmet on," said Marius. "We don't know for certain that the air is breathable. According to my armor's sensors, it's fine. The Lord Fulgrim hasn't taken his helmet off yet. So you should wait until he does." "I don't need Lord Fulgrim to tell me the air's breathable, Marius," said Solomon. "And since when did you become such a warrior?" Marius did not reply, but turned away as the rest of the warriors disembarked from the growling stormbirds. Solomon shook his head and tucked his helmet into the crook of his arm as he strode over the rocks to stand at the edge of the cliffs that overlooked the land far below. Beyond the mountains, the landscape swept out before him in a vast swathe of green. Thick forests blanketed the lower slopes of the mountains, and a startlingly blue river flowed lazily along the bottom of the valley towards a far distant coast. Across the valley, he could see one of the tall ruins the orbital cartographer had indicated rising from a cluster of overgrown ferns. From here, it looked like one half of a great archway, but there was no sign of the structure it had once been part of. From his vantage point, Solomon could see for hundreds of kilometers the glitter of faraway lakes rippling on the horizon and wild beasts grazing on the plains far below. The wondrously fertile land of 28-4 undulated into the mist-shrouded distance, and birds circled in the clear sky above. How long had it been since they had seen a world as unspoiled as this? Like many of the Emperor's children, Solomon had grown to manhood on Kamos, a world that knew neither day nor night, thanks to a nebular dust cloud that isolated the planet from its distant suns. A perpetual grey twilight through which the stars never shone was all he had known, and his heart leapt to see such a beautiful cloudless sky. It was a shame that the coming of the Imperium would forever change this world, but such change was inevitable, for it was a matter of record that it had been claimed by the 28th Expedition in the name of the Emperor. Within days, Mechanicum pioneer teams and prospecting rigs would descend to the surface to begin the colonization process and exploitation of its natural resources. Solomon knew he was just a simple warrior, but as he looked into the eye of the world, he dearly wished there was some way for mankind to avoid such wanton destruction of the landscape. With the light of science and reason they brought with them, could the Mechanicum not find some way to harness the resources of a planet without bringing the inevitable fallout of such industry? Pollution, overcrowding, and the rape of a world's beauty? Such concerns were beyond Solomon and made no difference to him. For if this planet was as deserted as it appeared, then they would move on soon, leaving a garrison of Lord Commander Fail's Archite Palatines to protect the soon-to-be-developed world of the Imperium. "Solomon!" shouted Julius from the side of the Stormbirds. He turned away from the stunning vista and made his way back to the assault craft. "What's up? Get your men ready," said Julius. "We're going down to take a look at that ruin." The interior of Lafinici had changed markedly over the last 2 months, reflected Ostian as he nursed another glass of cheap wine. Where once the place had possessed a faded bohemian cheek, it now resembled some monstrously overblown theatre from a more decadent age. Gold leaf covered the walls, and every sculptor on board had been commissioned to produce dozens of pieces for the multitude of newly erected plinths. Almost every sculptor. Artists painted frenziedly, coloring mighty frescoes on the walls and ceiling, and an army of seamstresses worked on the creation of a mighty embroidered theatre curtain. A vast space above the stage had been left for a great work that Serena d'Angelus was supposedly working on, but Ostian had seen nothing of his friend for weeks to verify this fact. The last time he had seen Serena had been over a month ago, and she had looked terrible, a far cry from the fastidious woman he had, if he was honest, begun to fall a little in love with. They had exchanged only a few words of greeting before Serena had hurriedly and clumsily excused herself. "I have to go and see her," he said to himself, as though the act of saying the words aloud would make their realization more likely. A troupe of dancers and singers cavorted on the stage to a cacophonous racket that Ostian hoped wasn't supposed to be music. Coraline Aseneka, the beautiful remembrancer and actress who had denied him the chance to visit the surface of Leiran, stood center stage, the true architect of that misfortune, strutted like a martinet before the stage, screaming and yelling at the dancers and choral singers. Bekwakinska's blue hair waved around her head like alien seaweed, and her dress flailed as she raged at the incompetence of those around her. To Ostian's eye, the effect of what was being done to La Fenice was grotesque, the excess of the design rendering the overall aesthetic into a confused jumble of sensations. At least the bar area was still intact. The crazed interior designers not yet having the courage to try and shift several hundred surly remembrances from their perches for fear of inciting a full-scale riot. A great many of those remembrances gathered around the huge figure of an Astartes named Lucius. The pale-faced warrior regaled his audience with tales of a planet he called Murder, telling improbable tales of the War Master and Sanguinius, and of his own mighty deeds. Ostian thought it rather wretched that a mighty warrior such as an Astartes should seek so obviously to impress the likes of those that filled La Fenice, but he kept such thoughts to himself in the past. La Fenice had served as a place of relaxation, but the constant hammering, blaring music and caterwauling from the stage had transformed it into a place where people simply came to complain and curse the fates that had seen them excluded from the process of its renovation. "You notice it's all the folks that went down to Leiran that got to work on this place," said a voice at his elbow. The speaker was a bad poet by the name of Leopold Cadmus. Ostian had spoken to him on a few occasions, but he had, thankfully, managed to avoid reading any of his poetry. "I had, yes," said Ostian, as a shouting team of laborers tried to guide a lifter servitor in the placement of a libidinous statue of a naked cherub. "Bloody disgrace is what it is," said Leopold.
"That it is," agreed Ostian, though he wondered what part someone like Leopold had expected to play in the work going on. "I'd have thought someone like you would have been a definite to do something," said Leopold, and Ostian couldn't miss the jealous edge to his statement. He shook his head and said, "I'd have thought so too, but looking at what they're doing to the place, I think I'm well out of it." "What do you mean?" slurred Leopold, and Ostian realized the man was drunk.
"Well, I mean, look at it," he said, pointing towards the paintings along the nearest wall. "The colors look as though a blind man has chosen them. And as for their subject matter, well, I'd expect some nudes in a theater, but most of these are virtually pornographic." "I know," smiled Leopold. "It's wonderful, isn't it?" Ostian ignored the remark and said, "Listen to that bloody music. I loved Bekwakinska's work when I first heard it, but this is like a cat hung up by its tail outside a window and trying to stick to the panes of glass with its claws. As for the sculptures, I don't know where to start. They're crude, obscene, and there's not one of them I'd consider finished." "Well, you are the expert," said Leopold. "Yes," said Ostian, shivering as he remembered hearing that same sentiment recently. It had been an ordinary day, the high-pitched tapping of his hammer and chisel filling the studio as he sought to render his vision into the stone. The statue was slowly coming to life, the armored body of the warrior taking shape within the marble, as Ostian had chipped away all that wasn't part of the form he had seen in his mind. His silver hands roamed the marble, the matriculators within his fingertips reading the stone to unlock the secret fault lines and stress points hidden within its mass. Each stroke of the hammer was finely judged, delivered with an instinctive feel for the shape he was creating, and a love and respect for the marble he worked with. From a slow beginning, where anger had been motivating his hammer blows, a new calmness and respect for his vision had softened his attacks on the marble, and he found the serenity that came with the satisfaction of seeing something beautiful emerge. As he stepped back from the marble, he became aware of a presence within his chaotic studio. He turned to see a giant warrior in purple and gold plate armor, carrying a great golden-bladed halberd. His armor was ornate, much more so than was common for an Astartes. The warrior's helm was winged, and the frontal visor had been fashioned to resemble the countenance of a great bird of prey. Ostian pulled down his dust mask as another 5 identical warriors entered his shuttered studio, followed by a lifter servitor bearing a wide pallet, upon which were 3 irregularly shaped objects draped in white cloth. Ostian immediately recognized the warriors as belonging to the Phoenix Guard. The elite Praetorians of Fulgrim entered his studio, and Ostian was stunned rigid at the towering presence of the Primarch. The master of the Emperor's children wore a simple robe of deepest red, woven with subtle purple and silver threads. His pale features were powdered, his eyes rimmed with copper ink, and his silver hair was pulled back in an elaborate pattern of plates. Ostian had dropped to his knees and bowed his head. To be in such close proximity to a being of perfect beauty was like nothing Ostian had ever experienced. Yes, he had seen the Primarch of the Emperor's children before, but to be in a confined space and have his dark eyes fixed upon him was akin to being rendered dumb and idiotic in the space of a moment. "My lord, I began Ostian. Please stand, Master Delafour," said Fulgrim, walking towards him. Ostian could smell the pungent aroma of the scented oils that had been rubbed into his skin. "Genius such as yours need never kneel before me." Ostian slowly rose to his feet and tried to raise his head to look the Primarch in the eye, but found his body unwilling to obey. "You may look upon me," said Fulgrim. Ostian suddenly felt as though his muscles were under the control of the Primarch, and his head came up without any apparent command from his brain. Fulgrim's voice was like music, each syllable pronounced with perfect pitch and tone, as though no other sound could have filled the air so appropriately.
"I see your work progresses,"
said Fulgrim, walking around the shorn block of marble and admiring his work.
"I look forward to its completion. Tell me, will it be a representation of any particular warrior?"
Ostian nodded, trying and failing to find the right words to express his thoughts to this magnificent being. "Who?" asked Fulgrim. "It is to be the Emperor, beloved of all," said Ostian. "The Emperor," said Fulgrim. "A fine subject. I thought it fitting," said Ostian, "given the perfection of the marble." Fulgrim nodded as he circled the statue with his eyes closed, running his hands over the marble, much as Ostian had done only moments before. "You have a rare gift, Master Delafour. You bring such life to the stone. Would that I could do similar. I am told that you have a great gift for sculpture, my lord." Fulgrim smiled and shook his head fractionally. "I can craft pleasing shapes, yes, but to bring it to life, that is something that frustrates me, and with which I would ask your help." "My help?" gasped Ostian. "I don't understand." Fulgrim waved his hand towards the lifter servitor, and one of the Phoenix Guard pulled back the cloths covering the objects on the pallet to reveal 3 statues carved in pale marble. Fulgrim took him by the shoulder and guided him towards the 3 statues. All were of armored warriors, and by the markings carved on their shoulder guards, each was a company captain. "I set out to sculpt the likeness of each of my captains," explained Fulgrim. "But as I finished the captain of the 3rd, I began to feel that something was wrong, as though some essential truth was missing." Ostian looked at the sculptures, seeing the clean lines and exquisite detailing, even down to the perfectly captured expressions of the 3 captains. Every line of carving was immaculate, and not a single trace of the sculptor's chisel was left upon the marble, as though each image had been pressed from a mold. Even as he appreciated the perfection of the statues, Ostian felt no passion stirring within him, as he would expect to feel from great art. Yes, the sculptures were perfect, but therein lay their flaw, for something of such technical splendor had nothing of the creator in it. No humanity that spoke to the viewer and allowed him a rare glimpse inside the artist's soul. "They are wonderful," he said at last. "Do not lie to me, remembrancer," said Fulgrim, and Ostian heard a curtness in the words that caused him to look up into the Primarch's icy features. Fulgrim stared down at Ostian, and the expression the sculptor saw there chilled him to the bone. "What would you have me say, my lord?" he asked. "They are perfect. I would have the truth," said Fulgrim. "Truth, like surgery, may hurt, but it cures." Ostian struggled to think of words that would not offend the Primarch, for to do so seemed like the basest behavior imaginable. Who could conceive of giving insult to someone of such beauty? Seeing Ostian's dilemma, Fulgrim placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "A good friend who points out mistakes and imperfections and rebukes evil is to be respected as if he reveals a secret of hidden treasure. I give you leave to speak freely." The Primarch's words were spoken softly, but they acted like a key to a locked room within Ostian, opening the door to thoughts that he would not have dared give voice to before. "It's as if they are too perfect," he said, "as though they have been carved with the head rather than the heart." "Can it be possible for a thing be too perfect?" asked Fulgrim. "Surely, everything that is beautiful and noble is the product of reason and calculation." "Great art isn't about reason. It's about what comes from the heart," said Ostian. "You can work with all the technical perfection in the galaxy, but if there's no passion, then it is wasted effort." "There is such a thing as perfection," snapped Fulgrim, "and our purpose for living is to find that perfection and show it forth. Everything that limits us we have to put aside." Ostian shook his head too, caught up in his words to notice the Primarch's growing anger. "No, my lord, for the artist who aims at perfection in everything achieves it in nothing. It is the essence of being human that one does not seek perfection." "And what of your own work?" asked Fulgrim. "Do you not seek perfection in it?" "People throw away what they could have by insisting on perfection, which they cannot have, and looking for it where they will never find it," replied Ostian. "Were I to await perfection, my work would never be finished." "Well, you are the expert," growled Fulgrim. Ostian, suddenly, horribly, became aware of the Primarch's displeasure. Fulgrim's eyes were like gleaming black pearls, the veins on his cheeks pulsing with suppressed anger, and Ostian was filled with terror at the depths of yearning he saw within them. He saw past the Primarch's desire to render beauty in marble or painting to the obsessive compulsion to achieve the impossibility of perfection, a desire that would allow nothing to stand in its way. Too late, Ostian saw that, despite asking for honesty, Fulgrim had not wanted honesty. He had wanted validation of his work and honeyed lies to prop up his towering ego. "My lord," he whispered. "It is of no matter," said Fulgrim acidly. "I see that I was right to have spoken to you. I shall never lay chisel to marble again, for I am clearly wasting my time." "No, my lord, that's not what." Fulgrim raised a hand to cut him off and said, "I thank you for your time, Master Delafour, and I will leave you to continue your imperfect work." Surrounded by his Phoenix Guard, the Primarch of the Emperor's Children had left his studio, leaving Ostian trembling with the horror of seeing inside Fulgrim's head. Ostian shook off the memory of Fulgrim's visit to his studio as he realized that he was being spoken to. He looked up and saw the pale-skinned Astartes looking down at him. "I am Lucius," said the warrior. Ostian nodded and drained his glass. "I know who you are." Lucius smiled, pleased at the recognition. "I'm told that you are a friend of Serena de Angelis. Is that true?" "I suppose so," said Ostian. "Then might you direct me to her studio?" asked Lucius. "Why, I wish her to paint me, of course," smiled Lucius. 13 new model maiden world, Mama Juana. Dressed only in his surgical robes, Apothecary Fabius loomed over the operating slab where his subject lay and nodded to the apothecarian servitors. They lifted the Chirurgeon device so that it slotted neatly into the interface unit mounted at his waist and plugged in the connectors that meshed his own senses with the workings of the Chirurgeon. In effect, the device would give him multiple independent arms that would all work in concert with his own thoughts, responding to his needs far quicker and more skillfully than any orderly or nurse could ever hope to. In any case, the surgery he was about to perform was best kept from the eyes of those who might balk at what he must do for it to succeed. "Are you comfortable, my lord?" asked Fabius. "Never mind about my comfort. Damn you!" snapped Eidolon, clearly ill at ease and feeling vulnerable on the surgical table. The Lord Commander was stripped out of his armor and fatigues lying naked upon the cold metal slab as he prepared to go under the apothecary's knife. Hissing, gurgling machines surrounded him, and the flesh of his neck and throat was covered in counterseptic gel. A cold blue fluorescence bathed his skin in a dead light, and the glass jars around the apothecarian were filled with all manner of abominable, fleshy growths, the purpose of which defied understanding. "Very well," nodded Fabius. "I take it you have spoken to the captains under your command regarding their volunteering for augmentative surgery." "I have," confirmed Eidolon. "I expect most of them to report to you within the next few weeks." "Excellent," hissed Fabius. "I have such things to offer them." "Never mind about them," said Eidolon, the powerful soporifics rendering his voice quiet and a little slurred. Fabius checked the machine monitoring the speed of the Lord Commander's metabolism and adjusted the flow of drugs into his system, mixing the composition with some chemicals of his own devising. Eidolon's eyes darted nervously over to the spiking lines on the monitor's screen, and Fabius could see a light sheen of sweat on his subject's brow. "I am sensing a certain reluctance on your part to relax, my lord," said Fabius, the cold light gleaming from the multiple scalpel blades he held poised above Eidolon. Eidolon's face twisted in anger. "Are you surprised, apothecary? You're about to cut my throat open and implant an organ, the purpose of which you still haven't told me." "It is a modified tracheal implant that will bond with your vocal cords and should allow you to produce a nerve-paralyzing shriek similar to that employed by certain warrior breeds of the lair." "You are implanting me with Xenos organs?" asked Eidolon, horrified. "Not as such," said Fabius with a toothy grin, "though there are strands taken from the alien genome I chose to mesh with Astartes gene seed mutated under controlled conditions. Essentially, I will be adding a new organ to your makeup, one that you will be able to trigger at will in battle." "No!" cried Eidolon. "I do not wish this, not if it requires Xenos filth to be implanted in me." Fabius shook his head. "I'm afraid it is too late to back out now, my lord. Fulgrim has authorized my work, and you demanded that I work on you upon your return? What was it you wanted?" "Oh yes, to be my greatest success, faster, stronger, and more deadly than ever before."
"Not like this, apothecary," shouted Eidolon. "Cease what you're doing now." "I can't do that, Eidolon," said Fabius. "Matter-of-factly, the soporifics are rendering you immobile, and the samples I am to implant will not survive if they are not grafted to a host body. Why struggle? You'll feel so much better when I'm finished. I will kill you," snapped Eidolon. Fabius smiled as he saw the Lord Commander attempt to free himself.
Such efforts were wasted, for the drugs being pumped around his system and the metal restraints held him fast to the table. "No, Eidolon," said Fabius, "you won't kill me, for I will deliver on my promise to you. You will be more deadly than ever before. You should also remember that a warrior's life is a dangerous life, and that you will be under my knife many more times before this crusade reaches its climax. So do you really want to threaten me? Let the drugs take you, and when you wake, you will be the model for how our beloved Legion is to take the next evolutionary leap forward." Fabius smiled, and the scalpels descended, even before they reached the ruin on the other side of the valley. Solomon could tell that it was not a ruin after all, its structure intact and showing no signs of having been part of a larger building. However, having no better idea of what the unusual structure was, Solomon decided that ruin was as good a word for it as any. Shaped like the upper half of a bow stave, the curving structure reached to around 12 meters in height, its base set into an oval platform formed from the same smooth, porcelain-like substance as the ruin itself. The arch it described was graceful and alien, though it displayed none of the disturbingly excessive qualities of the lair architecture. In fact, thought Solomon, it was beautiful in its own way. Once again, the Astartes spread out to surround their leaders as they approached the alien ruin. Solomon felt a curious apprehension at the sight of the structure, for it did not look like a building that had been abandoned for millennia. For one thing, its surface was unblemished by so much as a single stain, moss, or weathering, and the smooth stones that dotted its surface gleamed as though freshly polished. "What is it?"
asked Marius. "I don't know," replied Solomon. "A marker, perhaps?" "A marker for what?" "A boundary, maybe," suggested Saul Tarbets to general nods. "But between whom?" Solomon turned to see what Fulgrim made of it, and was shocked to see tears running down his Primarch's face. Julius stood next to the Primarch, his own face also streaked with tears. He looked around to see what his fellow captains made of this, seeing that they were similarly stunned to see such a sight. "My lord,"
said Solomon, is something the matter?" Fulgrim shook his head and said, "No, my son. Do not be alarmed, for I do not weep out of pain or anguish, but for beauty. For beauty. Yes, for beauty," said Fulgrim, turning and extending his arms to encompass the wondrous landscape around them. "This world is incomparable to anything we have thus far seen in our travels, is it not? Where else have we seen marvels laid out before us with such perfection? Nothing of this world is wanting, and were such things possible, I would believe that such a place could not come about by accident." Solomon followed his Primarch's gaze, seeing the same natural marvels laid out before him, but unable to feel as moved as his commander. Julius nodded in time with Fulgrim's words, but of the 4 captains present, he alone appeared to have been affected in the same manner as the Primarch. Perhaps Marius had been correct to insist on the wearing of helmets, for surely there must be some undetected agent within the planet's atmosphere that had affected them so. But any agent capable of affecting a Primarch would have long since affected him. "My lord, perhaps we should return to the pride of the Emperor," he suggested. "In time," nodded Fulgrim. "I wish to remain a little longer, for we shall not return here. We will enter the planet in our records and move on, leaving it untouched, for to despoil a place such as this would be a crime." "My lord," said Solomon. "Move on? Indeed, my son," smiled Fulgrim. "We shall take our leave of this place and never return." "But you have already designated this world as 28-4, Solomon pointed out. "It is a world of the Emperor, and is subject to imperial laws given to us by him to uphold without equivocation. To abandon it without leaving armed forces to impose compliance and defend it against enemies is contrary to our mission amongst the stars." Fulgrim rounded on Solomon and said, "I know our mission, Captain Demeter. You should not presume that I do not." "No, my lord, but the fact remains that to leave this world unoccupied would be contrary to the word of the Emperor." "And you have spoken with the Emperor on this?" snapped Fulgrim, and Solomon felt his objections withering under the intensity of the Primarch's gaze. "You claim to know his will better than one of his sons?" "I stood with the Emperor and Horus on the surface of Altanium, as its inhabitants destroyed the planet's ice caps and flooded their world beneath the oceans to destroy natural beauty that had taken billions of years to form, rather than allow us to take it from them. The Emperor told me that we must not make such mistakes again, for the galaxy will be worthless if we win it as a wasteland. The Lord Fulgrim is correct," said Julius. "We should leave this place.